It all kicks off on that fateful day, when countless spooky black monoliths dropped from the sky. Then, a giant barrier popped up around the city, turning everyone's heads on the streets. But it didn't do squat, since a colossal monster smashed through the defense and crashed the human party, leading an entire army. Total chaos took over the streets while humanity was getting totally wrecked, and a kid ran desperately after his dad told him to scram. While the kid booked it, his dad tried to hold off the giant beast, using his own powers to buy some time. The monstrous beast let out a terrifying roar while the destruction just kept rolling without a break. Meanwhile, the young guy ran as fast as his legs could carry him, trying to escape that pure nightmare scenario. An outstretched hand begs Itsuki to run away, while the boy watches his mom in her final moments. Suddenly, the flashback gets cut off by someone calling Itsuki's name over and over. A girl walks up asking if he's okay since he's spacing out so hard, but our MC plays it cool and says it's nothing. Not buying that weak excuse, she pushes it and really wants to know if he's actually fine. Itsuki notices the sadness on her face and immediately asks what's up with the waterworks. Killing the vibe, a buddy with glasses jokes that he must just be sleepy and gives a heads up that an event at the school's monolith has already started. Ever since the beasts showed up, humans who could fight them were born and got known as the Awakened. The friend gets all hyped mentioning that the guy hosting the ceremony is Nento, the supreme commander of the northern continent. The MC is surprised, figuring he'd be some old dude with a beard. But his buddy explains that looks can be deceiving, and he was the very first one to awaken. Actually, that commander is a direct disciple of Taiwajin, the absolute strongest awakened of humanity. Cutting straight to the chase, Nento explains that recent research shows regular folks can awaken powers just by touching the monolith. Because of that, he traveled all the way there asking the students to dedicate their lives to fighting the monsters if they happen to awaken. The second he finishes his speech, the floor lights up, and a crazy powerful energy starts radiating through the place. The hype completely takes over the students, totally amazed by the magic and practically begging the heavens for a chance to get some skills. The glasses kid can barely hold in his anxiety over the chance to finally flip his life upside down. He runs ahead telling Itsuki not to lag behind, while the girl tells the MC to just wait his turn properly. Right in the middle of the crowd, Itsuki's expression does a total 180, and his eyes glow intensely in the shadows. Fueled by pure determination, he celebrates in his head that the day he's been waiting for is finally here, but reality hits hard, and soon the kid with the best athletic records in school touches the stone and gets flat out rejected. That totally bums out the other students, who figure they don't stand a snowball's chance in a microwave if even the track star flopped. One after another, a bunch of students try their luck just to hear the unforgiving voice telling the next one to step up. Despair starts creeping up on the class, worried that absolutely nobody from their school is going to pass this test. Until the evaluator's voice booms through the courtyard calling up the next student, Ushi Hikaru. The crowd whispers, totally rooting against the bully, knowing school life would be a nightmare if he got powers. But the stone actually starts reacting. A burst of electricity cracks the air, leaving everyone completely blown away by the light show. A holographic panel pops up dropping Ushi's info, confirming his lightning, type elemental power, and his starting stats. A blue-haired evaluator mentions that his stats are actually pretty solid for a rookie, and admits it beats getting nothing. Flashing a cocky smirk, the bully flexes about being the first one and demands some props from the Supreme Commander. Stepping off the stage, Ushi purposely bumps into Itsuki just to poke the bear and assert dominance. Full of swagger, the bully threatens the MC for touching him with dirty hands and asks if he's got a wish to bite the dust. The other students recognize the Class F kid cutting the line and consider him totally toast for ticking off an awakened. Watching from afar, Nento catches a super intense and completely different vibe coming off that quiet student. Walking up to the monolith, Itsuki thinks back on his hatred for the beasts and guarantees his willpower is on a whole other level. The kid's overwhelming presence makes the commander's eyes bug out in pure shock. The very second the MC touches the monolith, the silhouette of a colossal, mystical entity pops up right behind him. An absurd pillar of energy blasts straight into the sky, tearing through the wind around them. The energy shifts into a massive, glowing lotus flower that completely dominates the whole area. The crowd's jaws drop to the floor, whispering that this awakening is hundreds of times wilder than the bullies. The MC's friends celebrate the huge win, super proud and cheering for his success. Totally fascinated, the evaluator recognizes the super rare Order Breaker class and gets curious about just how crazy strong he's gonna get. Right in the center of the mystical energy, Itsuki opens his eyes looking confused and wonders if he actually managed to awaken. A holographic screen materializes right in front of him, detailing his unique class and his special gift called Nirvana. but the hype turns into instant bummer mode the second he notices that all his stats are sitting at a big fat 0. Luckily, a new alert pops up letting him know the skill activated and gifted him 200 points across every single stat. Feeling the power surge, the kid cracks a confident smile and promises he's gonna wipe out every last monster. The divine glow hits its peak, forcing everyone around to cover their eyes because the light is just blinding. Scanning the panel, the evaluator can barely believe those numbers and declares there's never been a rookie like him in history. With energy overflowing, Itsuki feels totally invincible and realizes the sheer size of his own potential. The system window keeps hovering in the air, proudly showing off an absolutely absurd total of 800 attribute points. The school board goes into a collective frenzy, celebrating that this historic flex is going to make their institution famous. Far from happy, Ushi grinds his teeth in pure rage, feeling like his entire spotlight just got hijacked. Driven by pure jealousy, the bully lunges at the MC, shooting lightning and calling the guy trash. Totally blinded by fury, he flies through the air threatening to wipe his rival off the map using the skill he just scored. The electricity-packed attack zips across the clear sky, aiming right at the unsuspecting target. Instantly, the MC's system reacts to the enemy's rank C move and kicks off the process of copying the technique. Itsuki's gaze stays calm and collected while the analysis bar shoots up in percentage. A boom echoes out and the lightning smashes the ground hard, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and dust in the courtyard. The students are completely lost, looking around for the MC and whispering that he vanished in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the distraction, Itsuki pops up like a ghost right behind the bully, who freezes in total panic and can't move a muscle. With a dark tone, he drops a hint that the attacker should be thankful he's human, because he'd already be history if he were a monster. Right after dropping that threat, the MC lands on the ground chilling, while the coward collapses, shaking like a leaf. Not making a big deal out of it, Itsuki walks it off calmly and figures the analysis was only that fast because the skill was pretty weak. Hitting 100%, the new thunderous technique is unlocked and his body gets taken over by pure electricity. Another ridiculous flash blinds the crowd, making the kids super glad they brought their sunglasses. Checking himself out, the young guy feels the electric energy forcefully filling his entire being after finishing the enemy absorption. Wild lightning bolts shoot out in every direction while he gets the hang of his freshly acquired element. Flopped on the ground, Ushi looks up in total awe and despair at that power, realizing his rival's light completely outshines his own. As a sweet bonus, the system chimes in that Itsuki's stats just got another boost thanks to his new mastery over lightning. Out of nowhere, the students notice raindrops falling and think it's super weird for it to start pouring on a sunny day. Right above them, a spooky black monolith appears floating right in the middle of the dark clouds. Nento realizes instantly that he's the target of that spawn and calls off the assembly, ordering a full school evacuation. The evaluator agrees and tells everyone to book it, since direct combat really isn't their strong suit. But the commander spots Itsuki just standing there and points out that the kid's got more guts than anyone else in the yard. While the crowd stampedes down the stairs in a panic, a classmate is totally lost on why the MC isn't running for the hills. With a deafening crash, the monolith plummets and violently smashes into the courtyard floor. His buddy screams frantically for Itsuki to run from the beasts, but the guy coldly states he's gonna exterminate every single one of them. Freaked out by this crazy talk, his classmate warns him he's gonna get himself wrecked if he stays, reminding him rookies can't handle that kind of enemy. Keeping his cool in the face of danger, Itsuki just asks his friends to trust him. Beaten by his stubbornness, his buddy decides to stick around despite the risk, while the girl shakes in fear at the walking elimination machine. Itsuki stares down the threat totally hyped, declaring that this is going to be his very first enemy as an awakened. Recognizing the exact monster that took his parents away, he figures that in the end, he actually got super lucky. The system panel pulls up the skeleton soldier's data, showing off its double defense and its bone fire ability. Wasting zero time, the kid gears up for a fight, giving a heads up that he's about to test drive the skill he just copied. Cowling upon the power of thunder, the MC charges like a lightning bolt straight at the creature. Showing absolutely zero hesitation, he locks entirely onto the target in front of him with pure grit. With a brutal dash, Itsuki lands an electricity-packed punch right square in the monster's chest. The impact is so insane that the beast gets launched far away and wrecks a chunk of the school's building. Floored by the scene, the evaluator can't believe a rookie just pulled that off and thinks maybe they don't even need to run. Nento gives props to the kid's strength, but gives a reality check that taking down that enemy is impossible because of its defensive perks. Proving his point, the skeleton stands right back up from the rubble, oozing a blue fire that can incinerate anything it touches. Seeing things go south, Itsuki's friends scream his name in total panic. Watching the whole thing from a safe distance, Ushi lets out a sadistic laugh and tells his rival to get ready to turn into toast. Right then, the system spots the bonfire skill and starts the analysis the second the flames touch the kid. The evaluator totally loses it, claiming that even a seasoned vet would be toast in seconds if they took a direct hit like that. While his body is engulfed, Itsuki feels awful pain but totally tanks it, just waiting for the progress bar to fill up. That burning feeling brings back the super heavy memory of his mom being consumed by those exact same flames back in the day. Watching closely, the commander keeps a straight face and wonders if the young guy is still hiding some aces up his sleeve. The instant the copy is done, the MC stands tall wrapped in the enemy's fire, proving he totally walked it off. The suit guy beats himself up for trusting a rookie, but soon spots the lotus flower blooming and starts praying for a miracle. Bouncing back from the damage, the MC gets ready and is super curious to see what new trick he's gonna score this time. With his stats climbing again, he calculates that this new power boost is gonna be plenty to shatter the monster's defense. Wrapped in a mystical aura, Itsuki floats chill as can be, with his body completely back to 100%. The school staff goes absolutely wild, cheering that the student walked it off and healed himself, calling the whole thing a literal miracle. Super intrigued, the evaluator tries to figure out if he used a healing technique and decides his class is hands down the most mysterious one out there. Checking out his own body without a single scratch, the kid is amazed by the flawless recovery and wonders what the actual limit to this is. Fuming mad, the skeleton monster charges, tearing up the ground with its own fierce aura. Bouncing back, Itsuki manipulates the dark energy and quickly shapes a razor, sharp blade right on his arm. The beast goes for a brutal swing, trying to slice the opponent in half in one go. But a ridiculous flash of lightning and blue flames erupts on the spot, totally blinding everyone watching. When the light fades, the monster is standing there totally skewered by black spikes coated in fire and electricity. Completely wrecked, the creature's severed arm drops uselessly to the floor, leaking energy everywhere. Ajaha is absolutely stunned, noticing that Itsuki popped up behind the beast in a move so fast she couldn't even track it. Freaked out by what he just saw, Ushi gulps hard right alongside the girl, seriously doubting this warrior is actually a beginner. The assistant breaks it down, saying the kid pulls armor and weapons out of thin air, calling the skill divine and totally lethal. As the dust settles, Itsuki drops his transformation and looks back calmly, knowing its mission accomplished. His buddy runs over and gives him a massive hug, crying tears of relief that he's okay, then immediately asks where Sayo ran off to. Noticing his friend is missing, the MC remembers she was about to cry from fear just a minute ago. He spots the other students grouped up in the distance and wonders if she got mad at him for pulling that reckless stunt. Still mind blown, Agia tells Nento it's unbelievable for a kid to completely style on a beast of that level so effortlessly. Having made his choice, the commander announces he's taking the young guy with him and tells the lady to stick around and help with the cleanup. His friend tries to calm Itsuki down, saying Sayo was just spooked, but the chat gets cut off when Nento calls the hero over. The powerhouse warrior walks up and stops right in front of the student, demanding respect just by standing there. The crowd starts buzzing, throwing around guesses if the commander is going to break tradition and recruit the rookie as his brand new disciple. Feeling the crushing pressure coming off the guy, the buddy awkwardly says bye and dips out to go look for Sayo. Skipping the small talk, Nento looks the kid dead in the eye and states he's someone pretty special. Itsuki stares right back totally chill and repeats the word, looking confused and not getting where the veteran is going with this. The commander explains he can literally feel the young guy's heart overflowing with intense rage and hatred. Intrigued by all that darkness, Nento demands to know what's fueling such heavy feelings. The MC spills that 10 years ago his parents were taken out by a disaster beast while they were trying to save him. With a distant look, he mentions he was supposed to meet his end that day too, but got bailed out by an awakened at the very last second. The memory flashes back to the warrior taking down the creature right in front of his scared little kid eyes. The image of the spooky monster pops back into his head, marking the exact moment he saw his mom take her last breath. On that day, little Itsuki just cried for his mom, completely powerless to stop the tragedy from unfolding. The kid broke down, taking the blame for everything, while the voices around him tried to comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault. Snapping back to the present, the MC points out that colossal demon is the real root of all the misery in the world. Taken over by bottled-up fury, the young guy's eyes glow with a burning, uncontrollable thirst for payback. Without skipping a beat, he swears he's going to hunt down and eliminate that monster and its entire crew without an ounce of mercy. Hearing him vent, Nento wonders if the kid can even still shed tears with his heart so corroded by hatred. Itsuki explains his right eye hasn't stopped crying since he saw his mom pass, acting like a physical reminder of his grudge. Blown away by his drive, the commander invites the young guy to join the Salvation Alliance as his personal student. He shares that this military crew gathers the absolute strongest awakened in the world to fight monsters professionally. To sweeten the deal, Nento lists off some insane perks, like exclusive resources and a literal mountain of gold right out the gate. Wrapping it up, the veteran drops the reality check that this luxury life has a steep price, demanding members fight on the front lines until the bitter end. The MC comes clean and says the fat paycheck and the fancy resources don't mean a single thing to him. Straight up, he makes it crystal clear that the only thing he actually wants is to become a savior too. Nento breaks down the national tournament in February with 10,000 players, where only the cream of the crop make the cut. Curious about the challenge, Itsuki asks what the all-time high score is, but the vet warns him that it's not a great benchmark. The commander reveals the top record was 115,000 points, set by Daiwa Jin 11 years ago. Hearing that, the kid remembers the name and wonders if that guy is the famous warrior everyone calls the light of humanity. Catching on to his ambition, Nento warns him that comparing himself to that guy only brings despair, but admits the rookie has some serious potential. Without a second thought, the MC confidently declares he's gonna totally surpass the legend. Chuckling at the sheer nerve, the commander mentions plenty of people try to walk that path only to crash and burn. Pumped up by the kid's solid attitude, the veteran claims the morning sun he's been waiting for has finally shown up. Cutting to a totally different spot in front of a giant dome, Itsuki asks what the deal is with this massive building. The man explains the monoliths are actually portals wired to the beast world, and monsters just keep pouring out of them non-stop. Because of that, they slap this huge building over it to quarantine the portals, turning it into a 24,007 training facility. Finding out it's a combat zone, the rookie gets a heads up that the number of enemies inside is completely unpredictable. Specifically on the stage right in front of them, the dropout rate is so brutal they literally call the place the rookie graveyard. Pulling up a system panel, Nento reveals that Jin cleared this exact stage in a measly 3 minutes when he first started out. To test the kid's ego, the commander throws down the gauntlet, clear the mission in that exact time if he seriously wants to be the best. As a reward for pulling off something that crazy, the veteran promises to take him on as his student right on the spot. Nearby, some folks spot the famous Nento and are totally floored to see a basic rookie casually walking with him. Catching the weird looks in the crowd whispering, the MC instantly figures out his companion is kind of a big deal. Standing in front of the level 10 entrance, Itsuki tries to guess how tough the enemies inside are compared to the skeletons from earlier. Noticing absolutely nobody else wants to go into the area, he starts suspecting there's a good reason the place is a ghost town. He walks up to the receptionist and asks for access to the arena, getting the standard question about how big his party is. Short and sweet, the kid casually drops that he's going in to face the danger totally solo. A shockwave of absolute silence hits the lobby as everyone stares at the kid, unable to process the sheer madness. Annoyed by what she thinks is a prank, the receptionist scolds him, saying the place is lethal and not meant for jokes. The crowd bursts into laughter, assuming the guy just went up there to flirt with her, and is about to embarrass himself. Staying frosty, Itsuki guarantees the girl got it all wrong and his only focus is getting some real combat action. Giving up on arguing, the receptionist sarcastically offers her number just so the kid will leave and not throw his life away for nothing. Giving her a totally annoyed look, the MC demands she open the gate right now and states he couldn't care less about her number. Startled by his intense vibe, the girl caves instantly and unlocks the access, telling him not to come crying when he gets wrecked. As the young guy walks in, the crowd goes back to roasting him, saying he dropped the ball with the girl and going in with 0 levels is just plain dumb. Some even notice his weirdly confident stride but quickly brush it off, figuring it doesn't matter since he has 0 combat experience. Strolling down the metal tunnel, the MC figures out the bracelet on his wrist works as a profile registry key. The second the panel scans his data, the system flashes a green light, officially authorizing the Awakened to enter. Cracking his knuckles to get in the zone, the kid kicks off the challenge, keeping his super tight deadline in mind. His whole body gets wrapped in wild lightning while he mentally preps for the takedown fest ahead. Running across the rough terrain, he's totally amazed by the massive artificial space built around the monolith. Feeling the fierce auras popping up from the ground, the young guy drops into a fighting stance, hyping himself up that the show has started. A super weird beast made of rotten wood comes flying aggressively straight at the intruder. Moving fast, the MC delivers a lethal electric slice that cuts right through the creature like a hot knife through butter. He materializes an axe made of pure thunder in his hand, joking that this weapon is spot on for chopping up useless wood. Furious at his nerve, dozens of identical beasts spawn from the trees, leaping all at once to try and flatten him. Outside the arena, the receptionist questions the master for sending a freshman straight into a total trap. The veteran explains he's just following the legendary hero's playbook, but gets told that guy is basically a freak of nature. She reminisces that she thought the legend was somewhat normal until she saw him demolish a tough monster with a cold, empty stare. In that old memory, Jin's ridiculous presence lit up the whole area like he was an actual deity walking the earth. Agreeing with the god tier title, Nento watches the big screen and judges that the kid fighting right now is the exact opposite of that. While he shreds the horde without an ounce of mercy, Itsuki shows he's fueled by a deep, dark grudge with every single swing. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, the MC sighs, looking tired, noting that weak enemies don't even trigger his skill. But then, a colossal shadow rises from the ground right behind him, with glowing red eyes locked on his back. The creature tries to swat the kid with a heavy hit, but he leaps away, dodging, becoming a human pancake at the last millisecond. Watching the dust cloud settle, the young guy gets hyped, thinking he finally stumbled across a challenge worth his time. Getting a full view of the spiked demon, he cheers when his copy technique boots up thanks to the enemy's crazy regeneration. Immediately, the virtual panel fires up the analysis process, ticking off the first 5%. The monster uses its arms like natural whips, sweeping the area to force the warrior to back off. Impressed that the beast just glued its own severed head back on, Itsuki throws up a heavy magic wall from the ground. The thick roots smash against the heavy defense, setting off a shockwave that rattles the entire battlefield. Using the block to his advantage, he jumps over the branches, calculating he needs to deal massive damage fast to beat that constant healing. With the bar creeping up slowly, the hero circles the ugly beast at top speed, buying time for the system to do its reading. Channeling an absurd amount of magic, Itsuki dive bombs from the air, splitting the target's energy into two glowing halves. Even after the wipeout, the kid swears in a rage that he's gonna chop that giant trunk into splinters until it forgets how to heal. The monstrous creature caves to the destructive hit and splits perfectly down the middle, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Its heavy chunks crash into the grass as if the threat had finally met its end after that brutal slice. Landing far from danger, the warrior pants hard, admitting that holding up that barrier nearly drained his entire gas tank. To the guy's surprise, the pile of dry branches starts twitching and stitching itself back together in a totally bizarre, automatic process. Spotting the trap, Itsuki dodges a payback whip and notices the copy speed ramps up every time the ugly thing heals. Weighing the risk of running on empty, he drops the wall and bets it all on playing keep, away using pure speed. Sprinting above the beast, the only logical out he sees is to survive by dodging until the system clock hits 0. With his fists sparking with static, the crazy plan shifts to landing 2 hits at the exact same time to push the enemy past its limit, while trying his best not to become a shish kebab on the spike shooting from the ground. The hero knows for a fact he's toast if his magic hits 0 here. The nature blades slice the wind, barely missing the kid, who pulls off a totally suicidal side flip while the progress bar ticks up. Bouncing off the creature's own bark for momentum, he closes the gap, deciding all this madness is totally worth a win. Charging his fist with a chaotic glow, the intruder fires off like a lethal torpedo straight at the angry beast's defense. Reacting to the incoming rush, the wooden giant tightens its guard, closing the net for the final, head-on clash. Itsuki realizes the situation just went from bad to worse. Pinned down by the colossal monster's spikes, he realizes his magic tank is completely dry. But the system analysis hits 100%, and the young guy declares that the win is already in the bag. The new explosive skill is unlocked, and a massive surge of power blasts the beast's claws away instantly. The panel breaks it down. The technique burns magic to deal damage, but also refuels points when you take down enemies. The second the mystic power kicks in, every single scratch on the warrior heals up in the blink of an eye. Faced with that crushing aura, the wooden creature completely freezes, not even processing the danger it's in. Showing zero mercy, a gigantic fire lotus detonates and swallows the giant right down to its roots. Checking out his own handiwork, Itsuki gives props to the crazy destructive impact his copied technique can pull off. He figures clearing the rest of the stage is gonna be a walk in the park. Totally shocked, his energy tank is full to the brim again. Back at the entrance, Nento finds it super weird to spot a glowing green crystal just tossed on the courtyard floor. Stressed about the clock, the receptionist points out the time limit is up and suggests calling in the rescue squad. The lady with glasses doubts the rookie actually bought the farm, but swears that beating the buzzer is completely impossible. Right then, the lobby screen chimes, blasting in huge letters that a brand new record just got smashed in the arena. The evaluator's eyes bug out, totally unable to process the absolute insanity she just witnessed. The system makes it official, locking in the unbelievable clear time of just 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The MC steps out of the portal with his clothes turned into rags, claiming the absolute #1 spot on the global leaderboard. The crowd in the halls goes absolutely nuts, gossiping about how some random nobody just totally smoked humanity's ultimate legend. Skipping the small talk, the kid walks right up to Nento and cashes in on the promise about becoming his official apprentice. Radiating pure confidence, he's already calling the veteran master, without an ounce of shame. Loving the pure flex of strength, the commander praises his newest pupil's raw, unfiltered performance. The assistant catches the guy's rare good mood, while the crowd starts guessing the kid was secretly trained by him all along. To smooth things over, the receptionist hands him a prize box and gives a super genuine apology for being so rude earlier. Taking the gift like a champ, the hero admits his attitude probably looked like a totally suicidal move even to himself. He thanks the girl for actually worrying about him, leaving the staff member completely flustered and turning beet red. Killing the romantic vibe, the woman with glasses announces loud and clear that they're heading out right now. Startled by the sudden shout, the guy agrees, listening to her warning not to let the hype go to his head so fast. The commander decides to kick the training into high gear and suggests they crash an advanced level stage next. Walking outside, the veteran breaks it down that a monster's danger level isn't just about its raw stats. The real nightmare is in their bloodline, because beasts that just run on pure wild instinct are way too easy to pick off. But there are creatures out there with brains sharper than humans, and those are the ones that give you major headaches in a fight. The assistant chimes in, saying the races have similar bases, but power classes are a strictly human thing. She drops the news that the kid's next stop is going to be the super problematic Sector 4 to go hunt down those exact anomalies. Suddenly taken over by rage, Atsuki asks if those smart beasts can actually feel real pain. That sudden thirst for violence leaves the woman completely stunned by the kid's cruel intentions. Far away at some fancy VIP party, a bunch of guys in suits are gossiping about the rookie heading straight for the danger zone. They whisper, absolutely terrified of the sector manager, scared they might vanish off the earth if they say the wrong thing. The dude sprawled on the sofa sipping expensive drinks is Reiji Kinoshita, the untouchable rich kid of that whole district. Downing his wine glass, the preppy guy announces he runs the zone and will only lift a finger whenever he feels like it. With all the arrogance in the universe, he claims that waiting in line at the entrance is a struggle meant only for the lower class. Meanwhile at the park, the MC finally cracks open the prize box he scored back at the guild, sitting on the concrete bench. He instantly spots the shiny object sitting at the bottom of the chest. The master gets a closer look at the item and asks if the kid had ever bumped into a rock like that before. Itsuki confirms a little pebble, just like it dropped from the school beast he took out, but notices a weird detail about the material. Holding the magic gem, he spots the green glow radiating straight from its crystalline core. The woman gets super annoyed seeing an intermediate level item popping up in a stage made for absolute beginners. Remembering the kid is new to the biz, she changes the subject and explains that the rock is used to rack up experience. When you take down an enemy, the hunter absorbs the karma released by the remains and automatically levels up in the system. Using this raw ore is a super handy shortcut to gain power without having to grind and hunt 24/7. Weirded out by the whole thing, the evaluator thinks it's bizarre a stone like that just sprouted from the floor in a test arena. Figuring it out on the spot, the commander guesses the kid's secret ability is the real culprit behind all this. The blue-haired assistant turns her head, super curious about this mystery talent they're talking about. The veteran explains that since the kid never actually leveled up, the leftover energy from the defeated monsters just sat there. Pointing at the crystal, he guesses the karma from the first school beast got soaked up by the crowd watching the brawl. But during the closed test, the dead magic had nowhere to run and ended up condensing into the shape of a stone. The woman racks the kid's brain, wanting to know the math behind his stats going up while his level stays totally frozen. Giving her a massive scolding, Nento reminds his gossipy daughter that a hunter's gift is highly classified top secret info. The boss announces he needs to bounce for an emergency meeting and leaves the girl in charge of babysitting the rookie. Keeping his game face on, he lays down 4 strict rules, demanding the student clear 6 stages in total secrecy. Locked in on the new mission, Itsuki agrees to all the orders without hesitating for a single second. At the heavily guarded entrance of District 4, some bouncers are blocking the regular folks, saying the area is already booked up. Sick of the circus, a hunter in a jacket complains about the arrogance of the rich guy who hasn't even shown up yet. A massive dude tries to intimidate the guards, threatening to snitch about the monopoly straight to the guild's upper management. Without any warning, the giant eats a brutal punch and goes flying down the hallway like a literal ragdoll. The blonde attacker casually pulls his fist back after launching the huge guy across the room right in front of everybody. Freaking out over the hit, the blue-haired partner realizes his supposed unbreakable defense skill just completely flopped. With his face covered by a magic armor, the giant gets up flexing that he didn't even feel a scratch on his chin. Surprised by the ridiculous durability, the blonde lackey admits the intruder's skin is way too tough for a normal human. Furious about the cheap shot, the big guy charges like a mad bull and grabs the enemy by both shoulders. Instantly, the henchman counters with a violent knee strike that shatters the opponent's mask, drawing blood. The crowd completely panics, realizing the sadistic lackey is part of the Golden Elite and is sitting at level 15. Picking up the defeated guy by his forehead, The guard bans anyone from entering without his Mogul boss's blessing. The victims are left trashed at the entrance while the villain orders that nobody better dare step up to help them. The other suit, wearing bouncers crack up, totally roasting the public humiliation the students just went through. Letting out a heavy sigh of pure boredom, the blonde fighter drops the crazy guy's head on the floor like old garbage. While the blonde holds the victim by his hair, someone in the crowd complains that Itsuki and Ajiha aren't stepping in to help. People start muttering that the level 0 kid is basically toast if he tries anything, while another guy thinks the glasses lady looks familiar. Stepping up, the huge bouncer warns the rookie that nobody gets through without his boss's okay, and tells the kid to do a 180. Keeping his cool, Itsuki figures he's got to take the guy down to get into the arena. Ajiha totally panics and threatens to call administration. The MC cuts the chatter, saying he doesn't need all that, reminding her that his master taught him to do whatever he believes is right. Walking straight into danger, he just asks the woman to patch up the fallen guy's injuries. The henchman stares at the kid, super confused by the crushing pressure coming off a brat who's supposed to be just a level 0. The system shows the myth head is at level 12, while he tries to convince himself that a rare class can't beat that level gap. Grinding his teeth, the villain tries to play tough while watching that bizarrely confident approach, but his eyes quickly pop wide open in absolute shock. In the blink of an eye, the MC's silhouette is already reflecting right in the enemy's pupils. Itsuki launches like a missile and fires a brutal punch at the henchman, who throws up his guard purely on instinct. The crowd's jaws drop at the sheer speed of the attack. Seriously dotting the kid is actually a level 0. The fist lands dead center on the guard's arm, setting off a loud metallic clang that echoes through the hall. Stepping back a bit, the hero notices the myth had managed to block the damage using his metal plating skill. Oozing confidence, the blonde praises the speed of the hit while keeping his face covered behind those armored arms. The MC doesn't let up and keeps throwing rapid-fire strikes, but the enemy just laughs, saying those punches lack any real punch. The system starts copying the defense, and Itsuki figures he needs to use his lightning skill to catch an experienced fighter off guard. Touching down, the kid realizes the copy only triggers on dangerous hits, deciding it's finally time to stop playing around. He charges in again for a direct assault, locking onto the fleshy parts of the guy's body that aren't armored yet. Thinking he's got the upper hand, the guard calls the rookie a wimp and wins up for a heavy counterattack. Catching the rival's guard slipping, the protagonist sees the perfect opening and unleashes his thunder wave. Blue lightning wraps around the kid's entire body, swearing he won't give the myth head a single second to armor up again. A storm of violent electric strikes absolutely batters the henchman from every angle, making the system's progress bar fly up. Watching the beatdown, the other hunters are totally stunned by the stolen magic and start believing the level 0 might actually pull this off. The guard tries desperately to defend himself, totally lost on where all that speed is coming from and finding zero room to breathe. Taking hits non-stop, he can't even scream in pain and ends up begging his own crew to jump in and help him out. With his face totally battered, the brute realizes he's gonna get shredded if he keeps taking a pounding like this. Letting out a roar of blind rage, he blasts a massive wave of energy that sends the protagonist flying backward. The villain bounces back with his whole body transformed into solid steel, sarcastically thanking the kid for pushing him into this ultimate evolution. Flexing his steel muscles, the bad guy brags that his defense just broke the 500-point mark thanks to the stacked bonuses. Oozing pure cruelty, he mentions he was gonna snap the rookie in half, but since the kid helped him train, he'll give him a quick exit. The crowd groans at the tragic plot twist, whispering that breaking through armor like that is impossible even for top-tier hunters. Cool as a cucumber, Itsuki deduces that armoring the whole body drains a ton of energy, meaning the enemy's magic stats must be pretty low. The mythhead tries to hide his nerves by cursing the kid out, but he's freezing up inside at how crazy accurate that breakdown was. With the copy finally sitting at 100%, the hero drops the idea of draining the guy's mana and announces he's wrapping this up fast. Ajiha watches from afar and recognizes the Blue Lotus, knowing full well the MC is about to get even more broken. The massive mystic aura swallows the kid, leaving the background characters scratching their heads about how that harmless looking light is gonna do real damage. The system panel confirms he just unlocked the true piercing sphere, a special attack designed specifically to bypass physical defense. Reading the fine print, Itsuki notes the projectile is super slow, but figures he just needs to lob it at a cocky target who refuses to dodge. Wrapped in a scary dark aura, the young guy swears he's gonna absolutely vaporize that preppy jerk's supposedly unbreakable defense. The mystic energy slowly fades, leaving a small black sphere just chilling and floating in the warrior's hand. Pointing the lethal magic straight ahead, he dares the guard to try and dodge what's coming his way. The crowd gossips, thinking the whole thing is super sus, trying to guess if a level 0's trick can actually punch through solid steel. The tiny dark ball is fired, cutting through space with a weird cosmic glow heading straight for the attacker's chest. The attack drifts across the room at an embarrassingly slow pace, leaving everyone dead silent as they watch its sad trajectory. The crowd completely loses it, laughing and roasts the MC, convinced that harmless little ball is the biggest joke they've ever seen. Overflowing with confidence, the villain laughs in the kid's face, announcing he won't budge an inch so he doesn't lose his skills buff. Standing with his arms crossed waiting for the weak impact, the blonde mocks the idea of that pathetic magic being the rookie's secret weapon. Keeping his invincible tough guy pose, he declares the hero is done for the exact second the sphere lightly taps his waist. A massive splash of red mess goes flying everywhere when the magic tears through the steel defense like wet tissue paper, making the giant roar in sheer agony. Walking right past the wrecked body, Itsuki coldly states he spared the guy's life because he would have aimed for the head if it were a monster. Without skipping a beat, the young guy glares at the other stunned suits and tells them to drag their useless boss to the infirmary. Taken over by a bone-chilling, fierce fury, he completely loses his patience and yells for that whole crew to get out of his sight. Freaking out over the puddle of red, the henchmen scoop up the shredded Methiad and scatter from the spot like totally weak roaches. The hunters go wild over the bizarre win, celebrating that the abusive bouncer finally got exactly what was coming to him. Jumping on the hype, 3 veterans walk up to the hero and pitch the idea of forming a squad strictly to farm massive experience in the arena. The leader explains that the stone beasts in there are tough as nails, offering infinite mana in exchange for the destructive kid's crazy damage output. That tip turns on a light bulb in Itsuki's head, remembering his sphere gets a turbo speed boost every time it takes down an armored target. With a wicked training plan brewing, the MC turns his back right in the middle of their pitch, totally zoned in on using the rocks to level up. Cutting the chatter, Itsuki shoots down the trio's offer, bluntly stating he's raiding the dungeon entirely solo. The rejected group mumbles, clearly offended, saying that mopping the floor with the blonde guy totally went to the rookie's inexperienced head. They turn around and walk away to find regular teammates, accepting that they just aren't built to keep up with the freshman's suicidal pace. Eiji reminds the MC that the beasts in that sector are heavily armored, and questions if his magic tank can actually handle the stress. Trying to mask her genuine worry, the woman plays annoyed, claiming she just doesn't want to get chewed out by the master if he bites the dust in there. Getting back into professional mode, she warns him that the stone monsters travel in violent herds and demands he keep absolute control over his energy. The young guy taps his tech bracelet against the glowing panel, confirming instant access to the brutal landscape of the reserve district. Hiking over the jagged rocks, he checks out the dark cave, genuinely surprised by the crazy amount of predators hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, massive stone golems start breaking off the cracked walls, totally starved for a fresh target. The system breaks down the statue's stats, showing they're entirely stacked in magic defense, proving the difficulty level is an actual nightmare. Channeling the sparkling dark power in his hand, Itsuki gets ready to test drive the skill's passive evolution on those walking training dummies. The destructive sphere launches, tearing through the dark wind in a divine flash straight at the stone beast charging in with a snarl. The blunt impact punches through the rocky body like there's nothing even there, pulling a loud crash of falling gravel from the defeated creature. The floating window makes the first heavy arena takedown official, marking the practical start of a quiet, one-man elimination spree. Hyped about the 100% speed boost, the MC celebrates on the inside, proving his ruthless theory was spot on. But the breather is short-lived, as the silhouette of another stone beast pops up on the horizon, roaring at the top of its lungs. Wrapped in lightning, Itsuki figures that the lack of speed and dodging makes these clumsy things the absolute perfect targets for his magic. The panel quickly confirms 2 more takedowns, doubling the attack's flight speed with every single win. Standing on top of the rubble, the kid checks his energy bar and realizes he only has enough mana left for 2 more shots. Just then, 2 more creatures charge in furious, while he notices the area boss still hasn't even shown its face. The young guy focuses the dark energy in his hand, doing the math that he needs to blow up the entire duo using just 1 single blast. The sphere shoots out like a meteor, slicing both golems clean in half with 1 flawless hit. Riding the momentum of the destruction, Itsuki pushes off and charges straight at the next batch of targets. With a dark look and his red eye glowing, he tells the beast to eat his next attack. Another sphere gets lobbed into the air, landing a dead center hit on the creature trying to jump him. Instantly, the system pings the end of 2 more statues, bumping up the skill's passive bonuses even higher. Totally drained, the hero flops onto the dirt floor, really hoping he scores a magic recovery technique somewhere down the line. Watching how fast his sphere is flying, he figures it's finally quick enough to hunt down even monsters that try to run away. But the relief vanishes in a split second when a brutal crash kicks up a massive dust cloud right behind him. Spooked by the sudden earthquake, The MC lifts his head to see what the heck just landed there. A colossal claw made of solid stone smashes the ground right next to where the kid was lying. The system pulls up the dungeon boss at level 15, showing it uses a skill to convert all its magic into pure, raw defense. Popping his thunder dash immediately, Itsuki dodges the hit, totally freaked out by the absurd size of the thing, staring down the living mountain roaring at him. The protagonist seriously doubts his tiny magic can drop a titan like that. Figuring it's worth a shot, he aims right for the creature's head, praying a critical hit will fix the problem. The shot lands dead center on the monster's stone chest, blasting a hole right through the middle of the dust cloud. However, the kid realizes the sphere is just way too small and won't deal fatal damage even if it punches straight through the target. Taking advantage of the distraction, the giant spins around and throws a devastating punch right at the hunter. The hero's eyes bug out, realizing he messed up, since dodging a hit like that in mid-air is literally impossible. With 0 escape routes left, he summons his black energy barrier, hoping it can tank the heavy blow. A deafening boom echoes through the cave when the stone fist crushes the magic defense, kicking up a ton of dirt. Sliding backward from the impact, the kid admits the big boss can take way more of a beating than it looked at first. Right then, the system starts copying the gigantification power, and he instantly cracks a wicked smile at the update. Cutting back to the fancy VIP party, the suit-wearing lackey is totally shocked by the gossip he just heard on his phone. Annoyed by the yelling in the middle of the room, the glasses-wearing mogul scolds the employee for making noise in front of him. Gulping hard, the lackey apologizes for interrupting and drops the news that things totally spiraled out of control at the arena door. The suit guy stammers, revealing that some random intruder beat down the buff blonde guy and forced his way into the dungeon. The boss shatters his glass in pure shock, completely lost on how his guard's impenetrable defense got cracked. The rich kid tries to stay cool, guessing the heavy hitter hunters are busy, so it has to be some nosy rookie. One of the guards thinks it's impossible for a level 10 to win that fight and suggests they dig into the mystery guy's real level. Flashing a confident smirk, the mogul shuts that down, saying if they head over right now they'll catch the brat red-handed in the middle of a fight. The henchman tries to urge caution, but the boss shoots him a menacing purple glare, warning him he won't repeat the order to move out. Sweating bullets under that crushing pressure, the lackey just nods and lowers his head in total defeat. Cracking his neck all arrogant, the villain swears he's gonna make the kid cry for daring to challenge his family. Meanwhile, the system hits 100% and the MC pops up totally fine in the middle of the wrecked arena. The stone giant's head is lying on the floor, exposing a glowing blue magic core right in the middle of the rubble. The virtual screen confirms the monster's gigantification skill was analyzed and absorbed with absolute success. Checking out the alert, Itsuki realizes he didn't get a brand new trick this time, but his piercing sphere leveled up to 2. On top of doubling the speed bonus, the huge news is that now he can burn magic to change the actual size of the attack. Healed of every single scratch thanks to the system's auto bonuses, the warrior decides to test drive the new toy immediately. With 0 pity, he pumps in all his remaining energy and summons the absolute biggest destructive magic he can possibly create right now. The gigantic cosmic sphere tears through the air with a deafening screech, swallowing up every single thing in its path. A trail of massive destruction is ripped straight through the cave, totally disintegrating the stone boss until there's not even dust left. Staring at the massive hole he just blew in the wall, the hero scratches his head with a nervous laugh, admitting he might have overdone it a bit. The system pings the victory, and he's totally amazed by the sheer scale of the mess caused by emptying his entire mana pool. Doing the math on the stacked passive bonuses, Itsuki predicts a few more takedowns will make the attack as fast as a sports car. Reading the floating notifications, the MC reflects that he used to ignore these passives, but now they seem ridiculously handy. He remembers the Lotus Explosion buffs the range of any skill, meaning his sphere is also going to travel way further. The panel breaks it down, just taking out any low-level living thing permanently bumps his arsenal's range by 1%. Looking at the flower in his hand, the kid pictures a future where he can snipe monsters from miles away like an actual marksman. Outside, the crowd stares at the official scoreboard, showing the lethal stage was cleared in a pathetic 3 minutes. The people go absolutely hysterical over the new record, guessing the kid swept the whole zone using one-shot attacks. One guy is totally lost on why the level 0 never changes and figures the guild's machine must have a glitch in the system. Stunned by the scene, the assistant watches the kid walk out without a single scratch and thinks it's wild he keeps shattering legendary records. Adjusting her glasses trying to look cool, she walks up to the student and praises his ridiculous speed for clearing the area. With a totally bored look on his face, the hero mentions the monster's defense was super weak and the fight was way easier than it looked. Right then, He spots the glowing green magic butterfly hovering near the evaluator and asks what the deal is with that bug. Striking a fancy pose, the woman reveals her class as Shikigami user and proudly introduces her jade mascot. Fascinated by the glowing insect landing near his hand, the MC compliments how pretty that rare summon is. The assistant is mind blown, asking how on earth he managed to become a hunter without knowing the basics about class divisions in the world. Stepping into teacher mode, she starts explaining that awakened roles are split into 4 main categories. The first one is the Elementalists, the most popular class boasting the highest starting combat power thanks to the 7 elements. She points to the kid's old classmate as an example, who unlocked the gift of using electricity right in the school courtyard. Then she notes that the cocky bouncer the kid just flattened at the door also belongs to that exact same group. Now the second class is the Shikigami Summoners, heavily focused on commanding loyal beasts in battle. The panel shows Eijia's mascot is sitting at level 15, while she highlights that these summons are basically born glued to their owner. With a friendly little smile, the blue-haired veteran crosses her arms and asks if the student has any questions so far. Giving her a super sarcastic look, Itsuki notices the level gap and asks if the supposed veteran isn't a little too weak. That question shoots her ego right in the chest, making her fake a hurt cuff because of the kid's aggressive honesty. Fixing her posture to hide the embarrassment, she explains that summons steal experience and always end up out, leveling the master. With a threatening glare, Itsuki figures that in a fight against that kind of class, it'd be way easier to just focus on taking out the monster's owner directly. Catching that lethal aura leaking out again, the teacher freezes from head to toe and wonders what the heck is wrong with this kid's brain. Cutting the heavy vibe, the MC reminds the woman she's only explained 2 categories so far and asks for the rest of the lesson. Getting her act together, the assistant explains the third class is the most mysterious of all and has the least info available in the guild. Looking the student dead in the eye, she reveals that this top secret role is exactly what the Order Breaker is. Eijiha breaks it down. The mystery exists because every warrior in this class is born with entirely unique skills, just like his lotus flower. As a real-world example, she mentions there are fighters who can change their own size, spawn infinite clones, or stretch their bodies like rubber. The regular system ranks magic from beginner all the way to rank S, but Order Breakers have totally exclusive rank Z techniques. The woman shares that her dad scolded her for asking about his gift, since revealing that unique skill means losing the class's biggest advantage. However, she admits Itsuki is a total freak of nature even among the weirdos, since he's already thrown magic that should belong strictly to elementalists. The hero gets a bit uncomfortable with her sharp breakdown, feeling it's super dangerous to have someone analyzing his secrets so casually. Trying to change the subject fast, he interrupts the woman and asks about the 4th and final class that hasn't been mentioned yet. Flashing a teasing smile, the veteran says that's his punishment and she'll only spill the beans when he actually bumps into one in real life. Not really caring about the mystery, the young guy just shrugs it off. Then Eijiha reassures him about the injured guy and asks what the next move is. The kid plans to farm the dungeon a few more times, but the teacher totally roasts him, letting him know the portals have a 2-day cooldown timer. The rookie is surprised by the time limit and instantly gets how the rich kid manages to monopolize the zone, unable to farm his shot. He decides to focus on his explosive flower. Turning his head casually, he asks the teacher if there's any stage totally packed with beasts for him to crash right now. Thinking it over for a sec, Eijiha cracks a smile and confirms there's an absolute perfect spot for that kind of endless slaughter. The place is a field swarming with at least 100 giant locusts. The level is super low, but the ridiculous numbers make hunters run away in terror. The hero doesn't even blink and declares he's heading there. The teacher tries to warn him about lacking area of effect attacks, but he just ignores her and walks straight to the portal. The woman screams frantically, asking if he's seriously gonna push his luck with this madness, while the kid replies that he's got it all under control. The hunters around them gossip, completely stunned by the guy's audacity to waltz into the insect desert completely unguarded like that. Meanwhile, the crowd decides to bounce as fast as possible, terrified the rich guy might show up any second to get payback for his bouncer's beatdown. Cutting to the fancy VIP office, the preppy guy listens to his goons confirm the target already cleared the arena and vanished into thin air. The guards mutter that it's insane the intruder swept the stone zone in half an hour, leaving the boss fuming with pure rage. Feeling his massive ego getting crushed, the purple-haired suit completely loses it over being treated like a total joke on his own turf. Refusing to take the L, he orders the henchman to call in the hound to sniff out the magic traces the kid left behind. With a look straight out of a horror movie, Reiji demands they bring the rookie in alive, so he can personally turn his life into a living hell. Far away in a dark alley, the huge guy who took the piercing shot coughs up a mess, and is super thankful he had a escape skill to avoid checking out in the hall. Leaning against the grimy wall, he swears he's safe now and bitterly regrets taking that assassination gig in the first place. The big guy's relief is short-lived when the colossal head of a shadow wolf pops out of nowhere, baring its teeth right at him. The monstrous beast chomps down on the guy's entire body without an ounce of pity, pulling a desperate scream of pure agony. Pinned between the creature's teeth, the injured guy tries to mumble something while a mystery man tells the dog to take it easy on the bite force. Shaking between those razor-sharp fangs, the crushed giant just wants to know how the heck they managed to track him to that dump. The guy in the trench coat strolls up calmly and explains his canine buddy has a sense of smell way better than normal. The hunter known as Charles flexes about his own pet and mentions the scent of doom coming off the runaway, gave up his spot instantly. Completely overwhelmed by panic, the battered henchman begs for his life, crying tears and sweat. With a cynical smirk, Charles says the boss would flip if he let him off the hook. Plus the beast is absolutely dying to taste some human flesh. His eyes glow a sadistic red as he calls at the end of the line and gives the mascot the green light to chow down on dinner. Happily obeying its master, the monster snaps its giant jaws shut in a brutal and permanent crunch. The system pops up that the demon dog hit level 16 by devouring the prey, leaving the owner pretty stoked about the bonus XP. Just then, Charles's phone rings in his pocket, and he picks up telling base camp he already took out the trash in the back alley. The person on the line spills the tea about the defeat, and Charles is shocked a tough guy, like the giant took a fatal hit to a weak spot. Hyped about the level of their next target, the suit calls his dark beast over and announces they've got fresh prey on the radar. Far from that bloodbath, the scene shifts to an endless field of golden wheat, where Itsuki gears up for the new challenge. Staring at that never-ending weeds, Itsuki can barely believe there are actually that many locusts hiding in there. The assistant explains monsters always reshape the terrain when they invade, so learning to read the room is key to finding their weak spot. Walking on the soft sand, the kid notices the abandoned portal doesn't even have a front desk to check people in. The teacher confirms the zone is so brutal the guild is already planning to shut it down. Finding it weird the student came to such a low-level spot. Keeping a straight face, she warns that in most dungeons you can just turn around and sprint away if things get too spicy. But in that hellish brush, a single second of slipping up means getting swallowed alive by a black cloud of bugs. She tries to scare him, saying the bugs will strip a hunter's flesh until there's nothing but dry bones left in the dirt. Instead of freaking out, the hero cracks a sadistic little smile, celebrating the buffet of targets and leaving the woman terrified of his bizarre death wish. Chill as always, he promises he's definitely not down to become weird bug food, and that he knows exactly what he's doing. The young guy steps into the glowing portal while Ajo watches from a distance, guessing that crazy confidence might just be enough to keep him breathing. To clear her conscience, she figures the kid walked in there by choice, so whatever tragedy happens inside is strictly a problem. But reality hits like a truck when she remembers one massive detail: the bugs respawn infinitely until the boss of the zone is wiped out. Knowing her pupil could run out of juice against the endless horde, the woman groans that she'll have to go inside just to warn him about the trap. Just as she turns to go after him, she runs face first into the demon dog drooling at the portal's entrance. The trench coat hunter cracks a creepy smile and announces in a dark tone that he's looking for a certain nosy kid. Already inside the enemy field, the MC strolls through the tall grass, noticing the mess the monster's made of the plants. Sparking a little energy in his hand, he yells for the pests to come out of hiding, making it crystal clear the exterminator is in the house. Hearing the call, the first batch of locusts leap straight at him. Itsuki realizes the bugs are super weak, which is absolute perfection for triggering his passive. The virtual window pops up showing a bunch of weird level 1 and 2 targets with their stats completely hidden. A black cloud takes off on the horizon, forming a swarm so ridiculously huge it literally blocks the sunlight hitting the arena. Staring danger right in the face, the hunter holds the glowing magic flower and cheers that this party is gonna go exactly how he planned. With a quick flick, he tosses the magic into the wind, figuring that clustered horde is gonna save him a ton of time. The tornado of giant bugs dive bombs the human, who waits cold as ice before triggering the trap to blow. With zero warning, the lotus unleashes a destructive red shockwave that sweeps the insects away with absolute overwhelming violence. A flood of notifications spams the kid's vision, confirming that every single squashed pest added 1% of extra range to his skill. Standing amidst the burning ashes, he just watches the panel go crazy with the ridiculous amount of simultaneous takedowns. Reading the fine print, the system locks in a 110% bonus from a single strike, stretching the blast zone to over 10 meters. Happy with the field test, the young guy calculates that burning just 10% of his energy is more than enough to melt these bugs. Checking his nearly full magic bar, he figures 10 more shots like that will hit a 1000% bonus, only bummed out about the cooldown timer. However, Itsuki looks at the wreckage totally confused and notices the system hasn't cleared the challenge, guessing the worst about the real rules of this place. The smart system quickly picks up on a new skill in the area and starts analyzing the mystery power. Itsuki turns his head surprised, noticing there are still monsters crawling around in the middle of that battlefield. A brand new swarm of freaky locusts erupts from the dry dirt, boxing the warrior in from every single angle. Slicing through the pests, he figures this annoying skill must belong to the big boss he thought wasn't even there. The major issue right now is the MC has absolutely no clue where the coward is hiding in that massive crowd. Wasting no time, he summons his fire magic, announcing he's gonna roast the whole army until the leader decides to show up. A violent explosion sweeps the brush without mercy, trashing the bugs and infinitely buffing the skill's range. With that, the virtual panel goes totally nuts, confirming the expansion bonus just blew past 200%. Checking the data as the technique levels up, he celebrates that the destructive impact now covers a solid 16 meters. Even after sending over 200 bugs down the drain, the kid thinks it's super weird the main creature is still a no-show. Suddenly, right in the middle of the burning ashes, a bunch of gross eggs crack open, unleashing even more bugs into the dark arena. The system gives a heads up that the defensive scan is still running while the hungry swarm literally never stops growing. Checking his own energy bar, the hunter calculates he's only got enough juice left for 4 more blasts. Fueled by burning rage, he readies the next attack, swearing he's not giving this cursed horde an inch of breathing room. A colossal flaming lotus lights up the dark stage, ready to incinerate anything that dares cross its path. The brutal impact swallows the front line of pests, racking up even more extra range for the protagonist. Showing absolutely zero pity, the hero chains together an insane combo of 7 violent detonations, lighting up the dirt floor. Panning heavily, he notices the bonus is almost at 1000%, but his magic tank is running on empty. Surrounded once again by the gross bug cloud, Itsuki curses this ridiculous invasion that just won't quit. With no sign of the leader, the hunter weighs the option that running away and coming back with the finished copy might be the safer play. But that chill attitude vanishes fast, replaced by the hard truth that backing down now is a total scrub move. With absolute fire in his eyes, the warrior charges up his last spark of power, promising to gun down every beast in this dump. The energy blast sweeps the dark arena, causing an insane heat wave that melts everything breathing nearby. Practically collapsing from exhaustion, the kid sighs in relief after dropping all his fury on the trash mobs. Total outrage kicks in when he sees the sea of freaks is still completely intact and rushing straight for him. Taking a closer look, Itsuki notices these new beasts are all level 1 and super tiny, basically fresh out the oven. The reality hits him instantly. The Golden Queen's true power is just endlessly spamming babies like a total coward. Figuring out the enemy's playbook, the young guy knows his grind will be completely useless if he doesn't cut the problem off at the root. Right at peak panic mode, the system's glowing orb dings, letting him know the target absorption just hit 100%. The relief floods back with the new magic tracking skill, which refuels the hunter's energy for every single monster it detects. Flashing a sharp grin, the hero realizes this new passive was basically a gift from above to fix the infinite horde glitch. But remembering the teacher is still waiting outside, he cuts the nonsense to wrap this mission up for good. Firing up the freshly acquired magic radar, the kid tells the skill to hunt down the boss's signature out in the field. An invisible pulse sweeps the whole dead zone, mapping out the exact spot of every single creature hiding in the mess. Following the radar's ping, he finally locks eyes on the creepy queen bee, just chilling far away from the frontline chaos. The hunter's focused glare shows huge satisfaction for finally spotting that runaway pest in the middle of the garbage. Keeping his usual ice, cold vibe, the rookie points his fingers at the target like he's holding a lethal weapon. The queen tries to use her own spawn as a meat shield, but the human warns her that cheap trick isn't gonna cut it. Tearing through the air, the destructive sphere is packed with the massive bonus stacked up from all those earlier explosions. The dark magic crosses the arena, tearing up the pavement over a totally ridiculous distance, heading straight for the cowardly bug. Unable to react in time, the bug barrier gets absolutely shredded right along with the main target's golden body. The critical hit sets off a brutal electric blast inside the beast, vaporizing the queen and solving the problem on the spot. Satisfied with the lethal accuracy of his own attack, the MC calls checkmate, laughing at how weak the enemy really was. Instantly, the horde completely loses its mind over the commander's death, forcing the pests to turn on each other in a wild frenzy. Turning his back on the gross chaos, Itsuki walks away casually, watching nature's messy cleanup crew do its thing. Summoning the lotus fire one last time, the young guy tells the leftover trash that he's sending them all straight to hell. The virtual panel spits out absurd numbers, confirming the user's magic range got totally broken by the brutal farming session. Hyped about the easy hunt, the warrior is already scheming to sweep that arena again, to push his limits even further. Stepping out of the glowing dungeon portal, he checks the clock, seeing it took 17 minutes, and guesses the teacher probably flipped out. Strolling toward the exit, the kid thinks it's cute remembering the caring woman who tries way too hard to act tough. Flashing a massive smile, the hero announces out loud that he made it back in one piece and apologizes if he gave her a scare. Suddenly, the hype vanishes, replaced by a bone, chilling hatred as his eyes go wide with deadly shock. Some random hunter is holding Aja by the throat, practically choked out, guessing the rookie is his boss's actual target. The sadistic villain brags about beating up the teacher, complaining he got annoyed because she wouldn't spill a single secret about the kid. Taken over by a super intimidating dark energy, Itsuki demands that piece of trash drop the woman right now, or he'll drown him in red. Totally blinded by his own ego, the crazy hat guy laughs off the threat, assuming the kid is just a basic level 0. Triggering a terrifying burst of pure electricity, the hunter vanishes in a blue flash, closing the gap instantly. Sweating bullets at the hyper-fast ambush, the villain panics and summons his mascot, swearing the nosy kid is dead meat. A giant shadow dog leaps in to protect its owner, while the system immediately mirrors the dark beast's stats. Sliding away from the creature's lethal claws, the kid connects the dots and figures out the rich coward's summoner class. The trenchcoat guy sizes up his rival's smooth moves, easily understanding how the old bouncer got left in the dust. Squeezing Aja's throat even tighter, the scumbag rubs it in the kid's face that he holds all the cards with a hostage. Trying to push the wolf's face away with his bare hands, the hero screams in panic watching his friend get choked. The monstrous beast shoves its dark jaws against the human's chest, desperate to taste fresh meat no matter what. Laughing at the useless struggle, the pet owner warns that bite crushes solid bone and promises to rip the kid's arm clean off. A second later, the mobster's smirk turns into a comical mask of pure shock when he sees the enemy's brutal counterattack. Itsuki doesn't back down an inch, charging his piercing magic and smashing the dog's snout straight into the concrete. The Shikigami's skull caves to the concentrated magic pressure, pulling off a clean, silent execution with the lethal tech. With the monster eating dirt, the rookie figures that useless rich guy's class is total garbage without his fancy pet. Staring down his prey, the warrior is weirded out by the hat guy's annoying calmness, acting like he couldn't care less that his dog just dropped. Black smoke rises from the remains as the veteran explains his beast skill allows for a ridiculously fast respawn. The starving creature materializes perfectly fine right behind the kid, and the owner is already trash-talking, telling the monster to end the game. Right before the jaws clamp down, the magic radar flashes red, pinging the armored threat right on his tail. Using the invisible heads up, Itsuki lands a lethal backward elbow, shattering the dog's brand new ambush. Focused on keeping the element of surprise against the sadistic villain, the kid plans to hold off on showing his glowing lotus. Feeling the heat, the mobster realizes the kid's strength completely outclasses his summon and knows he can't set up any traps. Choking the teacher even harder, he warns that her life ends right here, right now, if the kid tries to pull anything else. Locked in on flipping the script, the MC decides he needs to finish the skill copy without exposing his blue lotus. The system screen flashes hitting 100% and confirms he just bagged the level 2 Shikigami, devouring skill. Reading the floating panels, the hero finds out he can hide the flower, but it cancels his auto heal and only tosses him 20 stat points. Catching the system's penalty, he realizes that skipping the lotus phase comes with a heavy toll on his body. Meanwhile, the shadow monster lunges in drooling again, but the kid stays cool since he already refueled his energy on the floor below. With electricity surging from his hands, Itsuki checks the new skill and confirms he can now literally just steal anyone's pet. Radiating a crushing aura, he dashes like a lightning bolt, announcing he's confiscating the dog for good. Giving zero chance to defend, the rookie grabs the beast's face with a strike packed full of raw energy. Riding the momentum, he follows up with a brutal kick that sends the creature flying across the street. The crash lands the beaten dog right next to its owner, who curses his own mascot for being useless and wasting so much XP. Completely losing it, the scumbag threatens to snap Aja's neck if the intruder takes even one more step. Even beat up and spitting red, the woman quietly tells her student not to stress about her safety. Faking a surrender, the hero slowly raises his hands and asks the coward not to hurt the hostage. Tasting victory, the suit mocks the kid, saying the woman wouldn't be suffering if he just played nice from the start. Keeping his clueless act going, Itsuki asks what's the deal with this whole massive manhunt. Catching onto the info, gathering trick, the mobster decides to spill the beans, figuring the kid won't live to tell the tale anyway. He reveals that crashing Sector 4 seriously ticked off boss Reiji, and proudly introduces himself as Charles. The MC recognizes the preppy guy's name and decides it's time for a little one-on-one chat with him. Laughing at the sheer nerve, the villain declares that'll happen soon enough, and orders the dog to tear the kid's legs off right now. Immediately, Itsuki's eyes light up and he orders the beast to prove it's worthy of being his brand new mascot. The shadow wolf does a total 180 and starts growling furiously, staring down its own former master. In an absurd flash of lightning, the rookie vanishes and snatches Aja from the attacker's grip in the blink of an eye. The rich guy lets out a scream of pure agony as he takes the hit, completely lost on why his own pet just backstabbed him. With the teacher finally safe, the hero praises the good boy, who now rocks the lotus mark right on its forehead. Overflowing with raw magic, he promises to pay back every ounce of pain his partner went through times 100. Tossed on the asphalt and shaking with fear, the lackey begs for mercy, dumping all the blame for the orders on his preppy boss. Desperate, he pitches a team up to lure the Mogul into a trap, an idea the warrior actually thinks is pretty solid. Convinced he totally fooled the kid, the fake ally flashes a creepy smile, thinking he found an opening to turn the tables. In a cowardly sneak attack, Charles whips out a hidden crossbow and fires a magic arrow, telling the kid to drop dead. Without even blinking at the failed shot, the hero coldly states he's more than capable of handling the main suit all by himself. With deadly calm, he turns his back and orders the dog to make its old master feel exactly what the teacher felt. The mobster goes into full-blown panic mode, crying and swearing the shot was an accident while begging for one last chance. Ignoring the waterworks, the giant wolf lunges with everything it's got right at the hat guy. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the coward tries to remind the monster who fed it, demanding it obey. But the beast's colossal jaws snap shut in a fatal crunch, showing zero pity for its former owner. Carrying Ajahar in his arms, the MC stares at the wheat field and announces he already spotted a spy tailing him since the dungeon. With a super hostile tone, Itsuki demands the snooper come out of hiding right now. A blonde kid in a hood pops up from the weeds with his hands in the air, laughing nervously about getting caught red-handed. Suspicious, the rookie instantly asks if the new guy rolls with the same gang of rich snobs from earlier. Waving his hands frantically, the blonde sweats bullets, promising he's not an enemy, and just asking for a minute of his time. Out of patience for nonsense, Itsuki ignores the guy and tells his new mascot to follow him as soon as it's done eating the trash. Watching the monster devour the mobster in the background, the hooded guy figures this bizarre warrior is the answer to all his prayers. Chasing after the hero, the kid introduces himself as Tenma and claims he knows it was him who flattened the meathead bouncer earlier. Trying to buy the rookie's help, the guy offers cash, evolution stones, or even an entire arsenal of weapons. Since the hero just keeps walking in silence, the blonde gets confused, wondering why his own dad's advice isn't working in the real world. A flashback of the old blacksmith forging steel pops into his head, teaching him that a reward only matters if it has real value to the person getting it. The wise man explained the best negotiating tactic is handing a weapon to someone looking for revenge, and medicine to someone who's hurt. Snapping his fingers instantly, Tenma smiles, relieved he finally cracked the code on how to win over this stubborn warrior. He drops the reality check that the nearest hospital is 18 miles away, and at this walking pace, the injured teacher won't make it. Pulling a glowing green fabric out of his pocket, the kid flexes that he's carrying the absolute perfect healing item for this emergency. Bursting with confidence, he guarantees he can save the woman's life without breaking a sweat. Offering exactly what the MC needs, Itsuki stops in his tracks and asks if that's actually true. Being totally upfront, Tenma admits he can't fully heal her right there on the street, but promises she definitely won't pass away. Wrapping the green bandage over the teacher's clothes, he explains it's a super rare magic item crafted from ancient tree bark. Confused by the weird lingo, the hero asks what the heck this tool is, getting a laugh out of the blonde. Realizing his partner is a total newbie, Tenma breaks it down that normal firearms are completely useless against monster hide. Because of that, blacksmiths use beast remains to forge magic weapons, splitting their rarity into 4 power tiers. The normal tier is just a basic weapon, sturdy enough to scratch the enemy's thick skin. Rare tier tools boost stats, while epic tier 1s grant broken effects like strength stealing. Finally, the unique tier is the craziest of all, dropping massive bonuses and exclusive skills like infinite magic for the user. The kid points out that the creators of these items can't even fight, but are treated like absolute legends for supplying humanity's firepower. Itsuki connects the dots and guesses the blonde's dad's job, who then brags that there are only 10 forgers of unique gear in the entire world. Swelling with pride, he reveals that 3 of those legendary relics were crafted by his own old man. Striking a ridiculous victory pose, Tenma shouts that his dad is known as the king of blacksmiths across the entire northern continent. Turning his back on the ego trip, the protagonist starts walking again, leaving the kid complaining to the wind. While the blonde cries about respect, the hero checks out the small metal crossbow he swiped off the mobster's body. Reading the system panel, he finds out the weapon converts magic energy into its own ammo, meaning he doesn't need to lug around arrows. The nosy kid walks up confirming it's a super handy rare tier gear for long, dragged out fights. Plus, the weapon can be absorbed into the owner's body, and the rookie tests it out, storing the crossbow with a pixelated glow in his hand, stoked about how practical it is. Atsuki says thanks for healing the teacher and promises to return the favor the second he takes out the obnoxious rich kid. Shocked by the cold-blooded confession, the blacksmith sweats bullets, realizing his new partner is seriously going to war against the sector's elite. Killing the suspense, Tenma reveals that they both share the exact same enemy. Flashing a confident grin, he pitches a tactical alliance to enter the national tournament kicking off in 2 days together. Explaining the hustle, Tenma shares that Reiji Kinoshita has been farming arenas non-stop to secure a spot in the main event. Since the Moggle's older brother is already a big shot warrior, missing the top 10 would totally trash the wealthy family's reputation. Intrigued by the sudden pitch, the MC wants to know why the kid wants to team up with him specifically. Leaning on his gut feeling, the partner promises they'll pass together, but Itsuki notes he's younger and questions the rush this year. Standing his ground, Tenma decides to lay his cards on the table and explain the real reason behind all this urgency. Since he was little, he watched his dad forge magic gear and always idolized those glowing works of art. His ultimate dream was always to use his family's weapons to slice up disaster beasts on the front lines. When he finally awakened his powers a month ago, the kid begged for a weapon, but the old man shot him down, saying he was way too weak. Pressured by his son's stubbornness, the blacksmith laid down an ultimatum. He'd only hand over a piece of gear if the kid passed this year's qualifiers. It's exactly because of this tough bet that the young guy is so desperate to win the competition no matter what. Being super practical, Atsuki guesses a ton of strong people would line up to help the heir, but the partner sighs, saying his old man saw that coming. To stop any cheating, the main rule demands he win on his own merits, without riding on his dad's fame or using stolen gear. Seeing his ally's rough spot, the hero casually mentions that this blacksmith sounds like a pretty harsh dude. Making things worse, the arrogant Mogul literally bought out almost all the strong hunters for the event, leaving only the lone wolves behind. Desperate for a squad, Tenma admits he tracked the protagonist down after hearing rumors about a rookie smashing insane records in the arena. Without thinking twice, Itsuki agrees to the team up, but warns that the absolute priority right now is getting the teacher to an emergency room. Hyped about the partnership, the blonde starts brainstorming ridiculous team names, mashing everyone's names together in the weirdest ways. Carrying the injured woman, the MC ignores the terrible ideas and decides on the spot that their team name is going to be way simpler. Cutting to somewhere far away, a guy with glasses and spiky hair sneezes super hard out of nowhere during practice. A pink-haired girl asks if he caught a cold, but the guy confidently guesses their old buddy must be talking about them. The mood shifts when Seo mentions it's been a hot minute since the school incident and admits she's pretty worried about the MC. Seeing an opening, the friend teases the girl, asking why she didn't go visit the hero right after the colossal beast got taken down. Totally flustered by the hint, the girl summons her water magic and blasts a violent stream right at her annoying buddy. Barely dodging the sudden ambush, the guy complains about the cheap shot mid-conversation, but she claps back saying he dropped his guard. The messing around stops the second the buff instructor shows up barking orders, reminding them the national competition is the day after tomorrow. Hyped for the challenge, the glasses kid cheers about the chance to finally throw hands with other officially awakened hunters. Checking his electric stats on the system, he admits he's super curious to check out the continent's famous Sector 4 for the very first time. Far from that friendly vibe, a fancy briefcase packed with magic stones clicks open in a dark, tense office. Annoyed by the delay, the Mogul Reiji notices his pet lackey is MIA and grills his goons about any hiccups. Consumed by rage, the villain absorbs the magic gem's XP, while stating the tournament is top priority so his dad doesn't punish him. Reporting the game plan, the suit lackey reveals they managed to bribe 800 heavy, hitting hunters to rig the event's results. Flashing a sinister smirk, the rich kid crushes another magic stone, and praises the employee for being the only competent guy in the crew. Thirsty for more raw power, he drains the energy from the last gem in stock, entirely focused on crushing any peasant who dares cross his path. A storm of purple lightning wraps around the villain, who celebrates hitting level 12, thinking that's more than enough. Meanwhile, the protagonist waits patiently outside a hospital after leaving his injured partner in the hands of the medical staff. With a heavy look, the kid gives a sincere apology to his own master for dropping the ball on protecting the teacher during the ambush. Seeing his students' anger, the Supreme Commander suggests fixing the issue with their own hands and wiping the cocky playboy off the map. Super directly, Itsuki turns down the veteran's help and asks to handle this personal vendetta entirely on his own. The master respects the call without arguing, but demands a full debrief on the brutal incident as soon as everything is settled. Shaking with shock, the rookie blacksmith finally realizes the northern leader is his ally's mentor and kicks himself for not asking for an autograph. Back inside the hospital room, the blonde tells the bandage teacher all about the alliance they just formed for the qualifiers. Flexing her glowing mascot, the woman promises she's almost back to 100% thanks to the rare magic item the kid used on her. Recognizing the elite bandage, the commander turns to the blonde kid and instantly guesses he can only be a direct heir of the legendary Aiden. Amazed by the veteran's knowledge, Temma realizes he needs to strike an imposing pose to live up to the heavy weight of his family's name. Overflowing with way too much confidence, the kid strikes a hero pose and totally fumbles his words, yelling at the master that he's Aiden's dad. An awkward silence fills the room until Itsuki ruins the mood, pointing out his partner just flipped his family tree upside down. Dying of embarrassment from flopping in front of a legend, the blonde face palms and pathetically corrects himself. Cuffing to play it cool, the veteran gives a massive thanks for saving his daughter and promises to officially visit the king of blacksmiths. Changing the subject, the commander tells the duo to scram and prep for the tournament, promising he'll be watching the whole thing from the stands. Getting his mojo back, Temma thumps his chest and swears they're gonna steamroll the competition and pass without breaking a sweat. As soon as the boys leave, the teacher mentions how surprised she is that her dad warmed up to the obnoxious blonde so fast. With a heavy stare, the master reveals the blonde partner has childhood trauma that makes him act super suicidal in battle. However, that self-destructive instinct takes a massive nosedive when the kid finds someone vulnerable on the battlefield who needs his protection. That's the exact reason the veteran assigned his own daughter to play teacher and babysitter for the rookie hero. Processing the intel, she finally gets that her real job was to be an emotional anchor to keep the student in check. The chat gets serious when the dad reveals the colossal beast attack at the school wasn't random, but a completely orchestrated hit. Staring into the cold night out the window, the man sighs that the number of traders siding with the monsters is growing at a scary rate. Even facing an apocalyptic nightmare scenario, the veteran guarantees his new pupil has the potential to rewrite the rules of the game. He firmly believes the fearless young guy is going to rise from the chaos and become humanity's true beacon of hope. The next day, a massive, state-of-the-art arena welcomes thousands of warriors for the northern sector's most hyped event. Staring at the loud crowd, the MC is shocked that the player count just randomly jumped to almost 5,000. His blonde partner explains the Supreme Commander's presence pulled in a lot of tourists, but promises most of them are just dead weight. Lost in the mob, the old school friends notice a huge chunk of the hunters are rocking red ribbons tied to their arms. Cutting through the noise, the tournament announcer takes the main stage, demanding everyone's attention to go over the qualifier rules. A giant holographic map pops up, showing the battlefield is split between a massive outer zone and a central base. The first trial is a brutal survival race, where only the first 500 to hit the center move on to the next phase. The glasses kid is amazed by the bracelet tech, while the girl thinks it's savage to cut thousands of people right out the gate. Checking out the area, Temma points at the arrogant playboy in the crowd and reminds everyone that teaming up is totally allowed. Surrounded by his red ribbon mercenaries, the mogul gives the cowardly order for his squad to stall anyone who tries to pass him. Catching on to the dirty bribe scheme, the blonde cooks up a plan to rush the center and ambush the villain when his guard is down. But the partner looks like a total idiot when he realizes his new ally just literally vanished into thin air mid-explanation. With zero patience for games, Itsuki pops up dead center in the enemy huddle, putting the mercs on high alert since he's not wearing a ribbon. With a shout that rings through the giant dome, the announcer officially kicks off the carnage, hyping up the new generation's turnout. Even though the massive crowd is good news, the host sighs, knowing full well that quantity never equals actual firepower. A shadowy hunter focused on the arena catches management's eye, bringing back memories of the good old days when rookies actually passed level 15. The Jumbotron flexes the insane records of famous warriors who already made history in those very same arenas. Scanning the crowd, one of the inspectors mentions the event desperately needs a rookie genius so it doesn't get totally boring. Master Izumi shuts down the hype, warning that talents on that level are ridiculously rare to just pop up out of nowhere. Curious, his buddy asks about the rumor of a northern student crushing a giant skeleton right after awakening. Confirming the story, the veteran just gives a vague nod while trying to picture the absolute monster who actually pulled that off. Hyped by the confirmation, the inspector guesses this mystery prodigy must have some totally broken talent. Locked in on finding the student in the mob, he starts sizing up the arena players one by one. Checking out an armored kid, he quickly decides that class's basic powers don't match the rumor's profile at all. Next, he scans Seo and crosses her off since she's a support mage totally focused on water magic. His final bet lands on a swordswoman who's already hit an impressive level 16 fighting with wood magic. Izumi stays dead silent, leaving his coworker confused since that strong warrior wasn't the right answer either. Changing the subject, The partner spots a level 0 in the arena and jokes that amateurs like that always quit crying. Down below, the mercenary gang circles Itsuki, mocking a clueless rookie for even having the guts to step in there. Keeping his ice-cold calm, the hero just raises his arm and summons the little metal crossbow he swiped earlier. Instantly recognizing his own lackey's weapon, the Mogul Reiji gulps hard and demands to know who the intruder is. Putting the pieces together, the playboy figures out that trash level 0 is the trespasser and guesses someone paid to mess with him. Blinded by his own ego, he orders his mercs to crush the kid once and for all. The MC's body overflows with pure electricity as he coldly announces he doesn't have time to waste on losers. In the blink of an eye, the young guy vanishes, leaving a trail of light and blowing past the defense line without breaking a sweat. The armored goons try to scare the target, flexing their high levels and demanding he beg for his life. Watching from afar, Tenma totally panics, doing the math and realizing surviving against 4 elite vets is straight up impossible. Desperate to bail his ally out, the blacksmith decides to dig into his bag and pull out one of his forbidden magic items. Ignoring the goons, Itsuki stops right in front of the Mogul, who laughs off the supposed threat as just a useless nobody. With a deep, dark voice, the warrior orders the preppy kid to get out of his way immediately. Finding that insane nerve hilarious, the villain bursts out laughing like it's the best joke he's ever heard. Up top, the inspector gives props to the kid's guts and thinks about stepping in if things get out of hand and turn lethal. Charging up a heavy hit, the playboy lunges, promising to crack the nosy kid's skull open, just to see what's inside. The intruder counters with a lethal straight punch right to the rich kid's face, delivering a violent impact that shatters the air. Sprawled in a puddle of his own red mess, the leader cries in agony while the rookie repeats the order for him to move. The brutal scene leaves the evaluator completely shocked that a beginner just humiliated a much higher level target. The mercenaries freak out seeing their boss drop, but try to convince themselves the rookie just got a lucky shot. Stepping up, one of the goons casts his rank B magic and swears he's gonna turn the cocky kid into ash. The blacksmith Tenma sweats bullets, realizing the enemy's attack speed won't give him enough time to use any defensive relics. A lethal blast of fire swallows the field, while the shooter makes excuses that accidental casualties are totally normal in the qualifiers. However, the other thugs spot a super weird anomaly happening right in the dead center of that blazing inferno. A colossal wall of black ice pops up out of nowhere, completely stopping the destructive impact of the killer flames. Tenma breathes a sigh of relief and cheers for his ally's crazy durability for actually blocking a massive AoE strike. Staring down his prey through the frozen reflection, the MC demands once again that this trash gets out of his face for good. The system panel pings, confirming the user's defense went up 10% for blocking the enemy's fire attack. Checking the math, Itsuki spots the 3-point boost and decides to test if the passive stacks by taking the exact same hit again. The shooter is furious his attack didn't even leave a scratch and asks how a water mage is using pure ice manipulation. Pointing his finger, the kid dares the attacker to throw the exact same spell again, promising he won't put up any blocks this time. Feeling his pride take a hit, the mercenary jumps at the chance and tells the rookie not to cry when he breaks that promise. Overcharging all his power, the villain fires off his absolute strongest skill, aiming straight for a lethal hit. Absorbing the flames across his body, the hero coldly analyzes that the force went up, but the base element is exactly the same. Panning heavily, the mercenary mocks his opponent for actually taking a magic attack with massive destructive power seriously. He thinks to himself that he just drained his own energy to launch that ultimate attack. Bummed he wasted so much juice on a basic rookie. But the villain's smug smirk instantly vanishes, replaced by an absolute, paralyzing shock. Standing completely intact in the middle of the fire, Itsuki concludes the extra defense buff doesn't trigger twice in a row against the exact same spell. Satisfied with the data he just gathered, he lets the opponents know the practical testing phase is officially over. The team's heavy hitter refuses to believe the target is that tough and swears he found the real weak spot in that defense. Taking the front line, the oversized enemy unleashes an absolutely relentless barrage of fireballs straight at the quiet rookie. The MC throws up his ice wall, questioning the tactical genius of trying to win a fight using nothing but spam. The concentrated impact of the spells triggers a chain of deafening explosions that rock the battlefield's foundation. Laughing like a total maniac, the mythid figures a rookie's magic tank will run dry fast if forced to keep defending. But the villain swallows his own words when he realizes the young guy closed the gap in a single, totally invisible jump. Catching the enemy's punch with his frozen arm, the hero grumbles in disappointment that the system passive only popped once. Trying to break the block, the big guy wins up his other hand, bragging that their team's brute force is unbeatable. With his eye glowing a deadly blue, Itsuki coldly asks if that was seriously all he brought to the fight. Exploiting the sloppy opening, the rookie shatters the enemy's morale, burying his face into the dirt with a devastating slam. The system panel rings up a massive 33-point gain, helping the warrior fully understand the bonus math. Terrified by the beatdown, the two electric mercenaries try to make a run for it, but the hero appreciates the chance to buff his aura. With his eyes locked onto his prey, he darkly announces that not a single one of those rats is walking out of this arena. A lightning serpent tears through the sky, striking the runners, while one tries to fight back, swearing identical spells don't get cancelled out. Up in the stands, the inspector sweats bullets watching how the rookie is systematically breaking experienced hunters like it's nothing. Surrounded by knocked out bodies and covered in static, the mystery of the kid's true strength leaves the crowd absolutely speechless. Analyzing his new magic absorption, Itsuki figures out the rule capping repeat bonuses applies to every single element. Walking through the wreckage, Tenma comes over and notices the entire elite mercenary squad is out cold on the pavement. The blacksmith cracks a smile, admitting he expected a tough fight, but quickly hypes up the absolute monster his friend has become. All around them, the other competitors stutter in panic, accusing the hero of faking his stats to hide some broken, overpowered skill. Shoving his hands in his pockets, the MC just turns his head, ready to tell the background extras to mind their own business. Stepping in front, Tenma strikes a flashy pose and introduces the squad as the future strongest duo in the entire North. Having zero patience for the cringe, the kid grabs his partner by the collar and drags the loudmouth away to hunt down the runaway playboy. Waking up from his knockout at the absolute worst time, a downed henchman still manages to find the breath to roast the blonde's maid. Up team name. Far away, Rigi runs wrapped in purple sparks, totally convinced his squad has already erased the rookie from the tournament. While sprinting, the villain recognizes the crossbow the intruder used actually belonged to his lackey, Charles. Intrigued, Reiji figures there are very few hunters in the northern continent who could actually touch that mercenary. Right then, the kid blurs past at top speed, bragging about leaving yet another opponent in the dust with ease. A violent electric shock slams right into the mogul, making him scream in agony in the middle of the arena. Flopped on the ground, the playboy has no idea how someone managed to land a hit while he was running at max speed. Catching his balance, the rich kid stops his fall by digging his foot hard into the pavement. Covered in purple lightning, he stands up furious and warns that this is what happens when people try to get in his way. The leader demands his allies stay focused so they can save their energy for the second phase. Watching from above, the inspector comments on the ridiculous arrogance coming specifically from the Sector 4 admin's son. However, since there's no rule against playing dirty like that, she admits the guild's hands are tied. Completely blinded by his own ego, Reiji celebrates that his team's energy is completely full thanks to his mercenaries taking the fall. The Mogul spots the central base in the distance and brags about how surprisingly easy the first trial has been. Suddenly, a brutal lightning bolt rips through the sky and crashes right in front of the villain while someone shouts his last name. Shock totally takes over the playboy's face as he gets interrupted right in the middle of his big victory moment. Desperate, he asks who dared call him, until the crowd points in terror, warning that it's that level 0 rookie again. People start whispering, unable to believe a level 0 actually made it this far in the competition. Walking calmly through the rain, the kid steps up alongside his blonde ally, proving the crowd's rumors right. The playboy refuses to accept his guards lost, calculating that a freshman could never overcome that kind of numbers disadvantage. Looking for an excuse, Rigi guesses the mercenaries got paid off and mocks the intruder, asking just how far he thinks he's gonna get. With a heavy glare, Itsuki declares the villain isn't taking another step until they settle their score. Brushing off the threat, the rich kid says he's super busy and promises to find some playmates for the rookie. Instantly, he orders his brand new batch of goons to crush the boy once and for all. The army charges in confident, assuming the freshman will be an easy target for insulting their boss. Frantically counting the enemies, Tenma realizes there are over 100 people there and panics, asking what they're supposed to do. Without losing his cool, the protagonist just grabs his buddy's hood and tells him to focus on the front line. With a violent heave, the kid launches his blonde partner straight into the army of henchmen. The Mogul watches the scene feeling cocky, thinking his team's numbers advantage already locked in the win. But Itsuki triggers his electric power and vanishes in a flash, completely overtaking his friend, who's still flying through the air. Raiji's blood runs cold when he spots the intruder appearing out of thin air right in his face, catching everyone totally off guard. Landing smoothly, the hero notes his last order wasn't clear enough and decides to fix the mistake personally. With a threatening tone, the rookie warns again that the playboy isn't running anywhere until their fight is over. Meanwhile, the system announces the 4th and 5th place runners hitting the center zone, complaining about the mercs blocking the way. The glasses hunter grumbles, bummed out because he thought he'd be one of the fastest, only to find out people beat him to it. The panel shows the 2nd and 3rd place already made it too, with the big guy asking if his partner is hungry. The real shocker is the first place finisher just chilling against the wall, blowing everyone's minds because she's already level 16. The pink-haired girl guesses Itsuki must be fighting solo and having a tough time, but then spots someone flying across the sky. The system logs 6th place at the exact second Tema plummets to the ground and eats serious pavement. Sprawled on the asphalt, the blonde boy lifts his head and screams his ally's name in total desperation. Hearing the shout, the old school buddies get confused, trying to figure out if they just heard their friend's name. Staring at the silhouette wrapped in lightning, the girl recognizes her old classmate's back and confirms it's really him. Completely locked onto the target, the MC repeats his promise that he's absolutely not letting him pass. Up in the VIP box, the inspector can't figure out why a freshman is so obsessed with picking a fight with the rich mogul. Master Azumi orders a subordinate to step in if things turn lethal, muttering the names of the rookie duo to himself. Intrigued by Itsuki's insane movement speed, the veteran wonders if he was even that fast back when he was younger. Feeling his ego bruised, Raiji flares up his purple aura and warns that the intruder is going to pay dearly for meddling. The mercenary army preps for the assault, while the leader swears this won't be a fight, but a total annihilation. The entire crowd rushes the isolated rookie, thirsty for blood, turning the match into a cowardly mob beatdown. Cold as ice, Itsuki focuses on his own mission, declaring that passing the phase doesn't matter nearly as much as avenging Eiji. Losing whatever sanity he had left, the playboy screams at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to execute the rookie right now. A massive barrage of mixed elements tears across the arena as the entire horde fires their magic at a single target. One of the goons charges in, wanting all the glory, and throws a rank C-fire punch straight at the hero's face. Unfazed, the warrior catches the flaming impact with his bare hand, leaving the attacker completely shocked by his raw defense. Taking advantage of the opening, the MC counters with a violent strike that sends the enemy sliding across the asphalt. The horde freezes in shock, seeing a buddy drop in one hit, but they try to keep their spirits up, trusting their sheer numbers. Welcoming the challenge, the young guy summons his black barrier, soaking up the system's defensive buffs without breaking a sweat. Sick of this useless circus, Itsuki ignites his fiery aura and announces he's wrapping up the show by triggering the Lotus Explosion. A colossal, fire-soaked shockwave erupts from the kid, blasting dozens of enemies away like they're just annoying flies. Watching the massacre from the VIP box, his old school friends are stunned by the sheer scale of their former classmates' power. The elite hunters also feel the arena shake, and the big guy jokes, asking the girl next to him if she liked the little snack. Chilling alone at the top of the rankings, the first place girl just watches the light show with a look of absolute boredom. The inspector refuses to believe that colossal mess was caused by a rookie and panics that he's totally breaking the class rules. The teacher analyzes the fight and figures out all that confidence in the desert came from that ridiculously broken Aoi attack. Calculating the damage through the smoke, the kid tweaks his power so he doesn't actually end anyone, since he's fighting humans. With his eyes glowing a cold shade, Itsuki steps out of the flames, locks onto his prey, and tells him it's just the two of them now. Shaking with terror, the Mogul can't understand how his entire army got wiped in seconds and asks why he's being hunted like this. Fury drips from the MC's voice as he throws it in the villain's face that he threw the first punch and hurt his friend for no reason. Without giving him a second to reply, the hero promises to return every drop of pain the preppy kid caused to the people he cares about. In a moment of pure panic, the playboy tries to use his noble title as a shield, claiming his family's money can buy any power. Firing off a rank B lightning cannon, the villain screams that they aren't on the same level and swears to end the nosy peasant's life. The magic system instantly recognizes the electric technique and kicks off the copy process, ticking the first % on the bar. Using his ridiculous agility, the MC smoothly dodges the fatal blast, leaving the enemy totally in the dark. Panic washes over Raiji's face as he realizes the rookie's speed makes winning under these conditions completely impossible. Crying in sheer terror, the rich kid begs for help, screaming the name of his main bodyguard who's hiding in the shadows. The brutal security guard jumps in, blatantly breaking the event rules, claiming he has to protect his boss's life, no matter what. Flaunting his old arrogance, the Mogul brags that his henchman is level 35, while Master Izumi already orders his subordinate to step in. Suddenly, the system pings, warning Itsuki that the mana radar picked up someone closing in at extreme speed. A masked figure comes flying through the air, proving the enemy backup isn't the only one crashing the party. The mystery guy lands hard, kicking up dust, but the MC is already on high alert for the threat. However, a massive dude crashes down right on top of the masked guy, pinning him to the floor and telling Itsuki to keep moving. Covered in terrifying lightning, the hero tells the playboy that his supposed lifeline isn't showing up today. Terrified, Reiji begs for mercy, cowardly using his admin dad and veteran brother as a shield. Without giving a single care about the name dropping, the rookie knocks the rich kid out cold, leaving him dumped on the wet pavement. Staring at the sprawled body, the kid sighs in relief, glad he finally finished his payback for teacher Ajiha. Up in the VIP box, the inspectors are floored by the Moggle's defeat, while the evaluator thinks the kid's stare looks super sus. Checking the system sitting at 99%, Itsuki pauses the copy process so he can save energy for the next phase. With silence taking over the wrecked arena again, a shout echoes from afar calling the MC's name. The rookie's eyes go wide instantly, recognizing the owner of that familiar voice perfectly. Turning around in the pouring rain, he comes face to face with Sayo standing there watching the whole mess. Looking totally chill, his pink-haired friend calls the hero inside so they can get out of the storm. In a sweet, casual tone, she warns him he's gonna catch a cold if he just keeps standing out there. Walking into the indoor area and securing 7th place overall, the kid listens to his classmate talk about how much she missed him. Crying absolute rivers, Temma runs over and hugs his partner, so relieved he's still in one piece after all that chaos. Annoyed by the sappy scene, the glasses guy demands to know who the blonde hugger is, leaving Temma totally confused. Getting his swagger back, the blacksmith strikes a hero pose and proudly introduces himself as Itsuki's partner. His buddy accuses the MC of betrayal, while Sayo thinks it's cute seeing the introverted warrior making new friends. The glasses guy is still salty about the duo and immediately asks what their team name is so he can roast them. Overflowing with arrogance, the blonde accepts the challenge and promises to reveal the group's secret identity. Predicting the incoming cringe, Itsuki tries to cut his partner off, telling him to knock it off with the clown act. Ignoring the warning, Temma beams with pride, revealing their duo is called Double E, the result of some serious brainstorming. The glasses friend bursts into an absurd fit of laughter, totally mocking the ridiculous name, while the blacksmith tries to defend himself. Right then, the loudspeaker interrupts the joke, announcing that all 500 qualifiers have made it to the central base. Master Izumi's voice echoes through the hall, confirming the tournament's second phase is about to kick off any second. The veteran explains the new challenge means facing the beasts completely solo for an hour, making Tenma completely freak out. Hyped for the brawl, the big guy cheers that the real fun is finally about to begin. With the tension thick in the air, the elite hunters get ready to show off what they're actually capable of in the arena. The scenery shifts, revealing the gigantic training tower, where the qualifiers will face the new challenge. Walking through the massive lobby, the crowd admires the high-tech setup built for the one-on-one battles. The blonde shakes with fear at the spooky place, while the glasses friend wonders if Itsuki is still stuck at level 0. Confused by his partner's strength, the guy asks how he levels up, but the hero dodges the question because of his master's orders. Sayo clicks her tongue impatiently, reminding the boys that unique class skills are absolute state secrets. High up in the luxury stands, the elite evaluators wait for the final prep to finish before starting the slaughter. Government bigwigs are in the house, making it a literal meetup of human combat legends. Taking charge, Commander Izumi asks for everyone's attention to run through the rules of round 2. The panel shows that beasts drop points based on how hard they are, ranging from 100 for beginners all the way up to 5,000. The veteran breaks it down: every win earns a 1-minute breather before the system forcefully cranks up the difficulty. A red-haired fighter thumps his chest, swearing he's gonna steamroll everything and hit the max level in one go. Killing the tense vibe, the MC politely raises his hand, asking if he can clear up a quick question. The other competitors whisper and mock him, thinking the rookie wants to quit because he's scared of fighting alone. Ignoring the crowd's gossip, the Supreme Master tells the freshman to speak up and ask whatever he wants. Keeping his usual chill vibe, Itsuki just asks if this so-called nightmare level is actually the highest difficulty. The commander and the big guy chuckle at the kid's swagger for asking about a tier that high up. The hot-headed redhead, though, insults the rookie, calling him trash and swearing a useless level 0 would get shredded in seconds out there. Answering the question, Izumi explains there's no theoretical cap, and the kid will find out for himself if he makes it that far. His blonde partner advises him to drop the crazy talk, since even hitting the hard class would be a miracle for them. The giant screen reminds everyone that scores carry over, deciding who's going to make the cut for the Salvation Alliance later on. Hearing the warning, the old friends and the blacksmith put their game faces on, fueled by pure determination to crush the challenge. Locked in on the all-time record, the MC swears to himself he'll need to pull his trump card to surpass the legend. Without any more delays, Master Azumi's voice orders everyone to step in their solo test zones immediately. The hero walks alone across an empty plain as the system officially declares the start of the second round. A pack of demon dogs spawns from the ground with heavy growls, and the kid celebrates the chance to finally hunt some monsters. Summoning his black ice form, the rookie figures the mutts won't drop any stats and decides to wipe the area fast. In the control room, a staff member says he wants to monitor the girl too and thinks it's weird everyone is so hyper focused on the freshman. The big guy doesn't take his eyes off the screen and hypes up the fact that the weird kid is the main event here. Glued to the big screen, the crew waits for the fight to start in the mysterious Level Zero's arena. In the blink of an eye, Itsuki shreds the entire pack with a lethal dash, bagging 100 points in a single second. Master Izumi sweats bullets, doing the math and realizing that same horde usually eats up precious minutes for normal fighters. An evaluator points out that going all out clears the room, but swears taking down the next beast like that is impossible. As the difficulty ticks up, a colossal level 8 salamander spawns roaring right in front of the kid. The tech crew comments that facing a beast that strong should cause some trouble, even if it's not a lethal threat. The suit guy apologizes for zoning in on the rookie and switches to the overview so they can track the top 10 all at once. Scanning the other feeds, the guy notices the vast majority are still struggling against the starter packs. The panel shows a few prodigies crushing the weaker monsters using brutal tactics and destructive skills. Flexing her talent, Sayo fires off her water magic, proving she can keep up a pace pretty close to the insane rookies. Suddenly, an evaluator with glasses panics, screaming that things just got super ugly for the kid. On the main screen, Itsuki's entire body gets violently swallowed by a sea of flames blasted by the beast. Izumi gets spooked, thinking fatigue messed up his dodge, but the big guy tells him to look closer at the fire. Totally unbothered inside the blazing inferno, the hero summons his black wall, coating his skin in dark ice. Taking advantage of the opening during the cheap shot, the warrior slices the monster in half with a deadly strike. The beast collapses into pieces, spilling red everywhere, while the system awards another 500 points in a ridiculous 5 seconds. The guild's control room turns into a madhouse, totally confused why such a fast kid would take a hit on purpose. Out in the arena, Itsuki tests his skills. The kid tanks the flames and celebrates the chance to buff his stats. Casually checking the system panel, the MC calculates the boost and realizes his defense just spiked hard. Not wanting to waste any time, he skips the breather and tells himself he's going to test his new durability on the next beast. Up in the stands, the subordinate mentions this difficulty setting measures the arena player's speed and reflexes. The next challenge spawns as an electric rhino. The beast attacks using a deadly combo of a horn charge and destructive lightning. If a hunter gets hit by this move, their body gets easily skewered unless they have enough defense to hold the line. On top of all that, the target gets instantly paralyzed if they don't have a natural resistance to the beast's electricity. The guild staffer explains to Izumi that the trick here is to dodge fast and only attack when the monster is completely gassed out. But the guy's eyes go wide in absolute shock, trying to process what crazy stunt the freshman is about to pull down there. Instead of running, the MC just stands his ground, staring the colossal rhino down face to face without even blinking. Banging his fists together to prep for the impact, the kid figures that horn is the perfect test dummy for his resistance. Furious at the human's audacity, the wild creature takes a deep breath and funnels its entire lethal electric charge into its body. Without warning, the beast charges like a raging bulldozer, tearing up the arena to flatten the cocky prey. Itsuki gets dragged backward by the violent crash, but catches the monster's sharp horn with his own bare hands. Watching the scene from the VIP box, Professor Agia totally loses it over the extreme danger her student is in. Commander Izumi watches the screen, fascinated, deciding the young rookie only makes moves that are impossible to predict. A cloud of shrapnel flies everywhere as the ice shatters under the crushing pressure of the armored creature's impact. Completely unharmed, Itsuki absorbs the electricity and realizes monsters at that level literally can't deal any damage to him. With a reddish glare of pure intimidation, the hero announces it's time to end playtime and settle the bill. Triggering his thunder skill instantly, the kid gets an agility boost and blasts across the field like a bolt of lightning. The rhino snorts, losing focus, totally confused by how fast its prey just vanished. The rookie lands, destroying the monster with a clean hit and bagging points in a bizarre time of just 7 seconds. Checking the system panel, the subordinate can't believe the kid's total time hasn't even hit 15 seconds on the clock yet. With a proud smile, Izumi admits the brat is already faster than he was in his prime, and he's still holding back. The scenery shifts, zooming in on razor-sharp claws that can slice any clueless target in a fraction of a second. The new beast also rocks a terrifying jaw that spits iron chains, ready to swallow whatever steps in its way. The creature's entire colossal body is wrapped in a massive armor made of completely indestructible dark stone. Sweating bullets, the suit guy reveals that this is the ultimate nightmare and the final boss challenge of the entire qualifiers. The hellish beast snaps its chains, showing off its nightmare class with an absurd power level rated at 5,000 points. Far from feeling scared, Itsuki locks in his dark gaze and summons the lethal black sphere, prepping for the next round of his ruthless hunt. The attack crosses the gap and vaporizes the giant without breaking a sweat, giving a ridiculous speed boost to the dark magic, Keeping his usual ruthless vibe, the MC just watches the beast crumble while the panel updates the new score. The guild crew loses their minds, seeing the dreaded invincible monster turn to dust in exactly 3 seconds on the system clock. In another arena, the pink-haired girl fires off her best water spell, swallowing the threat with a flawless shot. Hyped by her own strength, Seo promises to push to the next phase of the challenge as soon as she drops the rest of the pre in the area. The redhead hunter skips the healing phase, oozing extreme confidence and swearing he's going to dominate the whole ranking board. Using her head, Kana Hanyu takes a deep breath and channels green energy, restoring her own strength so she doesn't run out of mana later. But the global notification chimes, crushing everyone's hopes by announcing someone just swept the nightmare class in record time. The redhead bites his tongue, furious about losing the top spot, while Sayo cracks a smirk, already guessing who the insane genius is. Strolling through the freshly wrecked stage, the kid in the black coat is already asking the game to drop the next round. The evaluator flips out, refusing to accept that a nobody just shattered the toughest stone armor in the event using a tiny magic ball. Izumi flashes a sadistic grin, loving the chaos, and orders them to crank up the challenge level to see exactly where the kid's arrogance hits a wall. The current round drops 2 colossal threats into the fight at once, making the hero complain about how uncreative it is to just double the numbers. The 2 creatures charge and roaring with pure hate, promising to crush the cocky hunter who dares not to fear danger. With energy glowing in his hand again, the kid swears he's sending the stressed out beast to the grave while it wastes time yelling for nothing. The clean attack finishes off the first target, sending it flying through the arena sky and securing a bizarre jump in the fatal strike's agility. The evaluator gets dizzy, rubbing his head, dying of curiosity to find out if the hunter can just spam this magic with 0 limits. Disagreeing with the invisible threat, his coworker points out the skill is super powerful, but hides an unforgivable blind spot. The crash shakes the floor as the surviving giant lands, dragging its paws, ready to avenge its dead kind. Itsuki doesn't take his eyes off the creature and whispers that its raw speed completely outclasses any freak he's faced so far. The staffer thinks it over and explains that most opponents usually treat the beast like a giant turtle because of its colossal size. Focused and showing 0 signs of panic, the warrior points his hand, sending the condensed energy straight at the terrifying beast's face. The black ball tears through the dark dust, heading dead on to solve the problem with raw fatal damage and no extra fluff. The inspector breaks it down, saying the beast traded its magic capacity for pure physical stats, focused entirely on being fast. Proving the evaluator right, the ugly monster easily dodges the focused attack, showing it's got agility to spare. Dropping his fist at nothing, the hunter watches the dust settle, realizing he totally underestimated the bulky rival's sidestep. The suit guy highlights the flaw, saying a super heavy hit doesn't hurt anyone if the magic's flight speed can't keep up with a direct target. Praising the freshman, the boss figures the surprise takedown of the first giant was his genius way of getting around that sluggish speed. Analyzing the pieces on this dangerous board, the rookie quickly does the math that sniping from far away just became a total waste of time and energy. The analyst doubts the kid can actually land the spell and predicts the worst, but Izumi crosses his arms, wanting to bet on the exact opposite. A violent, electric energy leaks through Itsuki's diabolical smile, leaving the crowd shocked, unable to grasp where this sudden confidence is coming from. Triggering his destructive thunder magic, he shatters the hard floor, showing off the fury he's been saving to end the phase. Recognizing the long-distance problem, the warrior promises he's gonna get right in the beast's face to fix the flaw and takes off like a rocket. The beast strikes first, winding up a dark rock attack, promising to turn the human into a pancake among the crushed stones under its fist. From far away, the woman gasps in pure terror, her eyes bulging out, fearing the absolute worst news for the cocky freshman's life. The analyst frantically calls the medical teams, swearing up and down that surviving a head-on collision like that is physically impossible. Just by raising a single hand, Supreme Veteran Izumi stops the screaming, telling everyone to watch the magic show before calling the match. Breaking it down clinically, the master calmly states the colossal punch packs immense destruction right at the tips of its dirty fingers. But the bitter truth knocks at the door, revealing that massive damage has never won a fight by punching thin air or an empty field. Concrete debris goes flying, showing the stupid hole made by the brainless freak beating up the gravel of the boring arena. Playing Parker with someone else's death, Itsuki is already crouching on the pre's twisted skull, calling out its dumb distraction at the worst time. Using the high jump for momentum, the kid slams the magic ball right into the top of the target's back with 0 pity or annoying hesitation. Blaming the beast's animal stupidity, the lone killer lands smoothly on the back of the wrecked monster, charging dark sparks around his arms. The giant knees snap along with its chest, blown wide open by the unbearable impact, as the gruesome creature kisses the dirty floor, collapsing like jelly. Brushing off his clothes on the clean floor, The calm sniper clears another phase without a scratch, doubling his free pass to the colorful window of glory. The system makes the win official, locking in a pathetic 12 seconds to take down the monster. Watching everything on the screen, the evaluator with glasses cheers with joy, celebrating the kid's success. Izumi thinks the woman's hype is weird, mentioning it's super rare to see her this excited. Feeling awkward, she tries to play off her cheering, saying she's just praying for the safety of all the youth, who are the future of humanity. With a sweat drop on his face, the old man stares at the weak excuse and notices she got super chatty all of a sudden. Changing the subject, the big guy asks how the rookie manages to dodge the beast's heavy attacks. The commander explains that the kid's base speed is actually pretty similar to a giant from Purgatory. However, the MC glides across the battlefield wrapped in an intense electric aura. The master details that the electric currents boost his agility to absurd levels, making it impossible to land a hit on him. Checking the scoreboard, the veteran points out first place is already secured, and he'd stop right there if he were the kid. Far from quitting, Itsuki swears to himself he needs to go beyond if he wants to surpass the human legend. Overflowing with dark energy, he declares he doesn't have the luxury of stopping for even a single second. The third phase of the nightmare kicks off, dropping 3 colossal giants into the arena all at once. Wasting zero time, the warrior summons his black sphere and fires the fast attack, shredding the first target. The big guy flashes a satisfied smile, praising the kid's choice to keep fighting. Chatting with the boss, the huge guy recalls that the master cleared up to phase 4 on his first try back in the day. Staring at the screen, Izumi mentions the third round was already the limit for his partner's tough body, and gets curious about the freshman. Down below, the MC abuses his electric speed to dodge a bone-crushing punch. Seizing the perfect opening, he fires the dark sphere straight into the giant monster's arm. Using the power of thunder to turbocharge his agility, Itsuki plans to flank the beast and close the gap in a single move. The impact is fatal and the system confirms the second kill, doubling the magic's flight speed yet again. Taking a deep breath in the middle of the chaos, the kid already shifts his focus to the third remaining creature. The furious beast charges with its jaw wide open, ready to swallow the hunter whole in one bite. A violent bite clamps down, creating a loud noise of massive impact. But the black ice wall blocks the razor, sharp fangs, while the hero coldly decides his next move. Consumed by a fiery aura, he swears to blow the creature to pieces, triggering the Lotus explosion at max power. The brilliant fire radiates from inside the beast's jaw, making it roar in pure despair. A colossal detonation tears the beast apart from the inside out, securing even more bonus range for the explosive skill. The system wraps up the round in exactly 13 seconds, leaving the hunter untouched in the middle of the flames. Watching the massacre without blinking, Master Izumi's eyes bug out in pure shock. The veteran finally recognizes the devastating technique that swept the horde of players in Phase 1. As the dust settles, the MC checks the panel and notices he's completely drained his magic reserves. But he plays it cool, knowing the detection passive will refill his energy as long as the bugs keep spawning. The nightmare levels up in Phase 4, dragging 4 colossal giants into the death arena this time. The system spots the 4 targets instantly and restores 40% of the warrior's mana. The big guy announces the record break is coming up, while Izumi admits he's anxious to see the rookie's actual limit. Prepping another attack, Itsuki thinks about how the speed boost on his sphere brings extra perks. With the magic flying faster, the hit accuracy also goes up, making the hunt way easier. He figures if he turbocharges the skill a few more times, he'll be able to snipe targets from afar without risking his neck. Since his energy is still capped, the hero decides he can't afford to miss a single shot. Suddenly, the colossal beast roars loudly, revealing a brand new trap on the battlefield. The kid's eyes pop in shock when he notices heavy iron chains appearing out of nowhere. The giant swings its arm with fury, using the solid metal as a devastating long-range weapon. The steel slices the air at ridiculous speed, aiming dead center at the unsuspecting hunter's position. With no time to dodge, the young guy curses as he takes the brutal impact of the chain head-on. Pinned by the crushing pressure, the kid tries to fight back, but realizes he can't generate any power from that spot. Without letting up, the beast violently yanks the metal, dragging the hunter across the stage like a rag doll. The crash slams Itsuki against the arena wall, making him cough up blood from massive internal damage. The creature doesn't stop, continuously smashing his rival's body into the ground, kicking up curtains of dust. After the merciless beatdown, the MC manages to stand, but his entire body is drenched in his own blood. From the control room, the white-haired evaluator panics and orders the big guy to go help the kid immediately. Shocked by the tragic scene, the huge guy in white pants sighs that the prodigy's show has reached its end. The image of the battered rookie brings back the painful memory of the veteran's own past defeats. Overcome with desperation, the big guy turns to run and crash the arena, but a mystery voice tells him to hold up. The masked leader sitting in the chair stays ice cold, pointing out that the young warrior hasn't actually given up the fight yet. Outraged, the big guy yells that this is no time for games, while the old man agrees the kid is gonna die down there. Keeping absolute calm, the masked boss guarantees he can sense a hidden trump card up the rookie's sleeve. The bearded old guy asks how he can be so sure, and the short answer is entirely focused on the kid's eyes. A killer green glow cuts through the darkness on Itsuki's face, proving he's nowhere near accepting his own death. Summoning the cosmic entity behind him, the hero claims he sharpened his fangs strictly for the kill, triggering his ultimate copy. The system resumes the magic scan that was paused during his last fight against the Kinoshita Moggle's electric cannon. Playing it cool, the kid reveals he purposely locked the copy progress at 99%. Finishing the process mid-air, he explains he saved this ace in the hole exactly for a lethal emergency like this. The old man spots the mystic flower blooming and doubts it's gonna save the freshman's life, while the teacher cheers in relief. Watching the scene, the big guy finds the woman's sudden happiness super weird and suspects she knows the secret behind the power. The floating screen confirms he bagged the new rank B electric skill that delivers a full heal and wipes out all penalties. Clenching his fist hard, the hunter feels the healing lightning seal up every single wound in the blink of an eye. A burst of blue magic takes over the arena while the warrior announces his useless warm-up is officially over. The magic stats shoot straight up on the panel, leaving the big guy stunned by the instant regeneration of a completely shredded body. The bearded old guy sweats cold, amazed by the healing factor, and wonders exactly how many broken skills the young guy is hiding. Bathed in thunder, the hero crosses the space, annihilating the beast with a fatal strike and racking up even more magic speed in the system. With the monsters dead, Phase 4 is successfully cleared, and he swears he's untouchable against this breed of giants. Without missing a beat, Itsuki shreds another dark creature on the move, stacking even more buffs on his technique. A hail of dark blasts pierces the enemies from every angle, pushing the sphere's agility to surreal heights. The final flash sweeps the battle dome, marking the triumphant end of Phase 5 in just 57 seconds. The system panel chimes, confirming he cleared Phase 6 of the Nightmare level, dropping 30,000 points into the freshman's account. Watching the massacre on screen, the teacher lets out a sigh of pure disbelief right alongside the rest of the tech crew. Dumped in the middle of a mountain of bodies, the big guy observes the stage has turned into hell and starts doubting who the real beast is. Totally out of breath, the MC asks what the next challenge is, and thinks it's weird the new giants are taking so long to show up. Refusing to believe the insanity he just witnessed, the evaluator grabs the mech to drop an urgent announcement. With a simple push of a red button, the official round is instantly cut off. The host calls at the end of the line and tells the rookie his test is officially over right there. The voice booms over the loudspeaker, revealing that the kid literally butchered every single colossal beast the guild had in stock. Standing in the middle of the wrecked arena, the hero processes the fact that he completely drained the event's monster reserves. Annoyed by the limit, he complains that the promise was infinite difficulty for anyone who could keep fighting. Getting up from the rubble, Itsuki figures he must have closed the point gap with humanity's legend by now. Walking backward, he celebrates hitting his main goal of turbocharging the speed of his lethal magic. The system breaks it down, showing the sphere broke the absurd mark of 38 meters per second, flying faster than a lot of sports cars. Bathed in blue sparks, the rookie channels his energy, feeling the weight of the raw new power he just unlocked. Suddenly he stops dead in his tracks and realizes he forgot a super important detail in the middle of all that slaughter. Staring at the glowing blue crystal on the floor, the hunter concludes the dead beast's XP turned into a magic stone since he doesn't level up. In the control room, the big guy gets shell, shocked spotting the rare gem on the field, guessing it holds a ridiculous amount of energy. Master Izumi connects the dots instantly, realizing the kid's inability to evolve leaves those valuable stones as leftovers on the ground. While the crew argues about farming it, the commander fears the catastrophe it would be if that kind of talent was born into an actual monster. Noticing the movement, the white-haired evaluator quickly announces the prodigy is finally leaving the combat room. Stepping through the glowing portal, the young guy comes back with his clothes in tatters, securing the highly coveted #1 spot on the official scoreboard in record time. Blown away by the brutal performance, the big shot runs up to the kid, offering an elite private tutor to polish that raw talent. Pretty bluntly, the freshman turns down the offer, saying he already has a master, but the veteran insists he needs someone with cash and connections. Right then, the big guy jumps into the conversation to cut off the annoying persistence, reminding his coworker that pushing it will only tick the kid off. Recognizing his face, the MC thanks the huge guy for handling the preppy kid's mercenary squad earlier. Giving a humble reply, the big guy says he was just doing his job, and that he'd help out any student of the powerful Supreme Commander. The shock hits the pushy evaluator like a truck, freezing him on the spot when he finds out exactly whose direct disciple the fearless rookie is. Happy with how it played out, the buff warrior crosses his arms and confirms the intel, oozing pride for being in the same faction. Silence takes over the room as everyone stares at the kid, unable to believe the night's big hero is a student of a literal living legend. Breaking the ice, the teacher steps up looking super charming, praising the fight and offering medical treatment if the guy needs it. Rubbing his neck, the rookie promises he's in one piece and says he just needs a quick breather to catch the wind he lost. Trying to hide his embarrassment, the suit accepts that being that guy's student explains the strength and recalls the other pupil pulled the same stunt. Discussing the legend's record, they reveal that Phase 4 used to be the limit, but now they're gonna have to design way worse stages to hold him back. Master Azumi shuts down the chatter and invites his student to watch the rest of the massacre from the VIP box. Since the challenge started for everyone else, on the broadcast screen, an exhausted player drops to his knees, taking the L because he can't even lift his arms from sheer fatigue. His pink-haired classmate is also struggling in the arena, admitting that drowning the monsters burns too much energy, and the next phase will be her last. Keeping it cool, Itsuki evaluates his old friend's limits, while management promises their fast times already locked them a spot on the podium. Worried about the delay, he asks about the blonde guy and finds out the rules forbid leaving the area unless you're severely injured. Suddenly, the big guy locks eyes on a specific camera, announcing someone else just reached the dreaded nightmare level. A colossal fist shatters the arena, proving the destructive power of the new mystery player who dares to challenge the heavy creatures. On another screen, a girl summons her metallic mascot, surprising the judges with the insane durability of a class focused on controlling pets. The competitor's shadow monster starts radiating lethal energy, hitting its final wolf form to shred its blind prey. In response, the giant gorilla lets out a deafening roar, ready to trade raw punches with the confident tamer's dark beast. The brutal clash kicks up heavy dust as the two colossal monsters trade deadly blows, fighting for dominance in the dark arena. Curious about the form change, the hero asks about the teacher's butterfly, who quickly warns him to be super careful with that specific magic. Thinking over the summon's potential, the freshman plans to stuff his shadow dog with XP to turbocharge its stats too. Bored of watching, the rookie announces he has no reason to stick around and decides to bounce since his friends already dropped out of the brutal bracket. But his exit gets suddenly cut off by a weird detail flashing on the main screen that catches the warrior's eye. A silhouette wrapped in flaming red armor steps into the arena, making the hidden voice ask if that's a gift from his dad. Showing off razor-sharp claws, the hunter brags about wearing the absolute most powerful epic gear his old man blacksmith ever forged in his entire life. The panel shows off the relic's monstrous stats, but drops a warning about the heavy side effect of draining strength and speed for every minute it's used. With a sharp glare shining through the visor, the guy reveals the mystic tool has a mind of its own and demanded a lot of blood to accept him. Bombing from the sky at the monster, he throws together an urgent win condition, focused on killing the target before the lethal penalty kicks in on him. Racking up even more bonuses, the blonde ally swears to fight with everything he's got to honor his new lone wolf partner's insane strength, so he doesn't lag behind. Striking a flashy pose, the masked kid honors the team's cringe name, pulling a tired sigh from the MC watching from afar. Soon, the megaphone shatters the heavy vibe of the room, officially declaring the end of the solo slaughter phase of the deadly event. Laying out the next steps, the evaluator stresses that only the absolute top 10 elite will move on, and the number 1 spot will bag a seriously heavy prize. Blinded by his own ego, the redhead hunter crosses his arms, declaring the golden reward is already his by the absolute right of raw power. Taking center stage, the announcer demands total silence to finally drop the scoreboard of the approved monsters from that violent qualifier. The digital board drops, projecting the glowing names, with the rookie completely dominating the top and crushing any hope the local competition had. The crowd goes into a collective meltdown seeing the unreal score break 100,000, proving the kid smashed the legendary mark without touching the brakes. Desperate over getting the bronze medal, the hot-headed redhead screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what hole this unbeatable genius crawled out of. With a smirk, the green-haired warrior is already scheming to cross paths with the prodigy to measure the real gap in their lethal strength. Dropping her head, Seo mourns the colossal gap between them and starts accepting the hard truth that she just wasn't born to fight on the front lines. The masked big shot analyzes the freshman's massive lead on the global board and feels a threatening presence leaking straight from the name on the screen. Lifting his dark face, the crushing leader celebrates the rise of humanity's sun, swearing this light only makes him more hyped for the hunt. Flopped on the cold floor of his own stage, the blonde blacksmith celebrates in relief, oozing pride for his ally who just swept the entire tournament. Surrounded by the busted pieces of his heavy fight, he gives thanks for his narrow win, claiming he saved the team's sacred rep. Emerging from the shadows, the MC praises his fallen partner, acknowledging the brutal effort it took in that bloody fight just to keep up. Totally wiped out, the blonde makes a goofy face of relief, accepting the rare compliment coming from the ridiculously tough and calculating warrior. The announcer's solemn voice hacks into the broadcast, echoing through the corners of the armored city and bringing the highly anticipated end to the arenas. With the tournament finally wrapped, the winning duo walks away from the field, leaving massive destruction behind as their own personal signature. Cutting through the morning fog, the scene jumps straight to the impenetrable security of the sacred buildings located in the southern continent sector. Resting on a throne of light, a white, bearded elder keeps his eyes closed, soaking in the temple's silence in a deep trance of pure focus. Whispering in the shadows, the ninjas complain about the useless waiting, but quickly swallow their anger, remembering the old man runs things and predicts the world's future. The leader of the southern continent, Balgar, keeps his eyes shut while his underlings whisper, reminding each other the old guy is a powerhouse seer. Annoyed by the situation, one of the guards asks why the warning always shows up late and demands the portal locations be dropped already. His masked partner defends the master, admitting the limits of foresight, but hypes up the fact that the old man is the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Izumi. That's because the success rate of that wise man's visions hits an absurd 100%. Suddenly, the seer gasps for air, spooking his goons, and desperately warns that the northern continent is in massive danger of being attacked. Consumed by panic, the old man reveals a massive beast invasion is about to hit soon and warns them about monsters breaking past level 100. Meanwhile, a peaceful night falls over the northern continent with zero signs of the deadly threat about to drop. Far away, Itsuki checks his own system panel and celebrates internally because his stats just blew past the 1,500 mark. The kid remembers the basic hunter rule where every level up grants 50 stat points to spend however you want. Doing some quick math, he figures this brutal score easily matches the strength of a regular level 30 warrior. Making things even better, the hero reflects that his defense and agility can just keep stacking up forever thanks to his magic buffs. But frustration hits when he notices that only his attack power is hard stuck, leaving him clueless on how to fix his main weakness. His deep focus gets suddenly cut off by an excited shout announcing that dinner is already served on the table. Wearing an apron, the glasses friend happily calls the MC over, saying he baked his favorite pie for dinner. Walking toward his friends, Itsuki pushes the worry aside, trusting he'll steal some pure damage technique eventually. The crew gathers around a table loaded with food while the big guy praises how awesome the home-cooked meal from the group's chef tastes. Sitting chill, the MC asks Professor Aja if their masked ally still hasn't woken up from that heavy blackout. The blue-haired lady confirms all his injuries are totally healed, but explains the extreme exhaustion is still keeping him in bed. Serving up the grub, the glasses kid admits he's mind-blown that their two strong friends lost so badly in the heavy arena. Thinking he's the man, the cook brags about his own pie, without noticing the look of pure panic on Sayo's face as she points behind him. Clueless about the girl's fear, the glasses guy asks what's on his back before whipping his head around in terror. A dark silhouette with red eyes pops out of nowhere, begging for food like an actual starving zombie in the middle of the night. The jump scare is so bad the cook lets out a desperate scream and almost falls backward out of his chair right in the middle of everyone's meal. The starving blonde chews everything at once and gets yelled at for almost giving his best buddy a heart attack and stealing everyone's spot. The obnoxious blacksmith completely ignores the insults and clears the bowl in seconds, just wanting to fill his empty tank. Met with silence from his food-covered partner, the glasses kid thinks the blonde is mad about the scolding and quickly backs off spooked. Far from being mad, Tenma flashes a glowing smile and praises the amazing taste of the meal he just wolfed down. Swelling with pride, the cook thumps his chest, guaranteeing his home cooking was the real miracle that cured their weak ally. The blacksmith suggests his buddy should quit hunting monsters and focus on the stove, leaving the guy confused if that was actually a compliment. Finally wide awake, the armored masked guy walks up to the table and decides to drop a very serious question on all the rookies sitting there. With a heavy voice, the veteran warrior demands to know what is the biggest fear haunting the life of every student at the table. Focused on his answer, the glasses guy reveals his biggest dream is to stack a ton of cash hunting monsters so he can travel the world eating good food. Then he concludes his ultimate nightmare is getting too old and losing his sense of taste, ruining his goal of enjoying culinary life. Just picturing the tragedy makes the cook hug himself, shaking in pure terror right in front of everyone at the table. The pink-haired girl takes her turn and shares with a sad look that she grew up in a hospital because her parents were doctors. Since she was super little, the young girl witnessed the agonizing suffering of patients battling all kinds of incurable diseases in the hallways. The image of a dying person begging for help on a stretcher warped the girl's memory, scaring her childhood with absolute terror. That dark experience spawned a trauma so deep that even a basic cold throws Sayo into a panic attack, thinking she's gonna expire. With that confession, Itsuki connects the dots and understands why she freaked out on the street weeks ago over a simple sneeze. In that awkward memory, his friend had sprinted away in total panic, just because the hero let out a harmless sneeze in the air. Being super practical, the mask guy points out Hunter's life twice as long and don't get sick, declaring the girl has already beat that fear. Hyped by the deep talk, the blonde blacksmith points at his own face, asking if it's finally his turn to vent. With a rare serious tone, Tenma admits his absolute nightmare used to be failing the tournament qualifiers, but then flashes a massive grin. The partner seizes the moment and declares his only current terror in life is being too weak to fight side by side with the great hero. Without an ounce of shame, the blonde leans in and throws the question at the rookie, who backs away uncomfortable and tries to dodge the weird chat. Curious about the unshakable warrior, Sayo doubts he's scared of anything and demands the boy spill his weak spot already. The kid's face hardens as he confesses the tragic loss of his parents left a terrifying void, totally throwing his life off track. Diving into the heavy memory, the rookie shares that severe depression took over every piece of his fragile childhood mind. But the darkness broke when his friends showed up out of nowhere at the park, telling him to stop crying and staring at the ground for nothing. The innocent duo offered good food and company, promising that a full stomach would wipe away any sadness he was feeling. Feeling nostalgic, the MC gives thanks for the warmth of that genuine friendship for saving his sanity from dropping straight into the abyss. He quickly acknowledges that his circle of trust grew massively after meeting the master, the teacher, and his loyal new partners. Looking at the loaded table, Itsuki openly admits he doesn't see the crew just as soldiers, but actually as family. With a peaceful smile on his face, the ruthless killer secretly wishes that cozy night could last for eternity. Spilling the absolute truth, the great prodigy wraps up his answer, stating his biggest nightmare was always facing life entirely alone. The teacher analyzes the student's soft aura and realizes he dropped his killer guard, replacing the fury with a rare tranquility. Touched by the beautiful confession, the blacksmith jumps on his partner's neck, crying rivers of tears and promising he'll never abandon him. Keeping the mood light, the mask guy reveals he asked the question to make sure the rookies don't hesitate in the field, reminding them regret kills. The veteran turns his back to the table and declares dying without guilt should be the squad's main focus, making the blonde swear to follow that advice closely. Before bouncing, he tells everyone to get some rest fast, since the two school friends need to travel to District 6 early tomorrow. The very next day, the boys say their goodbyes, swapping promises of more happy dinners, while the duo takes off to the other district. The hero watches his buddy cry from missing them and wonders, since when the dramatic blonde got so tight with the glasses kid. Sick of the small talk, the leader orders a return to base, and remembers he forgot to ask his friend a detail, deciding to save it for the tournament. Halfway there, the MC turns his head confused when he spots the blue-haired teacher sprinting frantically across the open field. Totally lost on why the woman is rushing and sweating bullets so early, he bluntly asks what's up with all the crazy commotion. The armored warrior also tries to figure out the mess, and a panning Agio announces a top-secret report just came in from the southern continent. To prove how serious the problem is, she highlights that the document requires ultimate clearance and can only be read by Central Guild bigwigs. The armored ally trusts the winning rookies and breaks protocol, authorizing the data leak without a second thought about the rules. Aja drops the bomb, revealing the seer master predicted a massive attack of lethal beasts sweeping the northern continent in 3 days. The rookie doubts the forecast, but the assistant swears the old man is the world's greatest oracle and his word is absolute law. Shaken up, the young woman begs the Legend of the North to flee, but the commander concludes the colossal swarm is coming exclusively for him. The veteran accepts his own suicidal role, stating that staying put in the north will turn him into the perfect bait to lock down the beast's attention. The woman freaks out, telling the master to evacuate, but the MC jumps into the argument, announcing he's taking the front line to cover the boss. Flexing pure authority, the veteran shuts the topic down and immediately assigns a crucial new mission for the blonde blacksmith to handle evacuation from the shadows. He declares on the spot that the kid must travel to protect his legendary blacksmith dad, guaranteeing humanity's weapon production doesn't stall. Walking next to Tenma, Itsuki figures dividing the forces and the teacher's order are just excuses to keep him far away from the battlefield. Alone at the military base, Aja thinks over the 3 urgent orders she just got from her dad. The old man demanded she announce the attack to the public, evacuate everyone under level 50, and prep the elite for combat. With his eyes locked in pure focus, Izumi firmly declares they're gonna face the monster's head on right there. The woman confirms the prep is done and Heighten should arrive soon, listening to the master tell her to go get some rest. However, Aja hesitates for a second, keeping her eyes glued to the floor. Noticing her unease, Izumi asks if his daughter wants to know why he sent 10 miles away when Aiden already has strong guards. She admits she's curious and praises her dad's ability to always read people's minds so easily. The commander explains the incoming monsters are over level 100, and the blonde would be forced to blow all his hidden trump cards if he stayed. From what Izumi saw, Tenma has 0 attack power, but there's a relic at his dad's place that fixes that exact problem. The veteran bets big that if Atsuki manages to get his hands on that magic weapon, a truly invincible warrior will be born. The fatal prophecy states stone monoliths will rain down on every northern district exactly at 8 p.m. Far away, Tenma runs complaining that Sector 2 is still like 60 miles out. Without slowing down, Itsuki warns they need to sprint because a disaster beast could spawn right in front of them at any second. Suddenly, the blacksmith points ahead completely panicked and tells his partner to look at the sky. Shocked by the scene, the MC's eyes bug out staring at the horizon. A gigantic monolith tears through the clouds and plummets straight into the middle of the city, marking the start of the lethal invasion. The dark stone smashes the buildings with ridiculous violence, sending a wave of destruction through the urban center. Itsuki sweats cold, figuring the civilians must still be mid-evacuation because of the last-minute warning. He concludes a massacre is inevitable. Down below, a hunter panics seeing the beast arrive and screams for everyone to run. A magic barrier goes up around the chaos. Tenma freaks out for the people, but warns that going there will derail their main mission. With a heavy look, the hero understands his partner must be super worried about his dad and would hate to stop now. But breaking expectations, the blonde points at the wrecked city and decides they need to help the civilians first. The kid argues people will get butchered without veteran hunters stepping in against beasts of that level. Agreeing on the spot, Itsuki reroutes the mission and the duo dives straight in to clear the danger inside the city. A violent crash shakes the asphalt when a level 21 fire golem lands hard on the main street. The molten rock creature lets out a deafening roar, spreading hellish heat in every direction. A small squad of hunters tries to fight back, and one of them throws up a rank sea stone shield in desperation. Tanking the burning pressure, the leader orders the team to hold the defensive formation, no matter what. He tells his partners to watch for an opening to counterattack while he holds the wall of fire. The defense caves fast and the shield cracks, leaving the frontline warrior in total shock. Panic consumes the squad, seeing their teammate with the best defense get vaporized in seconds. Desperate, the survivors turn their backs and start sprinting, so they don't meet the same tragic, useless end. The bandana hunter looks back mid-escape and tells his partners to be super careful. However, his face freezes in pure terror when he realizes the burning beast's shadow is already right behind him. Crying in fear, he begs for his life while firing a powerful rank B water cannon at the monster. Hitting the target dead on, the shooter trusts he won because water is the natural weakness of fire monsters. As the dust settles, his partners doubt the win while the guy tells nobody to meddle in his fight. Drawing his sword, the bandana warrior charges in, thinking he's the man, ready to deal the killing blow to the beast. But the creature regenerates instantly inside the flames, making the team scream in panic for a quick attack. The monster blasts a colossal wave of fire, and the hunter just accepts that his end has finally arrived. Suddenly, massive spikes of black ice burst from the asphalt, blocking the flames perfectly while Itsuki lands on the scene. Staying chill in the middle of the fire, the hero tells everyone not to sweat it and promises the duo squad will handle the problem. Right behind him, Tenma covers the rear, telling the hunters to evacuate the crowd. Meanwhile, the panel confirms the rookie's dark defense leveled up again. The rescued warrior jokes, asking if they're the grand saviors of the world, getting roasted by the hero, who thinks the guy is way too cocky. Annoyed at being called a brat, the shooter throws an insult back, saying he never asked to be saved by anybody. Noticing the dark armor, he guesses Itsuki is using a magic tool, doubting any random hunter could tank the beast. The MC ignores the guy and remembers his master's lesson about the black sphere dealing massive damage, but taking forever to cast. The old man had warned that a miss on the first shot would make the enemy put its guard up, messing up the rest of the entire fight. That's exactly why the advice was to keep the destructive magic as an ace in the hole, to be used only as an absolute last resort. Focused on keeping the surrounding crowd safe, Itsuki figures there's no way to use the dark ball here without hurting civilians in the crossfire. While the extra drools over the blonde's armor thinking he's the elite hunter, the hero plans to crush the beast with pure brute force. Wasting no time, the rookie summons the power of thunder and dashes through the air, leaving a trail of blue sparks behind him. Positioned perfectly above the freak, he triggers the thunder breaker, ready for the lethal impact. The kid hits the fire monster at an absurd speed, sending a shockwave across the asphalt. The molten rock shell violently caves to the impact, cracking the beast from top to bottom without mercy. A colossal pillar of electricity drops from the sky and swallows the enemy whole, vaporizing any resistance. The magic explosion wipes the entire street clean, not leaving even a speck of dust from the flaming monster to tell the tale. The crowd goes into absolute shock seeing him humiliate such a high-level disaster beast so fast, even guessing the kid is low-level. The bandana shooter is completely speechless, paralyzed in disbelief at the destruction he just witnessed. Standing imposing among the ashes, Itsuki reflects that even a level 21 monster is nothing but a defenseless target. The folks are still confused, trying to guess who the prodigy is, while Temma looks around for his partner who vanished from his sight. The proud hunter tries to convince himself the kid only won, because the beast was already weakened, but admits that speed was unreal. Already sprinting through the streets, the hero thinks about his own strength. Frustrated he didn't drop the beast with one clean hit. Checking the panel with super high agility and defense, he frowns, knowing he needs to find a way to bump his raw damage. The memory of his useless charge against the colossal beast crosses his mind, proving being fast means nothing without the power to actually hurt something. Right behind him, Temma stops running, crying, and admits he never thought about that tactical side of things. Wiping his tears, the blonde swears to his friend that he knows an awesome way to boost his attack power instantly. Full of hype, the blonde reveals his dad's warehouse is packed with magic tools, and the old man would definitely donate one to the Supreme Commander's student. A sinister aura takes over the protagonist as he pictures himself wearing an epic, terrifying armor. Spooked by that sudden creepy smile out of nowhere, Temma backs up, asking what the heck his partner is imagining with that bizarre face. Without warning, Itsuki grabs the ally's clothes, telling him to hurry up and claim this ideal weapon from the old man, admitting he was just holding back his speed earlier. Worried, the blonde begs his friend not to waste energy for nothing, scared he won't have the strength to fight if they bump into another beast on the way. Completely ignoring the crying, the rookie accelerates like a lightning bolt, forcefully dragging his companion, who screams he isn't ready for the jolt. The duo tears up the highway at blinding speed, with Temma screaming in panic and the warrior telling him to swallow his tears because they're running super late. Night falls and reveals a simple wooden house isolated in the dark of the forest. Totally out of breath, Temma celebrates arriving, complaining his arm almost got ripped off during the long sprint. Catching his breath, the blonde doesn't get why his dad lives in an isolated dump, and Itsuki figures the city is too loud for him to focus on forging. The hero notices the master rigged the perimeter with hidden magic traps and immediately pops his tracking skill to dodge the danger. He tells his partner to stick close to his footsteps without straying, while the kid grumbles, swearing he knows how to dodge the obstacles on his own. Right then, the obnoxious blacksmith points to the clear path and proudly takes the lead on the walk. But the swagger vanishes in a second when the kid realizes he tripped a secret trap on the ground out of pure clumsiness. Overcome with panic, he announces he just triggered the absolute worst defense on the property, feeling the ambient magic energy get insanely heavy. Out of nowhere, a massive iron golem sprouts from the ground, flexing raw stats, hitting the 500 mark on the virtual panel. Sizing up the heavy machine, Itsuki is super impressed the old man actually built a lethal humanoid magic weapon. Without warning, the metal beast lunges, throwing a violent top-down punch aimed right at the intruders' heads. Using his ridiculous speed, the MC grabs the scared blonde and slides far away from the impact zone. Analyzing the crushing brute force of the thing, the hero knows he can't just smash the machine, meant to protect the house. Holding his ground on the dodge, Itsuki asks if there's any way to shut the scrap down without completely destroying it, and his partner says to aim for the chest stone. The blonde quickly explains that glowing gem is the main battery, promising the giant will shut off instantly if the core takes damage. Bathed in intense lightning, the MC says the job is easy once you know the weak spot, betting his speed easily beats his lack of strength. With a brutal push, the young guy crosses the gap, landing a solid electric hit right on the armored machine's frame. However, the heavy scrap reacts by throwing up its iron arm, blocking the charge and totally cutting off access to the magic gem. Unfazed by the block, the hero reaches his free hand out and firmly grips the green stone right on the exposed chest. Instantly, the light in the machine's eyes flickers and dies, freezing the entire colossal structure exactly where it stands. Holding the ripped-out glowing core, Itsuki turns his head calmly, asking if just unplugging the battery actually solved the tactical problem. Suddenly, the blacksmith screams in panic from the background, telling someone named Jozuke to stop that cowardly attack. A heavy metal blade slices the air, aiming straight for the unsuspecting rookie's exposed back. With insane reflexes, Itsuki slides, dodging the fatal cut, and leaves the attacker totally confused by how fast he moved. The suit-wearing hunter justifies the violent ambush, claiming the shatty duo looked exactly like mere thieves sneaking onto the mountain. Sizing up the agile prey, Jozuke sweats cold because he didn't sense a single drop of magic coming off the kid before the brawl started. Staring at the rival in silence, the MC is surprised to see the giant metal sword literally evaporate from the enemy's hand without a trace. Stepping up, the blonde breaks the tension by introducing the strong hero and immediately demands to know where his missing dad is. The guard drops his stance and points to the bushes, saying the master will show up soon, but warns them to be extra careful with the old man's temper. A bulky figure covered in scars emerges from the shadows of the house, oozing a thick aura of pure bottled-up fury. Desperate about the scolding, the blonde tries to calm the old man down, announcing he passed phase 1 of the tournament, but instantly eats a violent slap to the mouth. Rubbing his red face, the kid demands the promised new tool for beating the nightmare class with a high rank. Reacting to the stubborn apprentice's audacity, the old man just delivers another dry smack right in the middle of his forehead. Whining while sprawled on the grass, the young blacksmith doesn't get why he's getting beat up so hard, and totally for free. Consumed by dad rage, the old man screams, demanding the little thief return the dragon armor he swiped from the warehouse earlier. The kid tries to justify the crime, calling it a harmless loan, but gets a heavy lecture about the relic causing irreversible damage to the user. Pouting and grumbling like a spoiled brat, Tema turns his back and runs away, swearing he'll never touch his dad's useless creations again. With the drama settled, the legendary blacksmith focuses on Itsuki, asking if he's really the Supreme Commander's new official pupil. Staying polite, the hero confirms who he is and explains he came to lock down security here because of the deadly prophecy. The old man sighs tiredly, admitting he thinks it's super weird that tough, stuck-up leader agreed to train a random rookie. Boiling with a cruel doubt, the old man loses it, wanting to understand how a kid looking like a total pushover snagged a spot with humanity's legend. The craftsman's arrogance shatters the second he mirrors the virtual panel, revealing the bizarre level 0 hard, stuck on the guy's secret class. Suspicious of the glitched stats, the blacksmith asks if the warrior uses a gem to mask his data, but gets a straight-up no. Finally understanding the rough diamond standing there, the old man tosses a glowing crystal into the air, figuring out the tactical genius behind the escort request. The master creator praises the northern leader's sharp mind for calling in heavy favors, while the rookie just listens to the gossip in silence. The blacksmith mentions the leader demanded a specific weapon as payment for renting out his student, but Itsuki turns down the prize, confident in his bare hands. Pushing for a fair trade, the old man points out he's got weapons to spare, and admits he's super curious why the commander picked a cursed project of all things. Showing off the vibrant golden crystal, the creator details that the unique relic was made strictly to push the user's critical damage off the charts. Spinning the glowing stone in his fingers, he points out a crack in the core of the magic structure, explaining why this divine creation got a failure stamp. The bizarre defect scrambled the weapons system, locking in an annoying curse that wipes out all strength bonuses the second the master levels up his account. The craftsman concludes that equipping this on evolving hunters would be a waste of time, but flashes a massive grin noticing the hero's frozen level. While Itsuki absorbs the pure energy of the gear, the old man confirms the relic was tailor-made for him to hit the critical strike ceiling with ease. A brutal storm of smoke and orange sparks takes over the warrior's body, proving his absolute compatibility with equipment. The system validates the risky fusion, guaranteeing that very soon, every single punch the kid throws will be multiplied by 10 with 0 complaints. Reading the annoying rule that he needs to kill higher level targets to fill the bonus bar, the rookie decides to solve that puzzle after surviving the attack. Happy with the new imposing aura radiating from his chest, the hero says thanks for the kindness, admitting his weak cutting power was already getting on his nerves. The old man wraps up the compliment exchange, reminding him that forging weapons and shredding monsters go hand in hand to stop the end of the human world. A dull tremor shakes the forest floor, and the creator swears wild beasts would never be smart enough to hunt in an invisible Hediat like this. Smashing that logical argument in half, a terrifying impact shatters the green magic defense wall, echoing a creepy sound across the dark yard. Sensing the crushing danger stepping onto the sacred grass, the buff security guard draws his special sword, waiting for the first target. Alerted by the chaotic noise sweeping the yard, the blonde partner tumbles out the back door of the house all clumsy, demanding to know the gossip. Paralyzed by the shattered sky, the rookie blacksmith can barely process the bizarre break of the invisible dome that guarded the secret property. Completely in shock at the void left by the ruined magic, he cries, wondering what exactly smashed the divine green wall. Chewing on his rage, the wise old man accuses the Hive Council of the 5 continents of an armed betrayal, since only the top bosses knew the address of this workshop. Taking the lead in the clash, the guard demands an absolute retreat, stating the bestial executioners are marching fast against their defense. Focused on the incoming chaos, the Cape Kid feels the dark pulse of beasts charging fiercely through the torn grass at lethal speed. Using his hidden class's tracking sense, the dark-haired hero feels the heavy footsteps, marking his first mental count at 6 hidden invaders. The kill count spikes sharply the second the front bush caves in, tossing 8 demonic carcasses into the low shadows. Flexing a sharp, pointy horn, the purple nightmare flies at the human flesh with a level 14 flashing and intimidating red on the clear readout. Acting on aggressive reflex, the secret class hero extends his hand, stopping the disaster beast mid-air through pure brutality during its sloppy dive. Triggering the Dark Wall command, he pulls solid blocks from the earth, summoning the ice defense to repel the wild rush of the horned freaks. Exploiting the defensive distraction, the second pointy creature attempts a death dive from above, aiming to shred the human's exposed throat. Electric sparks leak from the cold warrior's clenched fists as he calculates that detonating the Fire Lotus at the limit would sweep the yard clean of the targeted trash. Weighing the survival chances of others, he theorizes that guard Jozuk's tough body could handle soaking up the magic bomb's radiation if pushed. Scrapping the aggressive plan right after, the rookie pulls back the lightning, remembering the 2 craftsmen in the cabin behind him wouldn't even survive to tell the whole story. Assessing the risks, the MC realizes setting off the Lotus explosion here would end up hurting both allies as collateral damage. Turning his back on the group, he walks toward the danger, admitting working solo has always been his biggest strength. Suddenly, the kid notices a new, weird magic energy ripple spawning in the air. A colossal 2-horned beast appears roaring, and the hero notes this thing's aura is way heavier than the previous ones. A dimensional rift rips open the sky, dumping the first wave of the slave vanguard straight into the human world. Far away in the underworld, a demon king sitting on a throne asks who's gonna lead the main force of the Dark Army. The red-eyed creature orders the immediate capture of a specific human who caught his attention in the past. A bizarre lackey with multiple eyes asks if this capture mission should also be handled by the demon kings. The leader shuts the idea down, fearing too much destruction, preferring to hand the delicate job over to one of his elite generals. Right after, he decrees that the dreaded demon in Shokuma will take absolute command of the invasion troops. The bestial beast lets out a deafening roar, going crazy to devour fresh human meat after so long in a drought. Back on the battlefield, Itsuki hears Iberia's scream and panics, thinking a monster breached the house. Caught off guard by the distraction, the rookie eats a brutal punch from the horned beast that sends him flying. Sliding across the floor to stop the impact, the warrior decides he has no choice but to pull his trump card. Summoning his dark magic, he bets that killing this bulky beast will turbocharge his new critical damage rate. Holding the black sphere, the MC focuses on his crystal's passive that boosts crit hit rates when killing stronger targets. Wasting 0 time, the hero fires his piercing sphere, tearing through the darkness of the forest. The creature is destroyed by the impact, and the kid celebrates seeing his theory confirmed as his stats spike. Sprinting toward the house, Itsuki announces he's gonna rescue the folks inside and leaves the yard beasts to his big partner. Bathed in blue sparks, the rookie accelerates like lightning, crossing the yard to get there in time. Inside, Tenma is totally freaking out, all bruised up, complaining he can't win without his special armor. Cornered and out of combat options, the blacksmith makes a risky call to try and save his own skin. With the monster drooling right in his face, the blonde screams at the top of his lungs, begging his warrior ally for backup. A booming crash cuts the air as the kid's dad flattens the beast using a super heavy metal anvil. Tenma is completely shocked by the old man's guts, unable to understand how an elder who can't fight faces danger head on like that. Furious at the surprise smash, the monstrous creature turns its head, growling at its brand new target. Gripping the sledgehammer tight, the legendary craftsman tells his son to run and take responsibility for surviving. In an electric flash, Itsuki pops up, kicking the monstrous beast right in the face, already calling out to his scared partner. The MC lands smoothly and grabs the creature's arm while his body overflows with pure electricity. Showing absolutely zero mercy, the kid triggers his magic defense, driving black ice spikes into the monster. Apologizing for the delay, the hero says he was held up clearing the area and asks how things are looking outside. Scanning the room, he notices the enemy energy vanished, meaning the security guard already handled the yard problems. The blacksmith doe's jaws drop when they see Jozuke surrounded by a mountain of monsters he defeated totally on his own. The veteran kills the party vibe, warning that the green barrier needs to be smashed ASAP because the beasts will keep spawning stronger. The guard plans to focus on destroying the dome threats and asks the rookie to keep watch in case any monsters slip by. Rejecting the idea, the warrior coldly states he's stepping into the barrier to exterminate the entire horde personally. The old blacksmith stares at the kid's heavy gaze, spooked by that insane bloodlust and absolute lack of fear. Shifting focus fast, the experienced old man declares the mission to take down the green shield is in the blonde's hands. Worried about the difficulty, the guard warns of the high-level beasts inside, but the rookie promises he's got it covered. In the blink of an eye, the MC blasts toward the barrier, leaving nothing but an electric trail in the air. Out of everyone's sight, the hunter lets out a heavy sigh, celebrating the chance to fight at full power. Pumped with courage, the blonde yells he's going with his partner and tells the guard to watch his dad. The old man scolds him, yanking his son back and telling him to drop the useless team up since they're on completely different levels. Crying in frustration, the young guy insists the role of a real team is to cover weaknesses and support each other in danger. Losing patience, the old man throws the harsh reality in the kid's face, warning him that at his current level, he's nothing but dead weight. The impact of the harsh words hits the blacksmith hard, while the old man declares this childish stubbornness will end in a fatal tragedy. The master craftsman softens the blow, explaining the problem isn't the son, but the ridiculous genius of his battle partner. With a dark tone, the wise man asks if the blonde has ever noticed the blind, hate-drenched stare the rookie gets during a hunt. Already in the danger zone, the hero's radar pings 5 new targets and instantly restores the warrior's energy. The 5 macabre creatures appear in the darkness, ready to slice up the nosy intruder who stepped on their turf. Wrapped in powerful mystical flames, Itsuki furiously announces he won't tolerate a single obstacle in his way. The colossal lotus explosion melts the beasts instantly, guaranteeing a shower of critical hits and more magic range for the kid. The system's screen glows in silence, coldly logging the lethal increase in the broken tool's damage rate. Despite the win, he grumbles about the high magic cost against thick defense, but swears to protect the civilians at all costs. Watching the mountain shake from afar, the young blonde feels the brutal weight of the war happening near him. The allies feel the ground vibrate hard from the detonation, instantly guessing the suicidal buddy went head to head with the monsters. The suit-wearing veteran suspects the kid's bizarre level, theorizing the mystery class applies a debuff to the stat logs. Totally focused on the push, the MC stops in front of the massive green dome and finds it weird how the generated enemies changed patterns. To confirm his guess, he triggers the magic scan, but notices the thick energy of the wall blocks the terrain reading. Pulling up memories from class, the hunter recalls that a dome's color directly classifies the threat level of the creatures trapped inside. Focused on the emerald color, the protagonist deduces the high-level tier and celebrates the waterfall of XP the slaughter is gonna drop. Without hesitating for a second, the kid claps his hands and summons his feared dark demon dog straight from the shadows. The dark beast appears on the battlefield, letting out a chilling howl, ready to spill a ton of blood in the forest. Petting the beast's thick fur, the hunter makes a deal and promises to hand over all the extra energy as a massive dinner. However, the kid's tone goes dark when he forbids the mascot from attacking any creature without his explicit permission. With his pupils locked on the darkness, he claims the entire enemy horde as exclusive prey for his own power-up. Far from the forest chaos, the scene shifts to the dead of night, showing the awakened backup arriving right on schedule. A warrior in flawless armor bows before Izumi, respectfully taking command of the heavy defense. Agia finishes the report by listing the newly arrived elite escort and quickly asks with concern about the warrior Heighten. The knight announces he totally lost contact with the strong partner hours ago on the dangerous road. Izumi stays cool, remembering monoliths rain down non-stop, but trusts blindly that mere monsters wouldn't kill a pillar. Still sweating cold from the real danger, the secretary pushes the search, claiming only the special class can handle the real nightmare tonight. The suit-wearing guy accepts the military order with stiff posture, promising to force communication back online. Sick of that blind worship, the woman snaps back, asking if they aren't treating heroes who are just flesh and bone like gods. His pride bruised, the blonde mocks the power gap and acts arrogant, swearing the elite right there could crush any demon. The blonde keeps up his arrogant speech, warning that having confidence is cool, but thinking they compare to the special elite is pure delusion. Oozing smugness, he guesses the woman only thinks like that because she's never faced a strong disaster beast in her life. But the swagger vanishes instantly when he draws his sword in panic, screaming frantically that monsters are pouring out of the monoliths. Staring at the portals, the Fire Knight warns the invasion has started, while the teacher tries and fails to contact the hero Heighten. Wanting to show off, the blonde mocks the missing special class and promises with a cocky smile that his squad will clean up the mess. Completely driven to prove his worth, he swears he's gonna show them firsthand how the first class owes nothing to the special elite. Far from that war zone, a massive emerald barrier dominates the middle of the dark forest, blocking the area off from the rest of the world. Standing in front of the giant shield, Itsuki watches alongside his demon dog and notes the scenery inside looks exactly like the outside. But he doesn't let his guard down, feeling a heavy, totally bizarre energy leaking from that glowing monolith in the middle of the woods. The kid activates his magic detection to scan the area, and quickly realizes the barrier acts like a dimension cut off from the outside. The virtual screen confirms 5 targets and restores the hunter's energy, who celebrates already having the exact locations of his prey. Wanting all the XP for himself, he tells his shadow mascot to wait outside and only gives it permission to eat whoever tries to run away. Praising the obedient dog, the hero surges with electricity across his whole body and declares it's way past time to start the lethal hunt. Two bizarre, purple monsters loaded with teeth charge through the forest with uncontrollable killer fury. But the lethal charge is cut short a second later when a violent blue flash crosses the beast's path, tearing the wind. Popping out of nowhere, Itsuki summons his black ice wall and sinks the ruthless attack straight into the skull of the first startled creature. The brutal impact crushes the beast into the dirt floor, generating an electric shockwave that completely shatters the thing's structure instantly. Exploding the opening, he immediately chains a spinning electric kick that sends the second freak flying far through the trees. The monster flies through the air unable to defend against that beatdown, proving the warrior's agility is on an absolutely absurd level. Giving the enemy zero breathing room, the hunter preps his dark magic and readies the lethal shot right in the defenseless prey's face. The dark blast rips through space in the blink of an eye, cleanly piercing the creature and ending the threat without the slightest difficulty. With the targets down, the system logs the critical damage buff from the broken relic while the rookie is already rushing to the next fight. Focused on the math, he celebrates the spike in his lethal rate, calculating that the cursed weapon's bonus is climbing fast with the slaughter. He figures he'll land the first critical hit of the night very soon, while walking up to the giant pillar of light totally amazed. The boy theorizes that smashing grid stone should shut down the forest shield, recovering energy as he spots a target on radar. Suddenly alerted by the magic detection, Itsuki jumps backward, totally surprised by the hidden presence that spawned out of nowhere. Two sharp black spears pierce the ground exactly where the hero was standing a second ago, kicking up dust with the cowardly ambush. Sliding to a stop, the young guy sweats cold, admitting that sneak attack would have been fatal if the system hadn't warned him first. With a serious face, he realizes he would have been turned into a human colander. Seeing this enemy is way more dangerous than normal beasts. Slowly looking up, the hero spots a weird creature stepping out from behind the monolith and instantly finds the thing's posture super strange. Staring at the silhouette, he quickly concludes this threat has a biology and stance totally different from anything he's faced before. Outside, the gigantic green dome keeps glowing intact in the dark of the night. Pretty banged up, his blonde partner remembers his dad's warning telling him to stay safe in his room, because he couldn't handle the beast's pressure. Overwhelmed by guilt and self-doubt, Tenma asks the guard if his stubbornness is eventually going to get his own allies killed. The guard tries to calm the kid down, saying the old man always exaggerates, but the boy stays looking down, feeling like a total screw-up. Keeping it real, Jazuk asks if the kid has the strength to take on the weakest monster in that lethal zone, and the young guy instantly says no. With a kind look, the veteran explains that when he was the blonde's age, he didn't even have the guts to step near a dangerous barrier like that. The apprentice is shocked by the big guy's confession of weakness, and the guard reveals the barrier color differences mean way more than just level. Jozuk breaks it down that gray shield beasts run purely on animal instinct, focusing only on mindless slaughter and destruction. The scene shifts in the guard's heavy memory, showing that in green zones the danger takes on a much more terrifying, tactical form. The real threat takes shape, revealing an armored bipedal beast focused and aware, proving these monsters act with human-like intelligence. Inside the dome, Itsuki analyzes the freak standing in front of him and confirms once and for all that the danger here is on a whole different level. Pumping up his morale, the veteran promises the blonde isn't dead weight because he's weak, but simply because the quiet rookie is insanely overpowered. Hyped up, the MC stares down the beast that read his attack, confirming the legend that some monsters can actually speak the human language. Annoyed by the kid's whispers, the bizarre general bares his scary teeth, asking if the pathetic prey is begging for its life. Reading the enemy's zeroed-out stats, the beast mocks the kid, thinking he's shaking in his boots from pure mortal terror. Flashing a creepy, spine-chilling smile, the hero corrects the beast, saying he's just hyped to finally settle an old, cruel question. Completely underestimating the intruder, the armored beast agrees to answer the question, calling it the last wish of a dead man. The MC's eyes glow a sadistic red as he asks with pure coldness if monster trash can actually feel pain. The question hits the general's ego, making him feel humiliated by a useless human's audacity to even consider causing pain to a superior being. Overflowing with lethal magic, Itsuki doesn't give the monster time to blink and charges like a missile, swearing that hurting things is his specialty. Instantly, the beast counters the rush by throwing sharp black whips that slice the wind, aiming to pierce the hunter's skin. With absurd flexibility, the young guy slides at the last millisecond, letting the attack scrape right past his body. Catching his balance, the kid notices that intelligent enemy's magic energy hasn't stopped growing for a single second. The rain of dark attacks gets brutally faster, forcing the rookie to pull off acrobatic flips so he doesn't become a human sieve. Despite the pressure, the warrior uses his thunder element and guarantees he still beats the monster when it comes to pure raw speed. On the counter, his arm bumps into the thick armor, frustrating the hunter who curses his lack of strength to snap the pre's head off fast. Impressed by the deadly dance, the general praises the dodge, questioning what the actual skill level is of a kid this fast and dangerous. Blinded by arrogance, the beast brushes off the doubt and swears speed won't save the life of a pathetic insect destined to be crushed. Soaking up the electric slashes, the beast claims weak hits do 0 damage, warning that just one strike from him will end the fight. Unfazed by the cheap threat, the MC frowns and tears through the creature's armor with another fast, precise strike. In an automatic response, bizarre tentacles erupt violently from the armor plating, blocking the electric warrior's aggressive charge. Using his own bare hands coated in ice magic, the young guy blocks the lethal retaliation, sliding gracefully through the chaotic arena. A spiked whip tears up the ground, opening a massive crater while the acrobatic human leaps, daring the monster to give it his best shot. Analyzing the runaway enemy, the beast claims that thunder is only good for running away, promising to wait until the pathetic prey's energy runs dry. Running the math in his head, Itsuki sighs in annoyance, figuring the whips are natural weapons, stopping the system from copying them. Dodging another endless rain of fatal strikes, the hero loses track of his own count, doubting how many attacks almost sliced him to pieces. Clashing power in a tense block, the kid checks the panel which pings that his mana is empty because he spammed magic the whole fight. With sweat dripping down his face, he admits his stamina is also gone, and bets everything on dumping the rest of his gas into one raw, direct attack. Landing solid, the plan shifts to swinging non-stop, praying the relic glows to trigger the absurd damage multiplier on the target's flesh. Channeling his last blue sparks into his chest, he shatters the asphalt, charging in like a dark hurricane to end the lethal game. Driven by pure killer determination, the rookie locks his eyes, demanding to rip the beast's head off through sheer blind persistence. A storm of fast magic cuts swallows the armored general, covering the field with electric flashes and heavy crashes. Ignoring his broken body's limits, the hunter keeps up the raw aggression, not taking a single step backward. Sure of his own victory, the monster tanks the storm and mocks the idiot human who chose suicide by burning all his stamina on one rush. The bizarre general taunts, wanting to know what happened, mocking if the useless prey wasn't going to make him feel pain. In response, the kid just gives an ironic chuckle. Grabbing the MC by the throat, the monster is actually impressed by his toughness to handle the pressure. But the warrior doesn't care about the dripping blood and focuses on his glowing fist, announcing the moment has finally arrived. The system panel pings, confirming the broken crystal hit max charge, guaranteeing the next hit will be a 100% critical. With this ace up his sleeve, the hero fires a brutal, devastating punch straight into the armored beast's chest. The red impact is so violent it triggers an absurd shockwave, launching the heavy giant through the trees. Dumped in the crater, the monster is completely shell-shocked, unable to understand where such terrifying power came from out of nowhere. Panting hard, the MC stares at his own hand in awe, and concludes this strength is way crazier than he ever imagined. Strolling calmly up to the downed target, he thinks about the thrill of the hunt and admits he's never felt satisfaction like this before. Even with a nasty bleeding hole in his gut, the kid swears he doesn't feel a single drop of pain in his body. Riding the adrenaline of the lethal battle, Itsuki cracks a wide smile, stating he feels absolutely incredible. Staring down the prey, the hero coldly asks if the beast is feeling pain yet. The beast panics, accusing the human of faking his level. Prepping a lethal magic attack, the hunter points out that the other dumb beasts didn't even know how to scream right when they died. With his eyes glowing a killer red, he swears that hearing the screams of an intelligent beast is literal music to his ears. The rookie's hand moves in to crush the monster's skull, who gulps hard, realizing this kid is the real demon here. Showing zero mercy, the brutal attack crashes down, tearing up the asphalt and crushing the creature's head with a dry smack. The system panel pings, confirming the kill and updating the crystal's hit rate to 4%. With the threat dead, the adrenaline crashes, and the hero instantly feels an absurd pain radiating from the hole in his stomach. Right then, he notices the giant emerald barrier turning clear, figuring out there are no monsters left alive inside. Limping through the brush, the MC zones in on the glowing stone stuck in the ground, and plans to smash it to solve the problem. Using his electric magic, the warrior lands a straight punch on the monolith's core, shattering it easily. Staring at the stone's ruins, the kid sighs tiredly, remembering he needs to check something before heading back to base. Catching his breath, the rookie calls out his dark summon's name, ordering it to show up. A colossal shadow takes shape in front of him, while the hunter asks to take a look at the mascot. The giant shadow wolf appears imposing, and Itsuki is shocked to notice the beast grew an absurd amount. But the size isn't the only weird thing. and the MC's eyes quickly widen when he checks the creature's virtual panel. The screen confirms the mascot jumped 3 levels all at once, stacking up an insane 150 free stat points. Petting the black snout, he guesses the level evolution directly affects the beast's size. Calculating the potential, the hero already pictures the giant monster after dozens of levels and gets hyped for the future. While the duo rests in the forest, the night stays tense, marking just past 1 a.m. under a cloudy sky. Outside, the emerald barrier shatters in the air, and the blonde partner cheers with joy, celebrating his friend's success. The guard analyzes how fast the break was and thinks it's bizarre for someone to clear a green zone in a measly 10 minutes. Totally drained, Itsuki leans on his mascot, admitting the extreme fatigue and blood loss pushed him to his limit. Almost passing out, he asks the shadow wolf to track his own magic energy and take him back to the blacksmith's house. Obeying its master, the colossal beast lets out a loud howl and takes off through the forest, carrying the injured warrior. The terrifying roar echoes through the dark woods, completely shattering the silence of the early morning. Hearing the noise, Jazuke frowns, not understanding how a monster is still alive out there after the dome was destroyed. Focused on protecting the area, the veteran tells the blonde to go back inside the house immediately for safety. Hesitating at the door, the rookie blacksmith finds that howl super familiar and tries to remember where he knows the sound from. The giant creature picks up the pace, cutting through the night wind with surprising speed. Feeling the target closing in fast, the security guard draws his sword, swearing to take down the intruding beast no matter what. The second the black monster leaps from the bushes drooling, the big guy preps to land a fatal slash on the threat. But the blonde recognizes the mascot instantly and screams, warning that it's the dog Itsuki tamed in the city. Desperate, Tenma begs the guard to stop the attack before he hurts their ally's summon. With an absurd reflex, the veteran halts the heavy strike mere millimeters from the scary beast's snout. Staring at the giant wolf, the security guard repeats the word confused, trying to process the sudden information. Lowering his blade, he thinks to himself that summoning beasts was supposed to be a skill exclusive to the tamer class. The MC slides off the monster's back and collapses on the ground, interrupting the big guy's thoughts about magic classes. Running to his partner, the blonde asks if he's okay, while the guard concludes this kid is a bottomless pit of mysteries. Desperate seeing the clothes soaked in blood, the blacksmith asks what happened, but the hero just mumbles his name. With his vision blurring, the injured hunter just asks for a moment of rest before blacking out completely. Thinking his friend died, the blonde goes into full despair and starts crying loudly like a scared child. Out of patience for the drama, the veteran gives the kid a smack on the head and bluntly states the boy is still alive. Rubbing his sore head, the young blacksmith sniffles, asking if the miracle hero actually survived the massacre. The guard points at the injured kid's chest, showing that his breathing is still heavy and steady. Picking up the unconscious body, the big guy asks for healing bandages ASAP, and the blonde quickly steps up to help with the rescue. Already in the safe room, Tenma looks at his bandaged partner and admits to himself he'll never have the same brute strength as his friend. Remembering his own wind class, he thinks about his versatile focus and support battles. However, the panel reveals his secret healing skill, which is a gift restricted only to saving himself and his close partners. Even though he hated this harmless magic in the past, the blonde channels the healing power, swearing to heal his partner as many times as it takes. The rookie blacksmith's hands glow brightly, radiating an emerald energy entirely focused on physical restoration. Pushing the healing aura over the hero's bandaged chest, the kid begs him to get better fast for the sake of their duo team. The injured warrior's breathing finally returns to normal, bringing a massive wave of relief to his worried partner. Far away, a colossal purple dome takes over the area around the Supreme Commander's mansion at the exact same time in the early morning. A gigantic iron pillar plummets from the sky, completely crushing the military territory's magic defenses. In the middle of the dust, the masked leader Izumi stares at the destruction, while the secretary screams the fallen warrior's name. Agia uses green magic trying to save the elite partner, who just mumbles for her to run away as fast as possible. The soldier coughs up blood, assuming the giant beast on his back has absurd stats in every possible level. Facing the level 80, 1 Minotaur warrior, he declares that not even humanity's elite would stand a chance against that apocalypse. Taking the front line imposingly, Izumi ignores his desperate ally's warning telling him to fall back. The giant Minotaur stares at the main target and mocks the Supreme Veteran's flashy outfit. The beast celebrates finding the target fast, while the old man smiles under his mask, confirming he was the real bait of the invasion. A violent magic explosion shatters the dead of night, swallowing the entire mansion with the impact of the lethal clash. Dragged away by the absurd wind of the brawl, the Glass's secretary screams her own dad's name in desperation. With his mask shattered and face bruised, the legend of humanity coldly declares the game finally ends right there. Far away, the monstrous creature mocks the human warrior's delay, arrogantly stating he arrived way too late. With a burning gaze, Haydn ignores the taunt and faces the threat head-on, keeping a firm, unshakable stance. Wasting no time, the hero charges the giant beast and apologizes to his coworker, taking control of the fight. The colossal beast mocks his attitude, claiming not to know where he came from, but noting that the human talks too much. Worried about the situation, an injured hunter warns Haydn to be super careful, because the monster is absurdly strong. The beast doesn't let up and launches a devastating dark attack, forcing the warrior to throw up his guard instantly. Using pure brute force, Haydn shatters the enemy's darkness with a powerful strike, clearing the danger quickly. The fallen ally watches the scene completely in shock, witnessing such an unreal display of physical power. Still stunned, he realizes that can only be the true crushing force of a special class savior in action. The injured warrior concludes this strength breaks all common sense, thinking his teammate is on par with a real monster. Secretary Agia celebrates, thinking the crisis is over, but Haydn kills the joy, warning the worst has just begun. Exactly at that moment, the massive barrier surrounding the area suddenly changes from purple to an intense red. Inside the altered dome, a giant gorilla waits, while a mystery voice wants to see how the beast will punish humanity. A flame demon confesses with a smile that he'd love to stay there, just to watch the massacre of the hunters. Then, a monstrous white ogre agrees with the idea and asks if his fire buddy shares his opinion too. But the leader scolds the duo, reminding them their mission is strictly to capture the target and failing is not an acceptable option. The armored general questions why they dropped into the same zone as the giant gorilla instead of going straight for the prey. He quickly figures out the red barrier acts as a magnet for the human elite, leaving their path clear to act without interruptions. Taking advantage of the colossal ally's distraction, the leader orders them to head straight for the rendezvous point through the shadows. The ogre is unsure of the way, but the general guarantees a hidden master will guide them all using a spy eye. Far from the war zone, Itsuki wakes up startled while the villain explains the magic allows them to see the scenery around the target. The hero's right eye throbs intensely, confirming the macabre tracking mark is glued directly to him. Sitting on the bed near midnight, the MC takes a deep breath, trying to process the weird gut feeling he just had. The young guy's mind drifts to a memory where he appears as a kid, telling his mom he found a vulnerable beast. Flashing an innocent smile, little Itsuki celebrates crushing the bug with his own hands to get revenge. However, his mom gets a scared look and very gently disagrees with her son's cruel attitude. In a bright, empty scene, the woman teaches him there are things way more valuable in life than blindly focusing on revenge. With a calm voice, she warns that power should never be used for grudges, but to protect the people that matter. Outraged by the peaceful lecture, the boy drops his head furiously and yells that the idea of forgiving the monsters is impossible. Full of hate, the kid swears he'll never forget what they did and curses the beasts that killed his family without mercy. Consumed by the darkness of the trauma, the little warrior promises to hunt down and annihilate every disaster beast that crosses his path. Hearing the dark, violent promise, his mom just shoots a silent, sorrowful look over her shoulder. Walking toward a bright, distant light, the woman says goodbye, warning that her time there is finally, truly over. Desperate, the boy tries to reach her figure and begs her to stay, confessing they still have so much to talk about. Slowly fading into the light, his mom gives one last smile and asks her son not to let himself be swallowed by that lethal hatred. The glowing figure completely dissolves in the air while Itsuki reaches out crying, screaming for his mom at the top of his lungs. Dropping to his knees on the floor, the child freezes, staring at the void left by the only family he was still trying to protect. The scene snaps back to the cruel darkness of reality, with the young MC taking the place of his broken childhood self. Suddenly, a demonic voice cuts the silence, mocking him for crying over the dead like a lower life form. The boy turns his head completely terrified, feeling a crushing and very familiar presence right behind his back. With his eyes overflowing with blind fury, he grinds his teeth, instantly recognizing who owns that macabre voice. The ruined demon appears imposing and mocks the kid, noting he only turns back into a crybaby around the dead woman. Consumed by rage, Itsuki curses the monster while his own body gets taken over by a reddish, super aggressive aura. Without a second thought, the hunter charges like lightning, promising to rip the life out of the beast that destroyed his entire past. The demon easily dodges by floating away and tells the hero to chill, guaranteeing he'll soon make him suffer the exact same despair. The kid's punch hits nothing but the wall, while the dark creature vanishes, promising to deliver a bitter taste of hopelessness. Falling down an imaginary abyss, the hero screams the aberration's name, swearing blind revenge with every ounce of strength he has left. The MC wakes up with a jump in the real bed, panting heavily with his right eye burning in a super sinister color. Looking around, he notices his blonde partner snoring on the floor and the mascot on guard, relieved it was all just a bad nightmare. The young guy puts his hand over his face, complaining about a terrible pain in his eye, not getting why since he took no physical damage. Staring at the palm of his hand, he tries to search his memory for any clue why the old injury bothers him so much late at night. Noticing his abdomen has no scratches, the hero figures his ally used magic on him before passing out from the exhaustion of the recent fights. Not wanting to lose focus, the hunter gets out of bed quietly so he doesn't wake up the partner, still sleeping on the wooden floor. Enjoying the early hours, he pets the massive black wolf and tells the beast to stay quiet so they don't spook the obnoxious blonde. Suddenly, a weird wave of energy gives the kid goosebumps, making him curse under his breath as he feels a brutal danger closing in. The blacksmith wakes up startled, firing off a super weak gust of wind, convinced he needs to protect the hero from a deadly ambush. With a face of pure boredom, Atsuki sizes up his ally's pathetic defense and points out that useless little breeze wouldn't even scare a fly. Ignoring the cold scolding, the blonde kid flashes a massive grin of pure joy, seeing his partner is finally awake from the blackout. Tenma jumps onto the hunter's neck celebrating the heal, while Atsuki tanks the affectionate squeeze and asks how long he was out. The partner explains it was just 3 hours of healing sleep, making the hero do the math and ask if the guards are okay. Calmer now, the blacksmith smiles in relief, swearing no new beasts have shown their faces since the giant forest shield dropped. But the MC recalls the villain's tone in the dream and suspects the quiet means the monsters are cooking up a cowardly plan. Putting on his coat in a rush, the lethal killer declares he absolutely cannot drop his guard in a zone this isolated. Admiring the agile stance, the ally sighs in relief seeing his team partner's absurd strength is back at 100% capacity. Opening the cabin door, Atsuki says the rescue squad is taking too long and decides to check the perimeter outside with the veteran guard. Walking through the yard, Tenma gets curious about the dark summon and asks if the giant beast's name is just Deathhound. The blonde offers to name the beast, claiming he's got a real talent for it, but the hero shoots it down, reminding him he isn't even a tamer. Bummed out by the direct rejection, the blacksmith pouts, while the rookie mentally gives thanks for dodging a cringe-worthy name. Near a campfire, the MC praises his partner's medical magic, assuming basic bandages wouldn't have pulled off that whole miracle. Super embarrassed, the young guy tries to defend his own pride, swearing he knows how to use offensive moves too, even if they're mostly harmless. Straight to the point, Itsuki walks up to the security guard and asks if any local guild warrior stepped foot there while he was asleep. The veteran looks tired, shaking his head no, and immediately flips the question, wanting to understand what the kid is worried about. Staring at the treetops, the boy thinks the delay is weird, recalling that getting there requires experienced guides, so you don't get lost. The hero frowns, silently admitting the logic makes sense, but his survival instinct just keeps screaming danger. Deep in the dark woods, a portal starts tearing the air, confirming his worst fears about an incoming killer presence. Deep in the forest, 3 hunters move forward, quickly leaping through the tree branches during the early morning. The glasses kid asks how much longer until they arrive, and leader Kobayashi says it's only a few more miles. He mentions this mission will lock in their promotion, thinking it's crazy the best blacksmith lives, so isolated like this. Suddenly the pink-haired woman hits the brakes hard, sliding across the wood. Caught off guard by the sudden stop, the two partners also dig their feet into the branches, halting their sprint. The glasses guy doesn't get the pause, but his partner immediately warns that she senses something coming right at them. Through the night fog, the dark silhouette of an imposing beast with a flaming head reveals its presence. Recognizing the danger level, Kobayashi draws his sword on the spot and orders the team to prep for a lethal fight. A colossal gray monster sprouts behind the fire creature, asking where his partner was rushing to so fast. Flashing a sadistic grin, the fire demon figures the big ally is heading for the exact same target. A long, dark blade is drawn while the villain's magic fire completely swallows the weapon's structure. Walking toward the humans, the beast mocks that it'd be too boring to wipe out such fragile insects with just one hit. In response, the gray giant smashes the glasses hunter into the ground with absurd violence, kicking up a ton of dust. The aberration's colossal fist gets totally drenched in the blood of the prey it just annihilated. Looking at the crushed mess, the gray monster jokes about making a human pancake and calls his fire partner cruel. Kobayashi panics, clueless about where those disaster beasts came from since there wasn't any barrier nearby. Playing with a fireball, the sadistic monster casually replies that they traveled from very far away to get there. The pink-haired hunter is completely paralyzed, crying in pure terror faced with that crushing threat. From the shadows, a black, armored demon pops up out of nowhere and lays down an absolute order not to kill the woman. Annoyed by the interruption, the fire being complains about being bored and tells the ally not to ruin his fun. Instantly, a colossal ice spike freezes the Hothid's body, while the rookie warns him not to disobey. Cracking the frozen block, the fire beast caves to the pressure and agrees to stop before his whole body gets permanently iced. In a desperate move, Kobayashi lunges, throwing a heavy slash, but the armored villain blocks it all by creating a dark shield. The fire monster violently blows up the ice prison, grumbling that he thought he was gonna freeze to death in there. Watching the enemies argue, the hunter sweats cold, wondering internally if those freaks are actually gonna spare her life. The fire demon finds the order weird, remembering they were only supposed to avoid killing the main target, and asks if the girl has some rare gift. The Ice Knight denies the theory, revealing his intention is just to test the new skill he received from Lord Linga. Several tentacles of dark energy shoot out and pierce the woman's body, pulling an agonizing scream of pain in the middle of the woods. The squad leader watches the scene, cursing, not understanding the reason for the kill, but the monster warns she's undergoing demonization. The girl's face is taken over by darkness as her eyes glow a macabre red, confirming the total corruption of her body. Intrigued, the flame creature concludes that humans corrupted by that bizarre technique become loyal servants to their master. Totally dominated by darkness, the woman kneels before the Ice Knight and asks for direct orders from her new lord. The monster demands she hide her identity and stay undercover in human society until the Grand Master's final arrival. Without hesitating for a single second, the corrupted hunter lowers her head, swearing absolute loyalty to the enemy command. Satisfied with the submission, the Dark Leader approves of the new slave's attitude and tells her to bounce out of their ass AP. Her former partner is completely stunned and in shock, watching his teammate turn her back to run away. With an agile, silent jump, the woman vanishes into the dark forest, abandoning the leader alone with the demons. The fire beast questions the point of recruiting weak human trash for their troops, thinking the tactic is a massive waste of time. Keeping the march going, the Ice General reveals that tens of thousands of hunters have already been infected by the same cowardly process. The Grey Giant follows the group, while the leader promises this undercover army will be crucial when the Master takes over the world. Focused on the goal, the Dark Lord tells the Fire Demon to stop stalling, stressing that the current mission is top priority. The scene shifts to 3 a.m. the next day, showing the Iron Golem guarding the property entrance peacefully. Walking through the yard, Jozuk mentions that the machine's brute force equals a level 30 hunter, fixing the lack of guards. The veteran looks around and asks where the hero is, and the blonde quickly replies his partner went straight to the old man's workshop. Arriving in the basement, Itsuki approaches the master craftsman and asks how much the relic's rate went up during the fight against the giant beast. The MC's virtual panel shows the critical rate at 4%, meaning the bonus went up 1 point after dropping the last target. Laughing at the low stat, the old blacksmith praises the young guy's absurd luck, who agrees casually, saying he feels that way sometimes too. The kid reveals that right after landing that critical hit, he felt his focus skyrocket and entered a weird state of omnipotence. Shocked by the sudden reveal, the craftsman drops his hammer instantly while the rookie asks if that's the crystal's effect. Turning his head, impressed, the old man describes the feeling as having your senses so sharp you notice everything while staying completely calm. Looking at his own dark hand, Itsuki calmly confirms that's exactly the feeling that filled his body. The master steps closer, amazed by the feat, admitting he's super surprised the freshman managed to access the so-called flow state. Sounding like a professor, the old guy details that this condition happens when the mind dives entirely into a task, warping real time. The hero gets a little lost in the fancy explanation, forcing the old man to summarize that the power just means being hyper-focused. The blacksmith uses a practical example, a painter so obsessed with his canvas that he forgets to even eat for hours on end. He also mentions an athlete pulling off impossible moves or a student locked in on a test, stating that is also absolute focus. But for a hunter, this mental trance goes way beyond normal concentration, making every single one of their senses absurdly sharp. The system window illustrates the power spike, since the flow effect boosts all stats and magic to 120% of normal. Totally stunned, the rookie admits he never heard about this in school, but the old man warns very few warriors ever reach this level. Surprised, Itsuki mentions he didn't know about that limit, and the craftsman concludes flow requires a ton of talent, luck, and an empty mind. The old guy guarantees mastering this trance is the definitive line separating geniuses from trash, and not even the legend Tai Wajin controls it at will. Hitting his hammer on the hot forge, the craftsman proudly recalls that he accessed this powerful state for the first time after 2 years of training. He points out that time was already considered an impressive record, which makes the kid doing it in a single month an absolute freak occurrence. Noticing the sudden silence, the old man stops working and asks if the kid is paying attention to his valuable lesson. Ignoring the scolding, the MC coldly announces that 3 auras with colossal magic are closing in, guessing it's the guild backup. But his killer instinct quickly takes over when the young guy recognizes the dirty energy pattern feels way more like disaster beasts. Wasting no time on theories, the hunter turns his back and sprints toward the stairs, telling the master he's gonna check the perimeter. Running down the hall, Itsuki thinks it's weird to sense danger, since he swept the whole area, and there was no sign of a green shield in the woods. In a rush, the hero shoves open the double wooden doors of the house and crashes the porch, ready for any ambush coming from the shadows. The blonde partner greets his ally cheerfully, while the veteran guard finds the kid's totally defensive and alert stance weird. Explaining the tension, the rookie reports that his internal radar picked up strong magic fluctuations and suspects. It's another giant beast. Trying to smooth things over, Tenma swears it's impossible without a new barrier, and the guard trusts the iron golem could handle any loose trash. But the peace is ruined in the blink of an eye by a violent crash that makes the blonde choke in pure terror at the scene. A brutal fist bathed in dark lightning punches through the metal golem's armored shell, shattering the main core without any difficulty. The defense team freezes in shock, seeing the indestructible invention annihilated in a fraction of a second before it even tries to react. Standing before the three demonic generals, the Black Ice Knight guarantees victory will be super easy with them teamed up there. The prophecy ticks into the early morning as the White Ogre's colossal silhouette dominates the fluorescent darkness. Facing the threat head-on, Itsuki immediately realizes every single one of those monsters is way worse than the barrier beasts. The hero locks his focus entirely on the armored general up front, feeling a crushing wave of mana he's never seen before in his life. Keeping his imposing stance, the Dark Leader orders his partners to bag the target while he handles things right there. The Ice Knight uses a deep voice to warn them not to break the magic eye under any circumstances during the mission. Not really sweating it, the Flame Demon and the White Ogre agree to the order, telling the boss to chill. Jozuke panics, asking if their target is Aiden, while Itsuki is stunned to hear the disaster beasts actually having a conversation. In an explosive move, the Dark General charges, tearing up the ground, and announces he won't let anyone get past him. But the MC doesn't back down and accelerates like lightning to go head to head with the invading monster. The masked villain's eyes widen, totally surprised by the human kid's absurd reaction speed. He's in shock, noticing the extreme speed the rookie used to close the gap in the blink of an eye. To block the rush, the demon throws up a wall of black ice, promising he won't let the kid get anywhere near the craftsman. The dark wall slices through the battlefield, completely cutting off the hero's path. Right behind, Jozuke tries to shatter the defense with a heavy sword strike and grumbles that the ice is way too hard. Amidst the chaos, a desperate scream alerts Jozuke to the imminent danger coming right behind him. The giant White Ogre plummets from the sky, delivering a brutal club strike aimed straight at the veteran security guard. Unable to dodge in time, the big guy takes a violent hit and goes flying across the battlefield. Seeing his ally get launched, Itsuki turns his head, worried, and screams Jozuke's name. Using the distraction, the Flame Demon preps an attack and mocks him, asking if it's really the time to be looking away. The villain fires an absurd Crimson Fireball, revealing its a lethal rank a skill. To protect his blonde ally, the MC tells him to run fast and throws up his own wall of black ice. The blacksmith's son runs desperately through the forest, trying to escape the blast zone of that destructive magic. The colossal fireball violently collides with the dark barrier, melting the defense in seconds. The system reacts to the enemy strike and slowly kicks off the analysis process, ticking the first percent. Hiding behind what's left of the shield, the hero sweats cold, feeling the pressure of that hellish heat. He quickly gets a reality check, terrified to realize that Scumbag's magic is at a super high rank. With his arm smoking from a burn, Itsuki admits he messed up trusting the ice when he could have dodged using thunder. The Flame Demon bursts into laughter, calling the kid an idiot for thinking pathetic ice could hold back his fire. The young guy gets up in the middle of the smoke, totally banged up, while the system insists on showing his lock level 0. Analyzing the enemy, the fire monster guesses a weak level 0 human could never be the owner of the magic eye. With a macabre smile, the beast announces that since that's the case, he can burn the kid to death without worrying about a thing. Prepping another attack, the villain mocks seeing the shadow dog and asks if the human wants to fight 2v1 to get an edge. Another fire blast is fired, while the demon swears not even 10 of those summons would be enough to beat him. Ignoring the threat, Itsuki just turns his head and orders his giant mascot to go protect Mr. Aiden. The fireball explodes violently on the asphalt, making a crater exactly where the MC was standing a second ago. The flame monster's eyes bug out, completely shocked, unable to believe the kid managed to dodge that. Soon, the beast notices the dark movement and sees the giant dog running away from the fight. Tracking the blur, the villain figures out the summon is rushing straight for the mission's main target. Right then, Itsuki pops up behind the enemy, who gets furious thinking the cocky kid is underestimating him. The system analysis ticks up, while the hero calculates that faking weakness would stop the monster from killing him right away. With a smirk, he concludes this cowardly tactic would buy the perfect amount of time to finish copying the technique. But getting swallowed by the beast's heat, the young guy announces he simply can't fake being scared in front of a freak like that. Bathed in an intense electric aura, the hunter taunts the enemy, throwing it in his face that he is obviously way too weak. The demon goes into a blind rage at the human's insult and swears he'll turn the bratty kid into ashes right then and there. Speeding through the air, Atsuki notes the enemy's flame got way bigger, but the attack speed is exactly the same as before. With his right eye glowing, he deduces the villain only focuses on long-range attacks, guaranteeing a win in close quarters. The flame beast's eyes widen, completely unable to process what's happening right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the MC is already glued to the monster, delivering a brutal electric kick against the target. The demon's blood runs cold, totally stunned by the absurd agility the human used to get that close. Despite the scare, the aberration flashes a wide, toothy grin, proving he prepped a little surprise. The kick's impact sinks into a wall of burning fire, shooting a terrible pain up the electric hunter's leg. Bouncing back in the air, the kid suffers from the burn, and gets spooked discovering the enemy has a flame shield. Mocking the failure, the beast asks if the kid thought he wouldn't know how to cover his own biggest weakness in a fight. Giving no chance to defend, the monster fires a violent explosion that swallows the hero mid-air. Itsuki's body gets launched backward hard as he eats the damage from that perfectly set fire trap. The young guy slides across the dirt floor, kicking up a ton of dust, trying to break the heavy impact of the magic explosion. Feeling his whole body burn, he admits his own mistake for underestimating that aberration's tactical brains. The fire demon laughs out loud, pointing out the kid's speed doesn't match his level, admitting he got played. Completely bruised and covered in smoke, the MC stands up from the rubble, keeping his dark, focused stare. Convinced he's already won, the fire monster looks at the injured prey and sarcastically asks if the human still wants to try fighting. Flashing his sharp teeth, the beast advises the kid to stay on the ground to guarantee a much less painful death. But the hero ignores the warning as he grumbles that the system analysis is taking forever since it's a rank A magic. Cutting to the dead of night, the clock ticks forward, marking the final minutes before absolute chaos. The Ice General invades the workshop and lists how Aiden forged unique relics and tons of epic tools in his life. The masked monster walks up to the workbench, praising the old man as the absolute greatest and best craftsman in all of humanity. Aiden finds it weird the enemy is listing his resume like a eulogy and asks straight up if the plan is to kill him right there. Promising the target's safety, the Ice Lord tells the old man to chill, swearing to keep him alive as long as he's useful to the cause. Gripping his hammer handle, the veteran craftsman claps back with serious swagger, announcing he unfortunately doesn't make a habit of taking orders. Without warning, Aiden draws a dagger coated in blue magic and throws the blade straight at the invading monster's neck. But the general's reaction is instant, triggering an absurd ice explosion that locks the attack just inches from the target. In a single moment, the blacksmith's entire body gets swallowed by the freezing prison, making the old man realize the high level of that skill. The dark villain arrogantly tells the old man to give up, making it clear he's the only one deciding who lives or dies here. Hiding behind a pillar, Temma panics over his dad's kidnapping and tries to calculate if a sneak attack would work. The tension breaks when Itsuki's demon dog leaps from the shadows, tearing into the warehouse to challenge the enemy general. The shadow beast charges roaring with everything it's got straight at the masked general, but the Dark Lord throws up an ice barrier that blocks the lethal bite instantly. A violent crash knocks the wolf back while the ice shatters across the wooden floor of the workshop. The villain finds the security breach outside weird and doesn't get how a weak mascot slipped past them. Hiding in the dark, Temma is stunned seeing that not even a brute summon like that gets close to the beast. Sweating bullets, the blonde calculates that if the beast fails, he doesn't stand a chance, and thinks about calling the hero. Suddenly, the memory of his dad scolding him, warning that this cowardice would kill him, haunts the kid's mind. He quickly remembers Itsuki was already totally beat up fighting the giant fire demon outside. Cowling him now would just be throwing his partner into the fire, proving the blonde ran away like a cowardly rat. Overtaken by a sudden burst of courage, the blacksmith swears to himself he's gonna save the old man with his own hands. A brilliant idea lights up in his head when he remembers the magic dragon armor hidden in the house. With that epic gear, the kid bets he has a chance and sprints to search under his dad's bed. Running down the dark hallway, he asks the craftsman to hold on just a little longer. The Ice General mocks, noticing the rat hiding in the wall ran away instead of helping its own summon. Staring down the shadow wolf, the masked monster coldly states he's sending the creature straight to the afterlife. Outside, the flame demon decides to leave the heavy cleanup to his partners and preps his fire bullet. Itsuki triggers the black wall, covering his burned leg in ice, so he can move a bit better. Using the electric momentum, the hero slides, dodging the blazing pillar that swallows the dirt floor. The villain praises the prey's stubbornness, but notices the kid is getting way slower because of the injuries. Giving no breathing room, the monster shoots again, wanting to see how long the human can keep playing dodgeball. The hunter dodges at the very last second, while the beast notices he had to use both hands to escape this time. Annoyed by the stalling, the fire demon stops playing around and fires a lethal barrage with dozens of attacks at once. The rain of red flames surrounds the rookie from all sides, cutting off any escape route through the air. Cornered, Itsuki curses the ridiculous amount of magic dropping right on his head. The fire shreds the kid's body, and he admits he'd easily dodge that strike if he wasn't so broken right now. The system pings 90% copied while the hero collapses on the asphalt, getting mercilessly gunned down. A curtain of flames sweeps the scene, pushing the analysis progress bar up faster and faster. The hunter's body is swallowed by the inferno as the panel hits almost the absolute limit of the magic read. Even taking raw damage, the warrior stays on his feet, enduring the heavy burning while the numbers climb. Overflowing with fire, the MC tells the beast to send more flames exactly like that last tragic time. The desperate image of his mom vanishing in the bluish heat haunts the hunter's mind amidst the chaos. Through the gap in the fire, the demon watches sadistically, loving seeing human despair burn down to the bone. With a brutal leap, the beast fires its piercing bullet, ordering the brat to die once and for all. The lethal shot collides head on with the glowing lotus while the hero prays he finished the magic copy in time. The system locks in the exact 100%, blocking the destructive magic with an absolutely insane divine defense. The flame monster freezes in pure shock, unable to understand what kind of impenetrable shield sprouted out of nowhere. With the analysis done, the MC realizes he didn't get a new spell, but instead leveled up his black wall. The screen breaks down the technique's evolution, showing it now blocks rank of fire and healed all his severe injuries as a bonus. Completely uninjured, the rookie cracks his neck, satisfied with the automatic 50-point boost across all his stats. Confident with the power jump, he calculates he doesn't need to run from fire anymore and just needs to get in the cocky beast's face. Floating there annoyed, the villain doesn't get how the attack failed, but figures the broken kid won't last holding that defense. The lotus-shaped shield radiates pure magic, protecting the human from all the hellish heat taking over the field. Thinking the kid is at his limit, the beast claims victory, convinced his body already gave out to brutal exhaustion. The demon announces the warm-up is over and swears to turn the prey to dust at that exact moment in the fight. But the swagger vanishes when the beast's eyes widen in terror, seeing the kid's body without a single scratch. With a dark look, the hunter says he planned to ignore the villain so he could rescue old man Aiden first. Bathed in blue lightning, Itsuki declares he changed his mind because that cheap fire woke up some really bad memories in his head. The kid's pupils glow a killer red as he promises to crush the meddling beast right there. With a brutal push, the warrior vanishes, leaving nothing but a shattered floor and a trail of dust. The demon feels the pressure of the lightning rush and instantly realizes the weird human is seriously dangerous. Sweating cold, the fire monster admits he'd already be dead if he hadn't used his artifact to block that last sneak attack. Itsuki lands far away, and the creature flies off furious so it doesn't lose sight of the intruder in the dark forest. Tearing through the brush, the kid uses thunder to sprint, while the beast tries to figure out how far it got knocked back by the hit. In another area, Jazu grips his heavy sword, concluding these beasts are way stronger than normal ones. The security guard gets a massive jump scare when the giant gray shadow ogre pops up drooling right behind him. The big guy turns around wielding the blade and thinks it's great the monster followed him, leaving the blonde kid alone. Focused on the mission, the veteran knows the apprentice can escape on his own, but severely fears for his boss and the summon's lives. Overflowing with lethal magic in his sword, the guard swears to slice the giant ogre in the blink of an eye so he can help the team. Inside the messy room, Temma begs his dad to hold on while he desperately searches the floor for the relic. Tossing the junk aside, the blacksmith reaches under the floorboards, laser focused on finding the saving magic weapon. Pulling the heavy box by its wooden edges, the kid finally grabs the object, covered in dust and cobwebs. The boy's eyes shine with pure relief, and he celebrates finding the right tool in his moment of desperation. Holding the chest, Temma feels confident, knowing that with the dragon armor, he won't be anyone's punching bag. The panel shows the red pieces dropping an absurd attack bonus that drastically spikes for every minute used. Wearing the mystic shell, the blonde mentally asks Itsuki to focus only on the frontline beast outside. Clenching the sharp claws tight, the young guy swears he won't be useless dead weight in the battle for his ally. With the helmet locked, he remembers his dad's warning about the fatal side effect if the tool is worn for more than 15 minutes. Smashing through the house's planks, the armored blacksmith charges like a bulldozer, focused on saving the old man before the timer hits 0. Nearby, the ice general walks calmly through the frozen forest, wondering if they're screwing up by moving so slow. Holding the old man by the neck, the armored villain brags, saying only the special elite could go toe-to-toe with him. The demon points out the bigwigs won't show up because the powerful demon king is keeping them all busy right now. Even trapped, Aiden uses his head and asks if the enemy troop made all this noise just to kidnap a retired blacksmith. The Dark Lord tells the hostage not to think he's the center of the universe, revealing the monsters have several other targets there too. Satisfied with the arrogant beast's loose lips, the old man confirms his suspicion that the war is full of tactical holes. Cutting the chatter, the shadow mascot shatters the ice prison to the Lord's surprise, who curses the annoying persistence of the creature. Far away, Jazuk assesses the tense situation and calculates that his chances of winning solo, or just with the blonde, are almost zero. But the shadow mascot wastes no time and charges with everything it has at the Ice Lord, tearing the dark air. Alongside the beast, a brutally armored figure appears, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding the villain return his dad immediately. The masked general gets confused, asking what his partners are doing letting a kid and a Shikigami slip by. Cutting to the other side of the field, the fire demon stares down the MC standing in the smoke. The monstrous beast can't hide its surprise seeing the prey survived even with its entire body carbonized. Without a single scratch on his skin, Itsuki takes a deep breath while the villain tries to understand how he healed so much. Consumed by fury, the fire monster declares it doesn't matter how many times the target regenerates, the tragic end will always be the same. Giving no quarter, the aberration fires a massive, lethal barrage of red flames across the stage. Using his head, the hunter quickly summons his black ice wall to tank the deadly impact. The violent fire collides with the icy barrier, causing an explosion that shakes the entire forest. Thinking he won, the demon mocks the human, calling him an idiot for trying to block an attack like that head-on. However, the rookie steps out of the smoke totally unhurt and announces that cheap level of fire doesn't work on him anymore. Triggering the thunder magic, the hero declares the flame villain is the one on the chopping block now and charges like lightning. The monster panics, realizing the kid's speed went up again, but trusts his fire barrier will save him. Tearing through the wind, Atsuki furiously states the first step is to rip off every single scale of that cursed beast. The warrior closes the gap in the blink of an eye and delivers a brutal electric strike against the prey. Protected by his burning shield, the villain doesn't get the stupidity and thinks the human forgot about his impenetrable defense. The surprise comes a second later when the rookie's dark hand punches through the flame barrier like it's paper. With the guard broken, the hunter hits the monster dead on with a devastating impact that shatters the shield. The panel confirms another defense boost for tanking the fire, leaving the kid with a sadistic, lethal smile. Staring death in the face, the demon's mocking expression vanishes, giving way to absolute terror. The colossal impact launches the beast across the field, while the MC declares it's time to fry the enemy. Sweating cold, the flaming aberration figures he needs to run fast, knowing he'll die if he gets caught. Completely desperate, the fire monster starts screaming, calling for the White Ogre and the other generals. His flames flicker while his cry for help echoes pathetically through the dark forest. Too weak to fly, the injured villain drops, dragging his own body across the dirt and smashing through trees. Dumped in the wreckage, the general loses his mind, screaming he refuses to lose his life to a mere inferior human. From the dusty shadows, Itsuki appears, walking slowly and casting a freezing glare over the fallen prey. Shaking in his boots, the monster stutters, trying to insult the hero by throwing it in his face that he's nothing but a useless level 0. A crushing, demon-shaped aura takes over the rookie, while the system warns his next hit will be a 100% critical. The flame general cries in pure terror, admitting the real monster in that forest isn't him. Completely paralyzed by fear, the villain stammers, realizing he's standing in front of an actual demon. Without an ounce of pity, the MC steps up, blasting the target with a punch packed with lethal dark energy. The impact of the hit sets off an explosion of blood and flames, ending the beast's existence with one dry smack. The absurd force of the critical strike tears the earth, opening a massive crater right under the shredded body. Standing calmly over the aberration's carcass, Itsuki takes a deep breath, mission accomplished. But the killer clicks his tongue, frustrated, complaining the critical hit came too soon and ruined his chance to torture the prey more. Checking out his own aura, the young guy notices he entered the absolute focus state again, exactly like last time after taking fatal damage. With his mind hyper-sharp, he starts theorizing if landing a critical hit is the automatic trigger to access this bizarre trance. The virtual panel catches his eye, confirming his magic stats smashed the surreal mark of over 2,000 points. Satisfied with the inflated numbers from his passives in the trance, the warrior spots a green energy glowing on the dead body. The XP stone floats in the air and suddenly shoots into the dark woods, making the kid curious. Tracking the glow with his eyes, Itsuki wonders if that dead monster's magic is flying toward the veteran security guard. The theory fails fast, since the gem should split among all the lives present there, but the energy stayed clumped together. Fearing the worst, the hero takes off full speed, thinking the old man is already dead, since his shadow summon is basically immortal. In the wrecked workshop, Tema sweats cold, realizing that not even his armor's max output can scratch the Lord's shield. Refusing defeat, the young blacksmith preps another heavy blow, swearing he'll swing non-stop until the defense breaks. Stuck in the ice, his dad calls his son an idiot, asking if he hasn't noticed the colossal power gap between them yet. The master craftsman screams in panic, ordering the kid to strip that magic tool off his body right now before it's too late. Stomping his foot, the blonde replies from above that he won't back down even if he gets to sound, since his only focus is saving the old man's life. Hitting like a meteor, the red armored warrior drops from the ceiling, smashing the floor in a blind rush. Focused on the attack, Tema trusts his dark ally would pull this exact same risky move if he were in his shoes. Completely panicked by the stubbornness, Aiden screams, begging his son to stop that useless, suicidal charge. Catching the punch barehanded, the masked general mocks the family love, calling human emotions disgusting. With zero effort, the ice monster bats the kid away, coldly stating he's out of time to play games. Next, the villain summons a rain of brutal ice spikes, firing them all straight at the defenseless boy. The blacksmith gets blasted into the trees, taking heavy damage, while the enemy tells him to learn his place. Watching his son get crushed, the old master chokes on pure terror, fearing his bloodline just ended right there. The blonde's body gets swallowed and sealed by a solid block of ice, while the system shows only 3 minutes left on the armor's timer. In the dead of night, the green energy slides straight into the ice prison where the blonde and the mascot are sealed. Reacting to the absorbed power, the demon dog shatters the cold wall and jumps to level 20, letting out a violent roar. Arriving at the wrecked workshop area, the MC runs up and calls his shadow mascot's name, relieved it's okay. The hunter checks the panel and confirms the beast leveled up, proving his theory that the dog swallowed the loose karma flying around. Looking at the wrecked house, Itsuki turns his head confused, wondering where old man Aiden and the ice general vanished to. The hero spots a gigantic tunnel made of black ice dug into the floor, and is stunned by the sheer size of the hole. Right after, he feels an absurdly heavy wave of magic leaking from the depths of that dark crater. Bathed in blue sparks, the rookie decides to dive into the secret passage, announcing he doesn't have time to wait for the guard. Far from there, Jozu keeps up his hunt, swinging the red sword in a brutal attack against the giant aberration. The gray ogre strikes back with its claws, forcing the veteran to drag his feet across the grass to dodge the blind, violent lunge. Frustration hits hard when the guard notices the perfect cut he just made on the beast's arm has already completely healed. Out of breath, he curses his terrible luck for bumping into the exact monster focused on rapid regeneration. Suddenly, the swordsman spots a gem floating in the air and happily deduces the young blonde managed to win his own fight. Absorbing the energy to keep fighting, he renews his promise not to fall here, to honor his teammate's victory. Analyzing the enemy closely, the veteran points out the giant monster always uses its thick arms to protect its vital nape. Jozu dodges the gray ogre's brutal attack and concludes for a fact that the nape is that giant monster's real weak spot. With this valuable intel in mind, the veteran grips his red sword, confident he can handle the job solo now. Exploiting the opening, the swordsman lunges, slicing the beast's arm with a lethal cut that makes it roar in pain. Without giving the creature time to breathe, he plans to chop off both of the enemy's arms at once to shatter any defense. Laser focused on the enemy's movement, the guard coldly calculates that the beast's absurd regen takes at least 1 full second to kick in. Putting the pieces together, Jozu deduces that during this tiny time window, the beast's nape will be completely exposed for a finishing blow. Consumed by killer determination, the veteran narrows his eyes, ready to execute the perfect strike and end the fight. With a violent push, the guard crosses the gap, slicing the monster's nape with a devastating impact bathed in red energy. The colossal beast drops dead on the asphalt while the swordsman grumbles about going through hell against a dumb, mute monster. Sheathing his weapon, the veteran picks up his pace through the dark, remembering he needs to find the blonde kid ASAP. Worry kicks in hard because the guard knows the Black Ice General is way too dangerous for the boy to face alone. Far away, Aiden tries to break out of the ice prison while the Shadow Lord notices the old man is dying to say something. Telling the craftsman to spit it out already, the villain listens as the old man begs desperately for them to release his son under any condition. Mocking the useless plea, the masked monster says he can't control the ice from far away, and the blacksmith will soon be their slave. Even as he turns his back, the Ice Lord admits he knew instantly that the kid's heavy armor was forged from the demon dragon race. The villain explains that race has such insane vitality that their ego survives in the flesh and scales, even after a brutal death. Completely terrified, Aiden knows these relics hold the beast's will, and end up swallowing the user's mind little by little. The Ice Lord details coldly that at the end of this horrifying process, the kid's entire body will be hijacked with no turning back. Eaten by the lethal curse, the young blacksmith structure starts twisting while the magic armor takes total control. A colossal red aura explodes into the scene, confirming the kid's complete and macabre assimilation with the demonic dragon. Rewinding time a bit, Tenma tells Atsuki to be careful as the hero walks alone toward the forest's green barrier. Watching the kid admire his ally, the security guard points out his devotion, and the blonde confirms he dreams of being exactly like the rookie. Josuke asks what triggered this sudden urge, leaving the rookie blacksmith totally confused and speechless. Keeping it serious, the big guy reminds him the kid has met plenty of insanely strong folks in his life. The guard lists off absolute combat legends, bringing up the kid's own dad and the supreme heroes he's had the pleasure of seeing up close. Oozing a humble vibe, Josuke points out that even he has way more fame and battle experience than the MC himself. Staring the blonde down, he picks the kid's brain, demanding to know what draws him so much to want to follow in the freshman's footsteps. Caught off guard by the deep thought, the blacksmith stammers nervously, trying to dig up a logical answer for his own admiration. Catching the guy's confusion, the veteran backs off, saying it was just a silly curiosity and telling him not to stress over it. Looking at the ground deep in thought, Tenma secretly admits he had never stopped for a single second to figure out the real reason behind that feeling. The blonde's mind travels 10 years into the past, while he tries to understand the real motive for wanting to copy Itsuki's strength. In the sunny, happy memory, his mom hands him a wooden sword, asking super sweetly if he liked his birthday present. Bursting with childhood energy, little Tenma raises the weapon to the sky, giving the toy a heroic name that makes his mom laugh. Overflowing with pure imagination, the kid runs through the house yelling that a great hunter has arrived to crush all the disaster beasts. Hyped about his new fake magic tool, he turns around, dying to show the new toy off to the neighborhood kids. His blacksmith dad watches from afar while his mom tells him to be careful, worrying if her son actually has any real friends to play with. Hitting the cobblestone street all hyped, the little blonde shows off his wooden sword super proudly to the older neighborhood gang. But the other kids exchange malicious looks and snicker, plotting some cowardly prank against the innocent boy. The bully leader sarcastically praises the fake gift and holds out his hand, demanding the blonde let him borrow the new sword for a sec. Totally caught off guard by the aggressive street approach, the little guy steps back, choking on fear without knowing what to say to the gang. The mean kids corner the victim, arguing that his rich dad can just make a bunch more of those and swearing they'll give it right back. Pinned against the dirty wall, Tenma thinks about saying no and tries to protect his toy, remembering he literally just got the gift. Smelling the fear in the air, the bully leans in with a threatening face, demanding obedience and pressuring the kid to hand over the weapon. Caving to the cruel pressure of the boys, the little blacksmith forces a nervous smile and hands over the wooden toy with shaking hands. The gang runs off with the stolen sword, totally roasting the fake hero catchphrases the little guy was shouting earlier. Little Tenma is left entirely alone and bummed out in the middle of the stone courtyard, after losing his birthday gift without even putting up a fight. Crying quietly over his own cowardice, he grumbles, remembering the bully's fake promise that they'd give the toy back soon. Looking sadly back at his house, the boy sees his mom sitting peacefully on the porch enjoying the daylight. Swallowing his tears instantly, the kid tries to hide his sadness, wiping his face so he doesn't ruin his mom's happiness. His mom welcomes him with open arms and a gentle smile, asking if playing with his friends on the street was fun. Forcing a joy that isn't even close to real, the little boy lies straight to her face, claiming he had a blast with the neighborhood crew. With a caring mom's sharp eye, she quickly notices the wooden sword is MIA and asks where his valuable present went. Hammering away at the forge in the background, the annoyed dad instantly guesses the troublemakers stole the wimpy kid's toy again. Outraged by the mean injustice against her son, the woman gets up from her chair, determined to go get the sword back from the little thieves by force. But the craftsman raises a hand, blocking her path, and warns that getting the item back now will only delay the next inevitable robbery. Delivering a heavy strike to the hot iron, the dad scolds the kid for not protecting his own stuff, and being too much of a coward to ask for help. Curled up on the porch floor, the boy cries, hiding his face while the old man throws it in his face that he didn't raise such a weak, submissive son. The flashback blends with the dark present, and the blonde goes back to reflecting on the real reason he idolizes Itsuki's brutal courage so much. Months after that fateful day, his dad rushes down the hospital hallway looking desperate, while the doctor explains his wife's body was always super fragile. The legendary blacksmith breaks down in tears, refusing to accept that all they can do is wait for her to pass, while the doc asks him to stay by her side at the end. The doctor leaves the room, giving a heads up about the little time left, leaving the boy next to his sick mom's bed. Holding the woman's pale hand, little Tenma cries non-stop while she asks with a fading voice for him to dry his tears of pain. Flashing one last sweet smile, his mom comforts the boy, saying his supposed weakness is just endless kindness from a good heart. Changing the tone, She warns that kindness without strength turns into cruelty, saying he'll end up getting hurt if he can't protect the ones he loves. Squeezing her son's hand with the rest of her strength, the woman puts all her hope in him, swearing he'll become a brave, unbeatable hunter. Slowly closing her eyes, she pulls a final promise, demanding the kid become a fearless warrior and take good care of his grumpy dad. The sharp, flatline beep of the heart monitor cuts through the hospital room's silence, marking the loving mom's tragic goodbye. Crying his eyes out at the edge of the bed, the little boy swears at the top of his lungs that he'll fulfill her wish and become the strongest, kindest hero on the planet. Back in the tense present, the blonde's mind analyzes all this old pain, trying to connect his past trauma with the MC's image. The first memory that pops up is their initial meetup in the alley, when the blacksmith shook in his boots at the Allies' ruthless aggression while taming the wolf. He admits the plan was just to form a quick alliance, but hanging out proved the kid's crushing strength wasn't his only good quality. The memory pulls up the chaotic massacre at the tournament, proving the hero pushes forward without pity even when surrounded by dozens of enemy hunters at once. The blonde remembers his partner's ridiculous courage, facing the giant fire demon without showing a single drop of fear or hesitation in his soul. Despite all the lone wolf killer swagger, the memory focuses on the rookie stepping in front of danger on purpose to act as a human shield for his partners. Finally cracking the code on his own inspiration, the blonde understands his drive while Itsuki turns his head, asking if he's still thinking about that. Tenma reflects that Itsuki is strong and brave, being the exact type of hunter he always dreamed of becoming. However, the kid admits he's a talentless coward and will never be able to reach his idol's level. Even super banged up, the blacksmith smiles, concluding that fighting side by side with his friend is already a massive honor. Cutting to the present, the draconic creature pants heavily in the middle of the wrecked forest. Landing on the scene right after, the protagonist stares at the armored monster and asks if that's Iberia. At the sound of the rookie's voice, the demonic beast slowly turns its head toward the newcomer. With a violent leap, the beast tears through the dark sky during the tense early morning of the prophesied invasion. Intrigued, the hero asks why Iberia is wearing the dragon armor again, since that was totally off limits. The creature just pants in a spooky way, leading the kid to guess there's something seriously wrong going on here. Checking the beast out up close, the warrior notices its appearance is way different and more aggressive than usual. Right then, a growl echoes out while a killer red glow takes over the out of control monster's eyes. Confused by the guttural sound, Itsuki asks if the beast tried to say something and demands to know where old man Aiden is. Instead of answering, the creature charges with blind fury, trying to slice the kid up using its razor-sharp claws. With his ridiculous reflexes, the hunter slides backward, dodging the brutal slash by a hair. Trying to snap his ally back to reality, the protagonist yells, telling Iberia to wake up from this trance. The colossal monster drags its claws through the dirt to break its momentum, while letting out a bizarre screech. Staring the kid down, the beast makes distorted noises, proving it's completely lost its mind for good. Soon the monster digs its claws into the earth, and the system warns that a wind blade skill has been activated. In a sharp move, the creature swings its arm, firing a razor-sharp gust of wind right at the target. The hero's eyes light up noticing the danger, and he focuses on the magic attack closing in super fast. Smoothly dodging the magic, Itsuki figures out this technique is exclusive to a wind elementalist. A second blast cuts the wind and scrapes right past the kid's body, slicing a tree clean in half. The hunter weighs whether this is a side effect of the armor or mind control from some disaster beast. With no time to think, he triggers the thunder wave, picking up speed, and announces he's gonna pin the beast down. Bathed in blue lightning, the rookie crosses the air and respawns a split second later right above the out of control beast. The force of the strike creates a loud boom, kicking up a heavy curtain of dust and smoke around the monster. Staring into the smoke, the young guy recognizes Iberia's unmistakable magic energy, but can hardly believe the attack. With his pupils locked on the darkness, he grinds his teeth, demanding to know what kind of disaster went down at the workshop. Suddenly, the monstrous jaw opens, and Tenma's weak voice echoes out, begging the hero to just put him out of his misery. The shock hits the protagonist like a truck, his eyes bugging out when he discovers who is actually inside the armor. Taking advantage of the rookie's hesitation, the ruthless monster lands a deep cut right on his exposed chest. But guard Jozuke's colossal blade blocks the strike at the very last second, while telling the kid to watch out. With a roar of effort, the big guy shoves the creature back using the full weight of his red sword. The impact of the block drags the beast across the dirt asphalt, pushing the threat away from the duo for now. Itsuki tries to warn him about the beast, but the security guard cuts him off, confessing the absolute worst-case scenario just happened. Giving zero breathing room, the draconic monster spins its own body at high speed, creating a hurricane of destruction. The beast runs circles around the hunters in a blind rhythm, forming a lethal dust arena that traps the allies. The hero realizes the beast lost control, and Jozu confirms the kid got swallowed by the armor. Confirming the effect, Itsuki concludes the only way out is to rip the gear off the blonde's body ASAP. With a sad look, the veteran says it's too late because the relic has already fused with the guy's flesh. Blocking another furious lunge from the beast, the security guard explains he's seen a hunter become a slave to the dragon before. Clashing blades, he drops the harsh reality, warning that the armor only lets go when the host kicks the bucket. The MC goes into absolute shock, stuttering that he refuses to accept such a brutal, dead-end condition. Keeping it ice cold, the big guy states that the only logical and merciful option here is to take out their own friend. Taking on the burden, the veteran grips his sword, guaranteeing the kill, and telling the rookie to look away if he can't stomach it. Jozu takes the lead on the mission, swearing to handle the problem so he doesn't drop heavy trauma on the kid's shoulders. Walking right past his coworker, Itsuki tells him to go rescue old man Aiden and says the shadow dog will help. Summoning the giant mascot, the hero asks the guard to hurry up, confessing he's got a lot to talk about with the blonde. Beaten by his determination, the swordsman closes his eyes, accepts the request, and says he trusts the kid's talent. Sprinting into the brush, the veteran warns that the beast will get stronger if it runs away, ordering the monster's death right there. The blind warrior rushes through the dark forest, calling his black summon to sniff out the enemy lord. With no obstacles in the way, the crazed dragon focuses back on the lone hunter and charges in for a brutal strike. The out-of-control beast tears up the ground, kicking up dust, and triggers the wind magic with a super sharp move. Noticing a glitch in the system, Itsuki finds it weird his magic copy didn't boot up even after taking a hit. Dodging the magic calmly, he smiles, figuring out his blonde partner is still fighting back to avoid actually hurting him. Overwhelmed by the pain of the internal struggle, the aberration lets out a disturbing screech that echoes across the field. Losing the mental battle to the dragon, the creature crosses its arms, setting off thousands of wind blasts. A chaotic storm of magic blades flies straight at the rookie, promising to slice up everything in its path. Keeping his cool, the hunter triggers his lightning magic, forming a defensive net that deflects the blades. But the barrage is way too thick, and one of the invisible cuts slices the warrior's arm, spraying blood. Watching the damage it just caused, the colossal beast lets out an agonizing scream, proving the kid inside is in absolute torment. The scene cuts to the enemy underworld, where the Ice Lord informs the demonic leader about the hostage's capture. Not hiding the troops' failure, the general confesses that the ogre and the Fire Lord got taken out by the humans. The monstrous King Linga downplays the loss, stating their lives were disposable as long as the target got bagged. Checking the board, he brushes off the Minotaur's fight, pointing out the goal was just to stall the human elite. With an intrigued look, the Dark Boss finds it weird the Minotaur is taking a beating from a single hunter. Impressed, he asks for the human's name, admitting it's rare for anyone besides the legend Jin to go toe-to-toe with his subordinate. A hooded lackey drops the stolen intel, confirming the heavy hitter is the famous warrior Akira Highton. Cutting back to the guild's insane battle, the hero smashes the Minotaur's face with a punch loaded with pure energy. The impact of the monstrous hit sweeps the battlefield, shattering the ground like broken glass. Watching from the back, the extra soldier's jaw drops, noticing the brawl has been going on all night long. The two colossal forces clash in the middle of the ruins, generating a red wave that blinds the amazed soldier. The horned aberration roars with pure hate, wanting to crush the stubborn hunter who refuses to drop dead in the slugfest. Sinking its hoof into the concrete, the demonic king lives up to its title, destroying everything around it with absurd physical strength. Behind the trench, Professor Aja gulps hard, watching her ally tank brutal hits that could crack the planet. Running frantically, Aja panics, knowing that if Haydn falls, absolutely nobody else will be able to stop the beast. She decides she needs to act fast. But Master Izumi taps her shoulder and tells her to chill. The veteran promises the hero isn't fragile enough to expire from attacks on that level. A soldier nearby is completely stunned by the comment, unable to believe that absurd destruction is considered just of normal level. Keeping his cool, the commander explains that everyone in the special class is an absolute monster. He warns them never to underestimate the elite. The colossal beast doesn't let up and smashes the ground with a giant fist, trying to turn the hunter to dust in the middle of the ruins. Watching the dust settle, the secretary mentions it's been a long time since she last saw Haydn trigger his dreaded second form. Catching the brutal punch with pure physical strength, the hero oozes a crushing red aura, looking like a completely different person. She explains that in this state, his stats explode through the roof, but the price for that power is turning into a cruel, violent warrior. The Supreme Master finishes the thought, noting the title given to him when he takes this macabre form perfectly matches his monstrous strength. Bathed in blazing flames, Haydn charges like a wild beast, proving exactly why he earned the nickname Tyrant. With a devastating move, The hunter tears through the aberration's defense, chopping off the Minotaur's arm like it was made of paper. Taking advantage of the opening, the hero chains a brutal strike straight to the monster's chest, making the beast cough up blood from the impact. Dumped in the dirt, the Minotaur has zero reaction while the human warrior stares down his prey, bathed in an aura of pure slaughter. Intrigue, the woman asks where he's going. Izumi guesses the ally is gonna smash the monolith to drop the area's barrier. The secretary sighs in relief, having thought he'd lose his mind. She thinks it's awesome he can keep his eyes on the mission, even while using that form. Commander Izumi points out that if Heighten attacked without telling friend from foe, that absurd power would just cause an even bigger disaster. Flying through the wrecked sky, the master concludes that without this control, the hero would never be a guardian worthy of the special class title. Tearing through the wind, the warrior preps a devastating punch aimed right at the magic structure, keeping the shield up. But right in the middle of the dash, the red energy in Heighten's eyes starts flickering and suddenly dies out. The transformation totally falls apart mid-air, and the hunter drops, losing focus, completely confused about what he's doing there. Collapsing on the floor next to the dead monster, he asks if the enemies have been taken out yet and realizes his other personality is gone. Walking up to the exhausted warrior, the masked master coldly comments that he's still a nosy meddler, just like always. Right then, the giant purple barrier covering the military turf starts changing color, signaling the dome's energy is failing. Looking at the sky, Agia cracks a relieved smile and asks if the situation has finally calmed down for good, but Izumi ruins the vibe, asking if his daughter tried to heal Heighten earlier, risking her own life. She stammers and confirms the crazy move. The old man states that's bizarre for someone who usually calculates everything. He throws it in her face that she's getting just as irrational as Tenma. Completely embarrassed and blushing, the secretary looks away, stuttering that things aren't really like that. Trying to change the subject, she hopes guard Jozuke's presence will keep the rookie squad safe in the forest. Cutting to the kill zone, the rookie blacksmith cries in despair inside the cursed armor, asking why Itsuki isn't dodging. The electric hunter dodges several blades, but admits the physical pain numbs his heart, which is why he's letting some hits land on purpose. Standing right in front of the threat, the rookie's body is bleeding bad, proving his ally's armor is genuinely hurting him. With a quick move, he closes the gap and grabs the monstrous beast's jaw, totally ignoring the danger of the bite. Calling the beast's name, the hero channels his dark magic and warns he's gonna set off the piercing sphere right in the creature's chest. With his right eye glowing a killer red, he swears that all this agony is finally coming to an end. A purple flash tears through the forest as the lethal shot punches through the beast's magic armor, blasting a black hole on impact. The crushing force of the dark magic shatters the cursed armor structure, forcing the relic to let go of the host's flesh. With the shell destroyed, the warrior catches his friend's body as it goes completely limp and bloody in his arms. The metal pieces of the demon dragon drop uselessly onto the dirt floor, proving the curse is broken for good. Holding his battered partner, Itsuki lowers his head in a heavy silence, while trying to process the damage from the battle. Coughing up blood, Tenma opens his crying eyes and apologizes with a weak voice for ruining everything once again. The blacksmith breaks down in tears, feeling the weight of his own weakness. Admitting he just didn't want to be dead weight for the hunter. Keeping his face hidden in the shadows, the hero shoots down the vent, swearing he never saw his ally as a useless burden to the team. The blonde stutters, unable to believe those words. Itsuki calms his friend down, saying they're just good at different things. Gripping the warrior's arm, Tenma reveals he heard the beast promise to mind control his dad instead of just killing him straight up. Feeling his life slip away, the kid is absolutely sure his friend will manage to save the master craftsman, and Itsuki tells him to leave it in his hands. The MC's face scrunches up with pure rage, locking his mind on the monstrous lord who caused this whole chain of bloody tragedies. With a deadly glare of hatred, he swears he's gonna crush the disaster beast using his own bare hands. Smiling through the blood, the blonde says he's really happy he got to talk with his partner right on his final breath. The blacksmith's body starts turning into magic light while he begs Itsuki to protect the legacy of Team Double E. The light fades, leaving the hero in the dark, while the system logs the exact time of Tenma's passing, confirming the heavy loss. Far away in the underworld, the Demon King watches the chaos from his throne and blames the cocky kid, but warns this is just the beginning of the pain. Flashing a disturbing smile, the supreme villain swears he's gonna wipe out every person the kid cares about in the cruelest way possible. Back in the forest, Jozuke walks and regrets thinking the beast would handle everything, realizing they ended up escorting the master into the mountains. Looking back, the guard explains this was supposed to be Heighten's mission, but the warrior can barely stand after that insane fight. The secretary's magic butterfly starts blinking non-stop, and she warns the mascot detected a completely abnormal emotional wave in the area. Picking up the pace, the woman points ahead, announcing the source of this heavy magic is right over there in the darkness. The swordsman draws his weapon instantly and yells, demanding to know who's there, assuming it's a humanoid disaster monster. But the secretary freezes in place, totally shocked when she recognizes the familiar silhouette standing with its back turned in the brush. Staring at the blood-covered kid, she murmurs, asking if the blonde lying there is his blacksmith partner. The hero turns his face with his left eye dead and his right eye leaking blood, simply muttering the names of the newly arrived allies. Terrified by the scene, the teacher goes into shock, asking what caused so many injuries to her student, and demanding to know what happened here. Walking slowly next to his dark summon, Itsuki promises to explain everything with a dry, lifeless voice. Suddenly, the veteran security guard feels a chill down his spine and warns there's still someone highly dangerous hiding in that area. Taking the front line, he readies his sword and introduces himself as Jozuke, a first-class savior ready for combat. From the shadows, the Black Ice General asks what Old Man Aiden's bodyguard is doing so far from his main post. Feeling the crushing weight of the monstrous aura, the swordsman tells Master Azumi to brace himself because this battle is going to be impossible. With a resigned look, the guard admits their defeat is already set in stone before the first punch is even thrown. The system narrates that the battle devastated the northern region, ending with Aiden's kidnapping and Temma's tragic death. Time jumps forward, showing the sunrise at a secure military base after the heavy blow of the master craftsman's kidnapping. Sitting at the meeting table, Jozuke explains he sent trackers to follow the mana signatures left by the disaster beast. However, the veteran regretfully reports that the entire search effort only resulted in finding several fake clones along the way. The guard admits the beast was way too smart, purposely scattering these copies specifically to throw off any pursuit. In the med bay, the woman updates the team on the rookie's condition, saying he locked himself in and refused any treatment for his injuries. She sighs, mentioning she stopped the bleeding from the surface wounds, but the kid's stubbornness is stopping a full heal of all that damage. With a sad look, the teacher confesses she feels the flames of pure hatred inside him are burning stronger than ever before. Isolated in a dark room, the MC sits on the floor while the teacher weighs the tense situation. She fears his heart will be entirely devoured by that lethal hatred. Staring into the void, he locks his sad eyes on an old photograph leaning on the room's desk. The picture shows his blacksmith friend's family in a happy moment, highlighting the smiling little blonde standing next to his parents. The memory brings back the day his hyped up partner introduced his own mom in a super friendly way. With a totally lifeless stare, Itsuki walks through the dark, carrying the crushing weight of that tragic loss. His memory insists on flashing the blonde hugging him tight and swearing he'd never leave the hero's side. He also remembers his chatty partner offering to name the shadow mascot, oozing confidence in his own creativity. Covered in scars and bloodstains, the hunter closes his eyes, showing an expression loaded with pure pain and frustration. Wasting no time, the kid calls his giant summon from behind him and declares it's time for them to hit the road. The Black Wolf lets out a ready howl while the system confirms the beast hit rank B at level 20. Bathed in the night's shadows, the killer tells the beast their next move is to hunt down that cursed disaster monster. His pupil glows a killer red as he swears he's gonna crush the creature with his own bare hands. Determined to keep the promise, the rookie walks alongside his giant mascot straight to the exit of that silent room. But the doorway gets suddenly blocked by the imposing figure of Master Izumi, standing with his arms crossed right in the frame. The scene shifts, revealing the other allies gathered there, while the blue-haired swordsman thinks the whole team showing up at once is weird. Checking out the totally battered kid, the suit-wearing soldier quickly deduces that this brat is the commander's famous second pupil. The veteran thinks about the absurd rumors that the freshman shattered a green barrier and butchered a high-level beast totally solo. Knowing about the tragic death, the swordsman finds it terrifying that he killed his own friend, concluding the kid is a true, cold-blooded monster. Skipping the small talk, Azumi demands to know his student's destination. Itsuki answers dryly that he's gonna hunt the Ice Lord to rescue Old Man Aiden. The master vetoes the mission right there, making the kid furious and demanding to know the reason for that heavy rejection. With a stiff posture, the veteran reminds him he isn't an official savior and that the incident was classified as a special level threat. The commander details that joining a lethal rescue op requires a second-class license at the absolute minimum. Staring down the fury in his student's eyes, the old man throws it in his face that he still doesn't have the clearance to act on the battlefield. Outraged by the red tape, the hero says he promised a rescue and swears he's bouncing even if the supreme leader tries to stop him by force. The blue-haired swordsman gets annoyed with the disrespect, but the teacher defends the kid, demanding empathy from her dad given the heavy grief the rookie is carrying. Maintaining his brutal coldness, the Supreme Master asks if the student is seriously ready to let someone else die because of him again. The question hits the hero like a gut punch, making his anger vanish and replacing it with absolutely paralyzing shock. Owning his own mistake, the commander confesses the tragedy was his fault for thinking the monsters only wanted his head and leaving the craftsman unguarded. Despite that, the old man argues the enemies wouldn't kill the hostage quickly and declares the rookie's current strength would only lead to a useless death against the Lord. With no way to argue the harsh truth, Itsuki drops his head in frustration and squeezes his fist, coated in dried blood. To break the tension, the master praises the kid's infinite potential and states that surpassing the special class isn't just a pipe dream. The veteran swears that when that evolution day comes, he personally will convince the Alliance to put the craftsman's rescue in the kid's hands. Filled with a fresh wave of hope, the MC lifts his face and demands to know the absolute fastest route to hit that elite tier. Straight to the point, the masked guy turns his back and orders the student to enroll immediately in the special training camp. Confused by the weird name, Itsuki repeats the word, trying to search his memory for any info about this top secret place. The commander explains that the top 10 from the qualifiers get invited to this exclusive event hosted directly in the central continent. He hypes it up, saying absolute legends survived this hellish training, becoming the greatest defensive assets humanity has ever seen. Putting the squeeze on the schedule, the old man warns that this year's insane edition kicks off in exactly 3 days. The leader guarantees that surviving these lethal trials is the perfect shortcut to securing a direct promotion to the highly coveted special class. Consumed by the drive to get stronger, the lone killer accepts the challenge, locking in that he's joining this deadly camp. Agreeing with the call, the master notices the warrior's critical state and says they need to do something about that totally broken body. Wasting no time, the teacher raises her hands and starts channeling emerald energy focused on regenerating the student's deep wounds. Bathed in the healing aura, the kid looks at the woman with glasses and asks if she has any inside info on this so-called camp. The assistant nods, curious about his interest, and gets terrified when she figures out the crazy rookie actually wants to push his luck in that tactical hell. Sweating cold at his stubbornness, she gulps and confesses that place is strictly off limits to everyone except the absolute cream of the human elite. While the green energy fills the cuts on his exposed flesh, the woman stresses that precisely because it's an elite zone, the danger is incredibly real. She explains that a lot of spoiled big shots, who've been treated like gods their whole lives, end up walking in there completely full of dumb arrogance. But the reality check is so brutal that these so-called legends realize they are useless trash and completely lose their minds for good. Keeping a straight face, the veteran warns the facility acts like a school for prodigies, but it's also a guaranteed graveyard for them. The difficulty is so inhuman that accidents ending in tragic deaths in the jaws of unbeatable beasts happen without fail in every single edition of the event. Instead of feeling the expected terror, the MC flashes a cocky look and declares this lethal setup suits him perfectly. The shock from his ridiculous answer makes the woman lose her rhythm with the healing magic while she tries to process her problematic pupil's blind courage. Overflowing with cold determination, he confesses he only evolves by looking death in the face and celebrates that weak trash won't get in the way of his hunt. With the sharp glare of a born killer, he proves the urge to shred stronger targets has already completely taken over his mind. The teacher stares closely at the student, totally captivated by that crushing, confident aura radiating in the middle of the room. Noticing his friend is turning red, the kid turns his head confused, asking if she burned too much energy doing those magic patches on him. Dying of embarrassment over her silly slip-up, she waves her hands frantically, lying that the magic naturally raises the healer's body temperature. Clenching her own chest tight, the veteran secretly admits she has never felt her heart beat so fast before in her entire life. Completely flustered by her own romantic thoughts, she curses herself, trying to snap back to the focus of the official mission. Satisfied with the light's results, the hunter puts his coat on and says thanks for the solid, while the teacher quickly asks what his next stop is. Keeping his eyes locked on the darkness, Itsuki replies with a somber voice that he needs to go pay his final respects. The sad walk takes the kid and the huge guard into the middle of a quiet clearing, where a lone tombstone rests in the clean dirt. The stone grave displays fresh yellow flowers alongside a wooden sword resting at the base, marking the end of his young friend's journey. The veteran lowers his head, feeling the guilt, and begs for forgiveness for dumping the burden of that cruel execution onto the shoulders of such a young rookie. The guard asks if he's leaving now. The hero nods and promises to train hard, so that one day he can butcher the monster with his own bare hands. Curious about his ally's future, the kid asks about Jozuke's plans. The swordsman reminisces that he only became a hunter and survived because of the master. Gripping the hilt of the sword he carries, the veteran looks at his own armor, remembering exactly who gave him those rare gifts. Overflowing with gratitude, the big guy swears his life belongs to the kidnapped craftsman and declares he will find the old man whatever it takes. The hero holds out his fist, locking in a strong promise to become a savior so he can help him on the mission, ordering the ally to stay alive until then. Won over by the firm, focused courage of the kid, the veteran flashes a soft look and secretly admits he drops all his tough guy act whenever he's around him. Sealing the gentleman's agreement, the guard reaches out and agrees to the plan, swearing he'll be waiting for the unbeatable duo's return. The fist bump locks in the official vow of revenge that will make the disaster beasts regret that bloody massacre in the dark forest. Watching it all from afar, the secretary mentions how amazed she is that the prodigy kid managed to mentally bounce back so fast from such a lethal blow. The master disagrees, pointing out he was a wreck just hours ago, and instantly figures out the student just buried all the pain deep down in his bruised heart. With his eyes gleaming behind the cold mask, the leader concludes the lone young guy is just saving up all this fury to explode on Judgment Day. In the dark forest, Commander Izumi announces he plans to gather the leaders of each continent for a summit about the invasion prophecy. Walking away through the brush, the Supreme Master leaves the young rookie in the care of the Glass's assistant while he's off base. Aja flashes a confident smile and promises her boss she's gonna handle the problematic student without any hiccups. Noticing the woman's exaggerated hype, Itsuki asks why she's smiling at nothing like that all of a sudden. Curious about the schedule, the kid ignores the assistant and asks where the master is heading next, but she coughs and says it's strictly classified. Slipping into boss mode, his partner declares she's his official guardian now, and the MC grumbles that he isn't some little kid. Accepting the new escort, Itsuki immediately wants to know what their game plan is from this exact moment on. Pointing proudly straight ahead, Ajaha announces they are heading straight to the central continent to crash the elite training camp. Far away, a violent crash shatters the silence of the area, kicking up a lethal curtain of dust. A dark figure with red eyes stands up menacingly, staring down an injured prey collapsed right in front of him. Overflowing with pure rage and macabre magic, the attacker's fist clenches tight, ready for the killing blow. The scene shifts, revealing the Mogul Reiji completely wrapped in bandages, screaming in pure agony while laying in a hospital bed. The preppy kid wakes up from a terrifying nightmare, sweating bullets and yelling at the top of his lungs in the middle of the luxury room. Instantly, his mom rushes over to hug her battered son, trying to calm him down by swearing the place is totally secure. With a worried look, the rich woman asks if her boy had another bad dream about the person who left him in that broken state. Crying out of pure hatred, Reiji swears he's gonna return every drop of pain multiplied and turn his attacker's life into a literal living hell. Wearing a vengeful expression, the mom tells her son to chill and lets him know his older brother just got back to guarantee the execution. The giant veteran walks up to the bed, oozing a crushing presence, and laments the humiliating beatdown his little brother took in the arena. Fueled by the rage of protecting the family's honor, the big guy clenches his fists, swearing he isn't gonna let this cowardly attack slide. Completely desperate, the preppy kid begs the fighter to hunt down and slice up the mystery enemy without showing an ounce of mercy. The brother confirms the name Itsuki with a deep voice, recognizing and painting a target on the guy who caused all this medical wreckage. Full of jealousy, Reiji complains the rookie snagged the top spot in the qualifiers, but mocks that a level 0 would never even scratch his big bro. Bathed in a brutal red aura, the veteran figures the freshman is definitely going to show up at the camp because of his win. Flashing a sadistic, macabre smile, the fighter declares he's going to crush the kid's life right there in the training zone. The scene cuts to a clear day where Ajiha casually announces the duo finally reached the official destination of their trip. Staring at the massive futuristic facility protected by domes, the hero is blown away, admitting the structure blew his expectations out of the water. Walking toward the glass building, the MC checks out the vibe and mentions the place's reputation is totally earned. A mob of elite hunters flexes expensive armor and arrogant attitudes all over the entrance courtyard of that modern colosseum. Stopping at the armored door, the teacher says she doesn't have clearance to go in, and the student will have to walk the rest of the way solo. Tossing the registration bracelet back to the kid, the veteran reminds him the item is vital inside, and the rookie thanks her for the tactical support. Holding the high-tech gear, the young guy listens to his partner's final piece of advice, telling him to keep a low profile so he doesn't become an easy target fast. Turning his back to the escort, the warrior gives a dry nod and guarantees he knows exactly how to handle any threats that pop up. Watching the warrior walk away, Ajaha sighs super anxious, knowing full well his cold personality is a magnet for all kinds of lethal trouble. Already inside the pristine lobby, Itsuki approaches the front desk politely and asks to officially check into the central monitoring system. The bored-looking receptionist rudely holds out his hand, demanding the kid's magnetic bracelet without any small talk. Keeping the peace and ignoring the petty attitude, the hunter drops the metal device into the employee's hands to start the scan. The guild's machine shoots a blue laser, scanning the tool while data rapidly populates the computer screen. Sizing up the slouched employee's aura, the hero notes his high level and confirms that building actually houses real monsters on the payroll. The virtual panel projects the kid's file, locking in level 0 and openly displaying his rare Order Breaker class and gifts. Shocked by the pathetic stats, the receptionist cracks a cynical smile, absolutely certain the skinny kid bought his spot through bribery. The big shot stares at the fragile prey, betting his own skin that this lack of strength will have the kid running away crying during his first real fight. Treating the client with deep disgust, the bureaucrat waves him off, telling him to pick any random room to pay the maintenance fee. The MC's eyes bug out, totally lost and shocked to find out that surviving in that luxury base actually costs money. Super annoyed by the kid's slow uptake, the suit throws the harsh reality in his face that this facility is nowhere near a charity. Sweating cold bullets over the embarrassment of being broke, Itsuki blames the assistant for hiding the costs and complains his pockets are empty. Hoofing impatiently, the big shot asks if the guy who passed the bloody test doesn't even have the basic beast points to cash in. The employee lifts a finger and explains the rule, stating the local currency is exactly the amount of points each person racked up in the tournament. Breaking down the math, he details that these coins cover the buffet and a warm bed, promising the score goes up by completing missions. Catching on to the base's dynamic, Itsuki takes a deep breath, realizing the insane massacre he pulled off earlier guarantees a life full of luxury here. Tapping his fingers on the counter, not wanting to chat, the bureaucrat demands his final room choice to clear out the hotel's jammed lobby. Bathed in the dark pride of someone swimming in victory, the MC shifts his stance, demanding the most expensive room straight up. The hologram pops up on the desk, displaying a menu with prices of 100, 500, and the ridiculous 2,000 points needed for the mansion. Calculating the size of his battle partner, the young warrior crosses off the cramped cells, thinking about the comfort his canine mascot needs. Ignoring the cheaper price list, the hunter puffs out his chest, deciding to rent the giant mansion on the spot without an ounce of guilt. The bureaucrat's eyes bug out, stuttering because he can't believe the guy's stupidity, warning that throwing balance away on day one is tactical suicide. Shutting out the garbage critiques, the hero shrugs, putting his foot down on the $1,000,000 purchase and demanding they hurry up with the magic paperwork. Grinding his teeth at the cocky level 0, the receptionist smacks the keyboard, cursing him out and swearing he won't take any crying or regrets later. Wrapping up the annoying process in the locked system, the magnetic bracelet goes back to its owner, stamping the disappearance of whatever supposed balance he had. The employee lists the data wipe, guaranteeing nobody can snoop on other people's levels or magic inside the isolated combat square. Watching the rookie walk out to the yard, the bureaucrat gulps hard, frying his brain trying to guess the insane amount the skinny guy actually scored. Suddenly, the receptionist lets out a scream of pure terror, staring at his own glowing monitor with his pupils practically popping out of his pale face. Paralyzed in his chair, sweating buckets, he burns his neurons trying to convince himself the super advanced system glitched on the skinny guy's account. The screen locks in the brutal amount of 106,600 points, proving the endless massacre the level 0 dragged through the test. Sinking his weight into the office chair, the big shot gives up on doubting the kid and curses himself for being trash. Not even scraping together 1,600 there. Already outside breathing fresh air, the young guy strolls chill, bumping into walls of muscle while the front desk is still shaking over his score. But his peaceful walk hits a hard stop when the hunter realizes the ridiculously stupid mistake he made right at the camp's entrance. Face-palming in pure frustration, the young guy accepts the extreme stupidity of dropping a fortune on the mansion and totally forgetting the key and the address. Breathing deep so he doesn't yell at the wind, the lone warrior decides to head back and face the grumpy receptionist to get the guide to his house. His progress gets violently cut off by the heavy, cocky presence of two absolute methods blocking his clear path. With an ice-cold stare and zero signs of backing down, Itsuki glares at the duo of thugs, demanding straight up what the blockade actually means. Overflowing with creepy smiles, the duo spins a lie about being newbie guides for the continent and offers some friendly escort service for the lost rookie. Cutting through the cheap talk with the mansion bit, the MC drops the hint about his heavy cash looking for help, while the duo tells him to step onto the grass. The nice guy mask completely shatters when the mansion drop hits the brute's ears, making them stutter over the smell of easy, weak profit. Turning their heads, the scammers shamelessly whisper about their trap, making the warrior frown at the tragic, super sus acting. Watching the guards dirty plotting right at Heaven's Gate, the hero catches on that these filthy clowns just marked him as a robbery target. The cat-eared girl notices some weird movement on the street and mentions the commotion nearby to her black mascot. She realizes a group of guys is scamming rookies again, using the old excuse of being official guild tour guides. She and Agami gets curious to see which idiot is falling for this played out extortion trap right in front of everybody. Her gaze sweeps the courtyard and locks dead onto the young guy in the black coat who took first place in the Northern Trials. The armored meth head blocks the path of the kid, who scored the ridiculous 100,000 plus points in the qualifiers. Finding the situation super entertaining, the white-haired girl decides to watch how this solo mess plays out. Pressuring the hero, the henchman guesses he's gonna live in a mansion since he absolutely dominated the tournament scoreboard. His blonde buddy whispers that the kid must be just some spoiled rich brat who has no clue what the points are actually worth. Then he claims this type of arrogant kid is famous for being extremely weak when it comes to an actual, real-life fight. Taken over by sadism, the blonde swears the gang is gonna squeeze every last point the rookie has saved on his magnetic account. Totally oblivious to the threat, the MC announces he'll just go find his house by himself if they can't remember the exact route. Faking being nice, the blonde scammer forces a laugh and sarcastically promises he just remembered the way to the house. The group walks across the massive courtyard of the futuristic facility while the trap is casually set up in broad daylight. Watching from afar, a hunter shakes his head at the kid's stupidity for falling right into the local extortionist's smooth talk. His ally feels bad, pointing out the kid already looks super fragile and now he's gonna lose everything he earned in the test. The red-haired rookie recognizes the solo target and thinks it's incredibly dumb of him to tangle with the gang in the middle of the day. Not caring about someone else's bad luck, he declares his only goal there is to surpass the Northern first-place finisher no matter what. Arriving at the destination after a short walk, the scammer points to the luxury mansion sector of the closed military base. The young warrior stares at the colossal structure, amazed by the size of that imposing, fully mirrored white building. Killing the vibe of admiration, the blonde snaps his fingers, demanding the fee for the guide service they just provided down the street. Itsuki agrees to the charge in a super innocent way, thinking it's only fair to leave a tip for their effort on the long walk. The henchmen are totally surprised by how easily the kid agreed to open his wallet, without complaining at all. Turning his head calmly, the MC asks straight up how much they want for the escort and protection service. The big guy gets spooked by the question and suggests charging at least 500 points from the goofy-looking kid's account. Annoyed by the lowball offer, the blonde scolds his partner and demands 1,000 points right on the spot, oozing a ton of arrogance. Confused by the place's mechanics, the hero asks how the point transfer system between accounts actually works there. Sensing the prey's cluelessness, the big guy lies that the service took longer than expected and slaps on a late fee. Laughing at the kid's innocence, the brute ramps up the extortion, demanding an absurd 5,000 points for the useless walk. The young guy drops his head in deep silence, connecting the dots and understanding the truly dirty intentions of those two. With his face hidden behind a dark aura, Itsuki asks in a threatening tone if they're just a bunch of fake, extorting bums. The mood flips instantly, leaving the scammers in shock at the crushing presence that just took over the chill rookie. The blonde loses his patience and tells the kid to hand over the points right now if he doesn't want to get beat up for free in the middle of the empty street. Overflowing with pure fury and red magic, the hero warns he's extremely annoyed with this whole cowardly circus. The blonde villain insults the kid and summons a rank B electric skill, swearing to turn the rookie into ashes on the spot. The system absorbs the magic attack, granting a 10% agility boost to the MC without him even trying. Sliding smoothly, the warrior vanishes from the strike's path, leaving the attacker completely lost by the absurd speed. Taking advantage of the opening, Itsuki lands a violent hit that buries the blonde's face into the asphalt with a brutal crunch. His armored buddy freezes in terror, realizing he couldn't even track the rookie's movements during the surprise knockout. Using a physical buff skill, the big guy morphs his arm into a muscular tree trunk, totally convinced one hit will settle it. With his veins popping, the villain flexes that body-altering skills don't lose out to anyone's agility. Suddenly, he stutters in panic, unable to believe his heavy punch was blocked by just one of the unshackable kid's hands. Overtaken by total despair, the giant brute bombards the hero with a hail of punches using both of his buffed-up arms. But the hunter dodges every single heavy strike with annoying ease, grumbling that the enemy is way too slow. The rookie counters the blind rush, unleashing a charged punch straight through the giant brute's wide, open guard. The impact of the hit deforms the villain's face, making him roar in pain as his armored body caves to the crushing pressure. Dumped on the wrecked asphalt, the brute refuses to accept defeat and asks how his own buffed arms got overpowered. With his ego shattered, he spits blood, demanding to know who this demon disguised as a beginner without an elite military record is. Bathed in an intimidating electric aura, the MC walks slowly toward his brand new victim lying in the street. The hero makes a point to introduce himself formally, dropping his fake name and the northern continent with a dark voice. A burst of purplish magic wraps around the hunter's body, prepping the killing blow against the trash laying there. The system panel confirms the broken crystal's next attack will be a fatal critical hit with a 100% rate. The fist of death freezes just inches from the big guy's scraped face, who squeezes his eyes shut waiting for his own execution. Not understanding the mercy, the villain gets chills seeing the kid's freezing stare locked onto him after stopping the damage mid-air. Taking a deep breath to hold back his bloodlust, Itsuki admits to himself he would have ripped his head off if he hadn't stopped. With a dry voice full of pure disgust, the warrior spares the enemy, demanding only that the two of them get out of his sight immediately. Terrified of the human monster, the beat-up scammers grab their junk and run away screaming down the empty sidewalk. Shion Akagami watches the whole mess from afar feeling satisfied, deducing that isolated freshman is a terrifying guy. Right then, the camp's loudspeaker chimes, demanding the urgent presence of all participants in the main training courtyard. The announcement makes the start of the trials official, demanding the attention of every rookie picked for that lethal military event. Focused on the mission to become elite so he can save the master craftsman, the MC heads to the square, swearing to give his blood in the test. The mob of elite warriors gathers in the main lobby, forming a wall of muscle and pure arrogance in every corner. A fast punch tears the wind, forcing the protagonist to use his bare hand to block the cheap shot coming from behind. His pink-haired partner turns her face completely terrified, having acted on pure fighting instinct against someone standing still. Itsuki recognizes his friend instantly and mutters Sayo's name with a surprised look at her sudden strike. The glasses buddy joins the mess, thinking a punch to the face is a pretty gutsy welcome for an old friend of theirs. Dying of embarrassment over the blunder in front of the other rookies, Sayo pulls her hand back apologizing and blaming the dumb jump scare. Ignoring the weak hit, the girl looks around and asks where the partner who was always glued to the hero went. The image of his destroyed blonde friend comes back to haunt the hunter's mind, hurting his bruised heart with the painful memory. Worried about the silence, the pink-haired friend guesses the worst and asks if the blonde guy got hurt in the last battle. Staring at the ceiling with a lonely look to hide his grief, Itsuki lies, saying his partner just stayed home. The buddy tries to comfort the hero about his ally's injuries and snitches that the girl spent the whole training sessions worried sick about him. Dying of embarrassment from the gossip, the friend slaps her buddy hard on the back of the head, telling him to shut his mouth right then and there. With a serious face, the MC coldly declares that her last attack proved her weakness and tells her to go polish her skills. The friend is shocked by the warrior's unrealistic standard, but is quickly cut off by the announcement that the admission test is starting. A powerful voice tears through the courtyard silence, demanding total attention, while an imposing figure appears alone on the platform. He watches the colossal crowd gathered under the massive structure of the elite camp. The host uses a megaphone to announce that whatever glory they earned in the past means absolutely nothing in here. He declares that all participants are on the exact same level and will start their training completely from scratch. The glasses kid is super relieved to find out that all personal info will be kept strictly confidential. Riku pulls up his own status screen to prove that skills and levels actually show up as private. A gigantic blue portal opens up in the courtyard, marking the official start of the admission test. Over the megaphone, the order is given for everyone to step into the arena, in an orderly fashion without causing a scene. The instructor waits for the rookies to walk through, keeping a watchful stance by the door. Entering the tunnel, the crowd is totally amazed by the absurd size of that military facility. Walking down the hall, Itsuki is interrupted by a voice accusing him of insulting the southern continent. The MC turns his head totally confused, having absolutely no clue what the guy is talking about. Kazuro Amamichi walks up full of swagger, flanked by goons, and demands an explanation from the rookie. The southern veteran remembers the exact moment he tried to extort some cash, and ended up eating a punch to the face. Annoyed by the memory, Kazuro demands the kid explain himself for hitting him earlier. Riku quickly jumps to his ally's defense, stating he's sure this is all just a big misunderstanding. Itsuki takes charge of the argument, stating dryly that he was just teaching his obnoxious lackeys some manners. Totally blinded by rage, Kazuro charges, throwing a violent punch straight at the freshman's face. The protagonist slides back, dodging effortlessly, and tells the attacker not to touch him with dirty hands. Riku steps in between, holding his partner back to stop the fight from escalating and getting them kicked out. Keeping his cool, Itsuki declares he doesn't owe an explanation to a bunch of mercenaries. The kid's eye glows a killer red as he swears to end the suit guy if he touches his friend. The crushing pressure of his stare makes Kazuro step back, sweating cold and feeling the real danger of the threat. His glasses buddy points out that starting a brawl here would trigger a heavy penalty before the test even starts. Dropping the cowardly attack, the veteran from the south suggests they settle the score in the free training arena later. Showing zero signs of fear, the lone killer accepts the challenge right on the spot. Suddenly a spotlight turns on over the stage, leaving the crowd confused about how they're going to take the test. in that setup. A white-haired instructor dressed in black appears, praising the participants' aggressive energy. Turning his back, the evaluator announces he's going to explain the basic rules of the entry challenge. Flashing a sadistic smile, the guy declares the only rule of this test is that there are no rules. The crowd goes into shock and starts questioning the absurdity of a military exam with absolutely zero limits. The instructor explains that the 4 rooms behind him represent tests for strength, defense, agility, and magic. The big screen pulls up the scoreboard that decides who passes, warning that anyone scoring under 60 gets the boot. A hunter cheers, holding up a magic potion after confirming that using outside items is allowed. Seo gets nervous because she's empty-handed, but Riku swears their own training will be enough to get by. The glasses guy asks his partner which stat they should try to test first. Not caring about the order, Itsuki suggests they just walk into the door closest to them. Riku flashes a massive smile, agreeing with his teammate's practical idea. Walking toward the defense room, the kid is confident he'll win since he's an elementalist specialized in metal. Once inside the high-tech hall, they check out the evaluator waiting in the center of the lit-up stage. The examiner introduces himself strictly, revealing he's an earth elementalist sitting at level 40. With rocks floating around him, he warns that he'll launch attacks split into 5 rising difficulty levels. The rookie squad listens to the rules closely, waiting for the first step of the challenge. The instructor lifts his head and orders the students to step up when their names are called on the loudspeaker. Riku gets a jump scare hearing his own name echo through the hall, getting called up first in line. Seo and Itsuki wish their partner luck as he walks up confident, swearing he'll tank the hits easily. The examiner authorizes the use of buff magic before the first shot is fired in the arena. Wasting no time, the boy triggers his rank C skill, turning his body into solid steel. Bathed in a silver glow, Riku bumps his fists together, guaranteeing his defense just skyrocketed. The instructor summons a small rock, announcing that the level 1 test starts right now. The rock crosses the room at an impressive speed, aiming dead center at the armored hunter's chest. The stone shatters against the metallic body without causing any real damage to the confident young guy. Mocking the weak hit, Riku mutters that the rock didn't even tickle and asks to skip straight to level 2. Agreeing to the cocky request, the veteran condenses a much bigger and way denser sphere of earth. The second attack fires off, tearing the wind with way more force than the first one. The impact pushes Riku back, making a hollow clang against his impenetrable metal. Worried about the hit, Sayo asks if her teammate managed to tank the whole thing. Oozing chill vibes, the blonde gives a thumbs up, swearing his armor held up perfectly. Itsuki pops his magic scan, noticing the stone carried the examiner's own dense energy. The hero concludes the material's toughness is way beyond just some random rock from nature. The kid's metallic arm shakes uncontrollably, showing he actually took way more damage than he's letting on. Riku gulps hard, silently admitting that stone punch left his arm completely numb. The examiner stares at the student and asks if he wants to move up to the next difficulty tier of the test. Forcing his swagger, the rookie demands level 3 right away, thinking he can handle the pressure. Getting into his defensive stance, he bets that a 1 level difference shouldn't be that brutal. The veteran fires off a colossal rock spinning in a spiral with crazy high piercing power. Keeping his guard up, Riku swears he won't step back a single millimeter against the threat. The massive rock violently collides, shattering the floor and blowing up the metal hunter's defense. The young guy gets launched far away screaming, as his armor caves to the crushing pressure of the magic strike. Sayo covers her mouth in horror, while Itsuki watches his friend fall with a completely serious look on his face. Riku collapses on the arena floor, kicking up dust and groaning in pain from the heavy crash. The duo runs desperately to help their friend lying in the smoke of the destruction. Shaking badly, the blonde slowly raises a hand, forcing a signal that he survived the brutal slam. The examiner mocks him, warning that level 3 is at least 3 times more dangerous and lethal than level 2. Despite the scolding, the veteran praises the freshman for not passing out and guarantees a high score for physical endurance. Holding up his injured partner, Itsuki hears the warning about the damage multiplier, just as the system calls his name. Wasting no time, the evaluator looks at Itsuki's back and asks which difficulty the rookie wants to face in the test. The hero figures Riku's defense couldn't handle 300 points even with metal, but his own is already past 600. Confused by the kid's silence, the instructor assumes he's terrified by the previous wreckage and doesn't judge his reaction. But the shock hits hard when the MC asks straight for level 5, cutting out any delays. The veteran's eyes bug out in total shock as he asks the freshman to repeat the crazy thing he just said. Raising his hand casually, Itsuki confirms he wants to challenge the max difficulty without an ounce of fear. Leaning on Sayo, Riku panics and tells his partner not to push his luck, reminding him that level 3 nearly destroyed him. The crowd starts whispering, thinking he just wants to show off, but a few are already guessing the prodigy's identity. Annoyed by the swagger, The evaluator condenses a colossal rock and mutters that every year some reckless show-off pops up. He warns that these types always end up seriously injured and get kicked out of camp on day one. Keeping the giant magic stone hovering, the instructor announces he'll grant the kid's suicidal wish, if that's what he really wants. The other freshmen drop their jaws at the absurd size of the rock, admitting this camp is a genuine hazard. Playing fair, the veteran allows the use of defense magic, but Itsuki turns it down, saying he's good to go just like this. Feeling his ego bruised, the examiner thinks the brat is mocking him and fires the giant stone with pure fury. The brutal impact tears through the air, ripping the wind straight toward the hero, who stands completely still waiting for the hit. The colossal rock strikes the hunter dead on, triggering a deafening boom and kicking up a thick cloud of dust in the hall. The shockwave is so violent it forces his partners and the other rookies to cover their faces so they don't get blown away. In the middle of the wreckage, a solid leg appears on the stone floor, proving the kid didn't even flinch from the hit. Terrified, the students mention that attack hit like a meteor and are absolutely certain the rookie is dead. The evaluator sighs, calling the kid an idiot, and immediately radios the med team to scrape up the heavily injured body. Suddenly, one of the extras points at the smoke, totally freaked out, warning there's still a silhouette standing in there. The veteran's eyes widen, stuttering as he tries to process what's about to walk out of that dust cloud. The crowd goes silent, staring at the hero's intact shadow, doubting a normal human could stay on their feet after that. Sweating cold, the instructor goes into shock, dropping his communicator at the impossible scene right in front of him. The med team asks for the victim's location over the radio, but the evaluator completely loses his voice and can't say a word. Brushing the dust off his clothes like it's nothing, Itsuki asks if that was seriously the dreaded level 5. The examiner admits to himself that in all his years on the job, he's never seen anyone tank a hit like that chest, first with zero magic. Politely turning his back, the rookie walks away while the veteran recognizes he is an absolute monster, even among the elite. The crowd parts, terrified of his crushing aura, while the MC finds it weird everyone is backing away. Riku walks up hyped, praising the stunt and admitting he got left eating dust on defense again, while Sayo smiles. Keeping his cool, the hero comforts Riku, promising there's gotta be something his buddy can beat him at in life. Realizing there's absolutely nothing, he looks away and drops the sentence, leaving his partner crushed right as Sayo's name gets called. The MC wishes her luck and tells his pink-haired friend to be careful on stage, and she steps up full of confidence. Standing with his back turned in the center of the arena, the evaluator tells the girl that defensive skills are totally allowed. Sayo summons a powerful, continuous water wall and asks straight for level 3, getting praised for her guts before the shot. The heavy rock flies in hard and crashes head on into the watery barrier protecting the young hunter. Instead of breaking, the water magic starts violently spinning around the stone, absorbing the impact of the charge. The girl narrows her eyes in total focus, controlling the density and flow of her defensive skills so it doesn't cave. Using the force of the enemy's own attack, the water whirlpool redirects the rock's path and tosses the boulder away from her. The threat misses completely, and the girl takes a deep breath, relieved she made it out of that pressure without a single scratch. The veteran instructor's eyes widen a bit, and he gives her genuine props, super impressed by her highly intelligent tactic. He notices that instead of clashing head-on with raw damage, the rookie used the water's fluidity to deflect the heavy impact. Satisfied with the test, the evaluator hypes up that this kind of tactical adaptability is the most essential trait for a savior. Her friends congratulate the girl on the perfect defense, while the loudspeaker calls up the next freshman from the east. Walking back to the group, Sayo holds her face, turning completely red with embarrassment, thrilled to get a compliment from Itsuki. Walking down a dark hallway, Riku tries to remember the room layout and suggests they hit the attack power arena next. The team walks into the spacious room, and the glowing sign confirms it's the sector dedicated to measuring the rookies' raw damage. Slouching in a comfy chair and sipping coffee, the new evaluator wearing sunglasses notices the second group has already gathered. Skipping any polite intros, the veteran tosses his cup aside and screams at the top of his lungs, telling all the brats to pay attention. Pointing his finger at the crowd, he declares the score for this test will be based purely on everyone's destructive power. Spooked, the glasses partner whispers, asking if they have to beat up the instructor, and gets scolded by the hero for talking too much. Flashing a sadistic grin, the examiner praises the question and clarifies the target won't be him, but his personal summon instead. A bizarre, giant mascot that looks like a patched-up ragdoll spawns from the shadows, growling with a heavy, dark aura. Riku thinks the thing looks super janky and weird, while Sayo steps back scared, muttering that the creature is pretty gross. Disagreeing with the team, the MC's eyes light up with pure adoration, thinking the little monster is the cutest thing in the world. Ignoring their opinions, the veteran clears them to use weapons or bare hands, demanding they hit it with max power. The other hunters burst out laughing, calling the beast a punching bag, and mockingly ask if it's okay if they completely crush the thing. Oozing sarcasm, the leader mentions that even a level 50 warrior would struggle to scratch the doll, so they don't need to worry. To demonstrate how the test works, the instructor dashes quickly and lands a solid, dry punch right in his own summon's gut. The creature dents from the impact and immediately flashes a magic scoreboard on its cloth body, logging exactly 50 points. Holding his pose, the examiner reveals the max score as 100, and that casual punch just now represents the 50-point mark. With a dark smile, he admits internally that hitting 100 requires his level of power, sealing the fact that the rookies will never reach that glory. Happy with his own rules, the veteran sits back in his beach chair and orders the strength test to kick off immediately. The first candidate from the east steps up full of swagger, swearing he'll score a perfect 100 easily since a weak hit got 50. Looking at the harmless mascot, Atsuki warns his partners that the veteran is over level 40, so even a little tap from him is lethal. Flipping his teacup, the annoyed instructor tells the freshmen to hit the thing as soon as they're ready, without dragging it out. Wrapped in a magic aura, the candidate fakes feeling bad about using violence against such a harmless little ragdoll. The hunter condenses a fierce green energy in his fist and announces he's gonna crush the creature just to lock in his camp spot. With a brutal leap, he lands the punch dead center on the beast's face, demanding the summon go straight back to the dirt. The scoreboard ticks up to a pathetic 37, and the extra drops to the floor crying in pain, unable to believe he wasted magic for this joke of a score. Sipping his tea totally unbothered, the evaluator ignores the student's humiliation and calls the next guy up to save time. One after another, the hunters unleash their best elemental attacks, but the scores stay embarrassingly low. The level goes up a bit when a karate fighter lands a powerful electric strike, bumping the board up to 77 points. Flipping through a magazine like it's nothing, the instructor keeps calling the line and summons a red-haired warrior from the northern continent. Resting a metal bat on his shoulder, the big guy walks up, disappointed with the crowd, thinking it's pathetic they can't even break 80 points. Staring down the summon, the red-haired hunter figures that ragdoll must be pretty tough. Even so, he grips his weapon tight, trusting blindly in his own brute strength. With a violent jump, the big guy lands a devastating blow on the cloth creature's head. Checking the damage, the evaluator in sunglasses praises the hit, without even taking his eyes off his magazine. The smoke clears, and the magic scoreboard on the mascot's body locks in at exactly 91 points. The raidhead clicks his tongue, totally frustrated that he didn't hit the perfect max score. Getting his swagger back, he guarantees nobody there can beat his strength, and that number is more than enough anyway. Walking through the crowd, the warrior looks for the MC, dying to know what score he's gonna pull off. Right then, the instructor calls Atsuki's name, announcing it's the northern rookie's turn. A buzz sweeps the room as the freshman walks up with a random guy holding a massive hammer behind him. The redhead's eyes bug out in excitement, finally spotting the target of his curiosity. Flashing an eager grin, he celebrates the chance to finally see the prodigy's true strength up close. Atsuki strolls up casually holding the heavy weapon while the crowd whispers his name. The red-haired veteran recognizes the record holder, but doubts the kid can beat his power even with a weapon. The system breaks down the unique hammer stats in the hero's hand, revealing an absurd bonus of 100 damage points. The Hothad admits the rookie's talent, but swears their raw brute force has to be on the exact same level. Standing in front of the target, the MC is bummed he has to waste his critical hit on such a cute little monster. Reading his magazine, the evaluator sighs in boredom, figuring it's just another scrub who won't even break 50 points. Ignoring the weapon, Atsuki preps his bare fist and channels a terrifying amount of dark magic into his hand. Consumed by lethal focus, the killer's pupils glow intensely in a vivid red. With an explosive movement, the hunter unleashes a devastating punch that tears the dark wind apart. The brutal impact hits the summon dead on, shattering the ragdoll into thousands of pieces instantly. Completely oblivious to the fight, the instructor keeps praising the models in his magazine like a total slacker. Suddenly, a violent shockwave sweeps the room and rips the paper right in the spooked veteran's face. Thrown back in his chair, the guy stutters in terror, unable to figure out what caused that massive boom. Staring at his own destroyed magic, he goes into shock seeing a mere freshman annihilate the beast barehanded. Bathed in reddish sparks, the hero realizes the critical hit from his last battle was still saved in the system. Turning his head in surprise, the kid notices a piece of the monster and praises its toughness for still being intact. The torn head of the summon rolls across the stone floor, stopping right at the hunter's feet. The rookie crouches down curious, looking for his score, and the beast's forehead twitches, flashing a locked in 100 points. The crowd completely loses their minds, stunned that the rookie crushed a monster designed to tank absurd levels with his bare hands. The redhead gets traumatized, realizing instantly that the gap wasn't just 9 points, but that the kid actually broke the scoreboard's limit. Eaten up by frustration, the big guy admits that casual punch totally humiliated his own maximum strength. Dropping his heavy weapon on the floor, the Hothid bitterly regrets being so arrogant earlier. Adjusting his broken glasses, the instructor sweats cold, suspecting the freshman's power level has already surpassed the elites. The MC turns his face sweating bullets. Terrified the veteran is gonna yell at him for blowing up the doll. Predicting a heavy punishment, the hero panics internally and decides to slip away quietly before things get worse. With his tail between his legs, the kid runs off, saying, "Excuse me," and leaving the evaluator standing there completely speechless. The instructor announces a technical pause to fix the doll, while the crowd watches the mess from their knees on the floor. Riku praises his friend's raw strength, but the killer plays it off, saying it was just luck, and gets scolded for acting humble. Full of swagger, the glasses partner rubs the success in the redhead's face, but gets cut off by Sayo for trying to steal the glory. Checking out the technical timeout, the hero mentions the delay, and the girl quickly suggests he go take the next test. Flashing a slight smile, Itsuki agrees with the idea and promises to meet the duo in the courtyard when everything is over. The kid walks right past the shell-shocked redhead, calmly deciding that his next move is to test his magic. The scene cuts to the lobby of the next test, showing a lit-up sign pointing to the magic arena. The level 40 redhead evaluator steps up to the packed class and announces she's going to explain the test rules. The guys start drooling over the woman's beauty, already planning to ask the veteran out after the exam. The female freshmen cross their arms and roll their eyes, totally disgusted by how desperate the boys are acting. In the middle of the crowd, the white-haired girl senses a strong presence and recognizes the warrior standing nearby. Watching Itsuki with his shadow dog, she rolls her eyes, assuming the serious rookie also showed up just to drool over the teacher. On the contrary, the hero keeps a straight face and focuses all his attention on the covered equipment sitting on the stage. Oozing charm, the instructor pulls the cloth back, revealing the magic tool she forged herself specifically for this challenge. The system details that the item on the pedestal is a rare crystal designed solely to store raw energy. With a confident smile, the woman explains the grading method for this room is the easiest one of all. She holds out her hand, demonstrating that they just need to pump in as much magic as possible for the stone to register their score. A worried rookie raises his hand, asking how they're supposed to take the rest of the tests if they empty their mana tanks here. Asking for silence, the redhead calms the class down, guaranteeing her crystal gives back all the spent energy after the reading is done. The student blushes super hard at the charming teacher's attention, while she wraps up the Q&A to start the slaughter. Stepping to the edge of the stage, the instructor opens the floor, saying there's no set order, and calls for the first volunteer. Totally mesmerized, the wimpy freshman raises his hand and gets a manipulative compliment from the charming evaluator. Keeping up the fake friendly act, the redhead veteran gives the student the green light to start the test whenever he's ready. The boy rests his hand on the gem, sweating cold, promising himself he won't embarrass himself in front of the instructor. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the hunter flares up his green aura and pumps all his power into the magic tool. Panting and barely able to stand, the student stutters in despair when he looks at the result of his own effort. The sphere shows just a tiny puddle of energy at the bottom, frustrating the guy who burned every last drop right there. Tapping the tired kid on the shoulder, the instructor tells him to chill and admits she forgot to mention one major detail. With her eyes glowing a sadistic red, she warns that this exact same gem has already drained the mana of level 40 warriors dry.